Um, hello? I- Is this thing on? Hello? Is this, yes, it's on. It's on. Go ahead and do the intro. Okay, okay. And now, may I present to you a man whose family name was once both famous and infamous. And now, may I present to you Dr. Baron Victor Van Doomcock.
If you're blue and you don't know where to go to, why don't you go where Harlem sits?
Friday Night Frolics!
That's right, Harvey. Hello, everybody, and welcome to this 125,000 subscriber edition of Friday Night Frolics. We are here for this very, very special celebration, but also to discuss, to wring our hands over, to beat about the neck and shoulders, the piñata that is Star Wars Episode 9, Rise of Skywalker. But I want to say hello to all the good people in the chat. Control 64, Dimbus, Mark Lurseth, Steve Roberts, JS, Peter Shearer, Bionic Belly Button, Mutated Genome, Shunsi, Kyoraku, TD Kane, RR, Lori Roberts, hashtag Doomcock was right. Well, even a stopwatch is right twice a day, isn't it? Snarky Arts, Dave, Bob, Fausto Solis, Josh Santos, Drederick, Tatum, that's quite a name. Ryan Geiger, hail Ryan Geiger, my good friend. Hecate's daughter, Steve Roberts, Solar Chaos, Sonny Costello. By the way, Hecate's daughter is also a Doomcock darling. Wonderful to see you here, Hecate's daughter. Sonny Costello, Allison, I know this world is killing you. Unknown, Jason M, Sencha Dildo, Honey, Eric Wedden, Mike Drop, Roberto 33, Solar Chaos, Indiana Jeremy, Aiden McLean, Nathan Ward, Fred Darmstadt, Lori Wilson, Levitan 71, Carl Weathers, man, how awesome. Gerald Borden, Sundance 270, Seth Feinberg, Jay Carr, Glenn Saunders, Bubo himself, Johnny Murray, BH, Vinny from Brooklyn, Angel and Jealous, South Park Girl, Zotabi 48,000, Mike Jim Koski, Steve Roberts, CT 5555, Mike Drop, Father Christopher Miller, PC Principal, Charles King. Hello, Charles, and thank you so much for the gifts. I can't wait to open them come Christmas. Chris Persia, our master wrencher, and a very, very, very special hello, sending out love and support to our own Mary Ashmead, who I did not expect at all to see today. Mary Ashmead has been dealing with some serious issues, and she is here tonight because she is a trooper and she loves us, and she is just the wench supreme around these parts, the one, the only. And God bless you for being here, Mary Ashmead. Goofy Minecrafter, Bill the Cat, Trevor Random, J Carr, 098 Team Hatch, 450 SX Picard, 714. Welcome to the channel membership, my friend. Darth Cisco, welcome also to you to the channel membership. Purple Lady is here. Samurai Cicada, Fatty, Dylan Tello, David Coleman, and many, many more. Bless you all. Thank you all for being here to celebrate Friday night with all of us. Well, a lot of stuff has been going on here, folks. A hell of a lot of stuff. And it has been it's been a hell of a 36 hours. I have to tell you guys that. It's been a hell of a 36 hours because I went and saw Rise of Skywalker very late. And then I came home and got right to work. I worked until 3 o'clock in the morning, went to bed, slept fitfully until about 8, then got my ass up and got back to work. It was a 40-minute video, and it was hard. I mean, I'm not gonna. I'm pretty ragged right now, folks. I'm pretty ragged. I have had very little sleep, and it's been just a constant, treadmill. It's been a very hard time. Not that I'm complaining, but I just want you to know that if I get a little weird during tonight's Friday night frolics, wherever you happen to be in the world, it's probably a combination of sleep deprivation, alcohol poisoning, and of course, the brain damage that goes with watching Rise of Skywalker. This thing, it was, well, as I said in my review, it was the best of the Disney Star Wars trilogy movies, and it was, without a doubt, the very worst of the Disney sequel trilogy movies. It was really a soul-destroying, canon-destroying, a kiss Star Wars goodbye kind of movie. The little structures and infrastructure that Ruin Johnson accidentally left standing at the end of The Last Jedi, Jar Jar Abrams absolutely levels with impunity and callous violence. It was a horrible thing to see, folks. Now, I want you to know that I have a lot more to say about Rise of Skywalker. Even with that 40-minute review, I have a lot more to say. I mean, there's just no way to tackle a work this dysfunctional in a mere 40-minute review. It's going to take 2, 3, 4 reviews. I mean, we are going to be examining the ramifications of this stuff for a very, very long time. And more is on the way. Thank you, the Kelvington #1 fan. I appreciate that jumping pear sticker. It is very, very cute indeed, sir. Thank you very, very much for sharing that with us today. And also, Illuvantier with a 3-pound sticker here with a pear, giving me a big thumbs up. Thank you, Illuvantier. Very, very kind of you, my friend. Oh, and a Planet Towboard TV is here. Planet Towboard TV, it's so good to see you, man. You were my very, very first Patreon and my first Legionnaire. And man, it is so great to see you. I can't even tell you. And man, I hope that game is coming along, and anytime you need some voice work done for it or anything, I'm your man. Hail Dilbertson. Hello, Dilbertson. That is absolutely fantastic to see you, sir. Wonderful to see you here. All right. Look, I want to go ahead and address at least one thing here that is a very, very big thing that I left out of my review. Okay. And Uber Driver of the Apocalypse, thank you so much for that 100 sticker there. Very much appreciated, my friend. And Nerd Girl, thank you for that £2.99 pair. Thumbs up. That is so sweet of you, Nerd Girl. All right. But just for a moment, folks, I've got to get to this. This is something that is really awful. And I did not get to it in the video. Exhaustion just seized me, and I just wrapped it up where I wrapped it up. But I have to tell you, thank you, Cavi, for that $3 super chat. Wow, with a fist bump. All right. Here's something that I left out, and this is very important. The eternal question asked by Shills remains, why is Rey a Mary Sue? Is she really a Mary Sue? Aren't you just being stupid? Aren't you just exaggerating? Is Rey a Mary Sue? The answer is simple and clear. Rey is a Mary Sue because she can do anything and everything better than everyone else. But even more insidious than that obvious answer is this answer. Rey is a Mary Sue because in the endless quest to make her the bestest ever, they have to keep making up new force powers for her to use. Submitted for your approval. Force teleportation and force healing. Force teleportation is bad enough. No one in the movies has ever done forced teleportation, and there's all sorts of ways that could have been used in the past. But force healing, perhaps more than any other power, destroys canon and everything that went before. Force teleportation is also a ludicrously godlike power, but force healing really throws a wrench into Star Wars canon unlike anything we've seen before. Consider how different the Star Wars trilogy would be if force healing was an actual power. If this exists, then Obi-Wan could have healed Qui-Gon after Darth Maul ran him through. So much for that tragic death. And even worse, in Return of the Jedi, Luke could have healed Vader. And Anakin would never have been tempted to the dark side by fearing for Padme. If anything happened to her, he could heal her. It's not at all hard to see that with force healing being a thing that exists in Star Wars, the story is completely transformed. Same thing with force ghosts. The way the Disney sequel trilogy treats force ghosts is disastrous. If force ghosts can touch people, then who's to say they can't pop in and heal people too? It's not hard to see just how horribly little retcon changes like these can amplify and magnify their poison throughout the entire saga. But wait, you say, force healing, force ghosts. You can find instances of these in the EU. There is precedent. This is canon. Ah, that is true to some extent. But this is even more pernicious. You see, Disney has declared that the whole EU is no longer canon. So they don't have that excuse, I won't hear it. They can't wiggle out of it that way. They threw the EU away, and only the films are canon now, so be it. You made your bed, Disney. You sleep in it. Now, why, you may ask, is this so bad? Why did they do away with the EU, you ask? Because Disney is ripping off and retconning the EU like a rubbish pile so that Rey can be the bestest ever. They've decanonized the EU so that she will be the first one to use these powers. She pioneered these abilities. She invented them. Everything, the original trilogy, the prequels, the EU, all of that must be sacrificed on the altar of Rey's Mary Sue-hood. And no price is too steep. And that, my friends, is why Rey is a Mary Sue. And that is why Rise of Skywalker is even worse than The Last Jedi in terms of destroying Star Wars canon. They had to get rid of the EU because the EU had all this glorious past already codified. So why are they going to let that go by when they can go ahead and invent these powers for Rey? Everything's about Rey. Everything's about Rey. Everything is about Rey. You've got to get that through your head to understand why they did away with the EU. That is how bad Rise of Skywalker is. And I've had my say. Now I want to see what you guys are saying. And in a little bit here, we're going to go ahead and have some special guests that will come on tonight. And for 30 minutes, 45 minutes or so, we are going to have a roundtable for you guys about the Rise of Skywalker. Just kicking it around, chewing it over, and seeing what we come up with. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And assuming that they show up. I mean, one of them may not show up. The others said that they would for sure. We'll see what happens, but this is Friday Night Frolics, and so that's how we roll on this show. So let's see what we've got here. Let's see. Dylan Tello says, listen, force healing took several Jedi Masters to achieve, and even then it was an extremely difficult task and was nowhere as powerful as seen in this movie. And of course, that's in the EU. And I don't want to hear that because the EU has been done away with by Disney. Disney killed the EU. Disney chucked the EU. Therefore, Disney cannot hide behind the EU. I don't want to hear that excuse. That is basically the beaten spouse apologizing to her abuser and saying, oh, well, he doesn't mean it. Oh, well, he's really nice. Oh, well, but there's the EU. We can fight. Yeah, they want us to use our hard-earned knowledge and wisdom about the EU to go ahead and justify their excuses when they have thrown out the EU. Screw that. Screw that. I'm not going to have it. I won't hear it. They blew that. That ship has sailed. That ship has sailed. They have turned their backs on the EU. They've turned their backs on the fan. Rise of Skywalker is the best of the Disney sequel trilogy movies because it's a little bit genial, has just a tiniest little bit of charm in places. And for the normies, it's a good popcorn movie to take the kids to and make them shut up for 2.5 hours, but only on the holidays when they have something else to look forward to, because they're going to be disappointed with this movie. It doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's badly written, and it's just all over the place like a hyperactive kid hopped up on brownies and Ritalin. So I don't know what to tell you guys. It is both genial and pernicious in the extreme because of what it does to Star Wars and what it does to Star Wars fans. This thing is poison to a degree that even The Last Jedi wasn't, because it undermines everything. It reaches back into the original trilogy and completely undermines it, just undercuts it, kneecaps it. Oh my God, like Tanya Harding, Nancy Kerrigan at an ice rink. And there the Star Wars canon is, lying on the ice, broken legs, saying, why me? Why me? Well, it's because you got in the way of corporate profits, pal, because they hired people that didn't know or didn't care what Star Wars really is, what canon means, what our culture means. It didn't give a shit about the fans, and this is the result. This Rise of Skywalker, the best of times and the worst of times in the Star Wars universe. I am just Josh and Rebecca Momini says, what about the Falcon? Was it destroyed? No, it was not destroyed, Josh. But get this, folks. This is more proof of the reshoots. And I'll tell you why. This is proof of the reshoots because at one point, Palpatine goes ahead and sucks the life force out of Rey and Kylo because they're a dyad. So they make like a ever-ready battery. And he can suck the battery and regenerate his broken, undead body. Count Palpatine sucks them like a vampire. And then he's filled with such limitless power that, just like I reported in that test screening, Palpatine shoots Force lightning up into the air and strikes selectively all of the Resistance fleet. All of them. And what effect does this have? Nothing. This damn thing, I swear to God, this thing is so modular, so plug and play, like Lego bricks of plot, just stuck in here and there and there. They've taken it apart and put it back together so often with these alleged test screenings that they deny happened. And yet the report told me specifically that Palpatine shoots his lightning into the sky, disabling the Resistance fleet. Only in this case, in this version of the movie, going between the cuts, it hits the Resistance fleet. But and they're going, oh, and they're tilting and everything, but then they're fine. When we come back to them, they're fine. It's no big deal. Just like when Leia dies. Leia dies, spoiler. Leia dies. You knew she was because Carrie Fisher is dead. So there's only so much spry attitude and joie de vivre that Leia can have in this movie. And so she dies. And it's all so sad. It's all so sad. But wait, Han comes and talks to Kylo. Yep. So right after Leia dies, Han appears from the dead and says, "Hey, kid, how you doing? You gotta forgive yourself, kid. No, you're my son. No, I'm not. Yes, you are. Okay." And then he's Ben Solo again. I mean, talk about everything, every consequence in this movie is minimized. No, everything is easy. Nothing is permanent, not even death, folks. So you got Leia dies, and then Han is back. And then immediately after that scene, Luke is back. Luke catches the lightsaber that Rey hurls into the Kylo Ren TIE fighter fire with +5 hotness, revealing that now Force ghosts can not only, move a branch out of the way, can actually catch a lightsaber, which means the ghost could wield a lightsaber, which means why the hell isn't Luke Skywalker on Exegol helping fight Palpatine? Along with Yoda, who can shoot Force lightning at him, along with Qui-Gon and God knows who else. Anakin, for God's sakes, why not Anakin? And not only is Luke powerful enough to catch a lightsaber, he actually Force raises the X-Wing that was sunk at the bottom of the lagoon, out of the lagoon, so that Rey can fly it to Exegol. So, they've destroyed Force ghosts, and they've destroyed their own ending because there's no reason in hell why these Force ghosts now that can shoot Force lightning and raise things and wield lightsabers and whatnot don't go and help Rey to fight Palpatine. It is just so destructive to canon, so stupid, so fucking insulting in every way that it's hard to overstate. The more you think about it, the more things are destroyed. Popper Lives 34 links. Thank you for that sticker, my friend. Thank you very much for that. So this is bad, folks. I mean, is it a horrible, horrible movie for normies and people who don't actually care that much about Star Wars? If you've got kids and they're happy because it's Halloween, it's Christmas Eve, they're out of school, and it's just 2.5 hours. Why not? Why not? I mean, if they like, young adult romance and that kind of brain dead thing, then, they're going to probably enjoy the Reylo stuff. But for a Star Wars fan, this is like drinking hemlock. This is like a Viking funeral, and we all throw ourselves on the pyre because this is so bad. And Force healing. My God, Force healing all over the place. Force heals a worm. She stabs Kylo through in one of their lovers' spats, and then she feels immediately bad, and then she heals him, and then she flies away to Achu Island to become a hermit like Luke Skywalker. That was the only good part of the movie. When she says, but I want to do what you did. You came to this island and ran away. And Luke smiles and said, I was wrong. So right there, a little bit of shade for Ruin Johnson. That was good. I actually laughed at that. that was actually good to see. And I tell you what, that scene with Luke Skywalker was heartbreaking. It was heartbreaking because J.J. Abrams wrote it right. Yes, of course. In that scene, he goes ahead and he completely destroys Force Ghost Cannon by having Luke catch a lightsaber and then have so much power that he can actually raise a damn X-Wing out of the water. But the conversation between Rey and Luke shows just what could have been, just a little glimpse of what could have been with a respectful Star Wars, with a little bit of love, a little bit of care. It could have been amazing. It could have been absolutely amazing. And instead of that, we got the fucking episode 8 by Ruin Johnson. And who's to blame for all of this? I think that if Abrams had been able to write or had his outline adhered to for episode 8, we would not be in the mess that we're in today. I think what we would have had is 3 mediocre, annoying, somewhat woke, Mary Sue-ish pieces of crap. But it wouldn't have been as bad as this. He would not have treated Luke the way that Rian Johnson did. And we would not have a broken franchise right now if it hadn't been for Ruin Johnson. But more importantly, the quintessential devil in these matters is Kathleen Kennedy. I don't even blame Robert Iger, really, because Bob Iger is running a huge, multinational kind of corporation conglomerate. I mean, the man is busy. Kathleen Kennedy was hands-on. She was on the ground, and it was her call to throw out what J.J. Abrams had done and give it over to Ruin Johnson, who ruined it, destroyed it. And this scene with Luke and Rey shows what Abrams, for all his cinematic sins, being the cinematic antichrist, he would have treated Luke better. And we would have gotten to see him as an elder Jedi statesman that we always wanted. And it's a little bit heartbreaking that we didn't get to see it. I swear to God, it's painful that we didn't get to see that. A glimpse of Luke being treated with respect. And it was a small glimpse. It's just a short scene. But he was Luke again. And Rey was the student at his feet. And it was a beautiful thing. What could have been? Quoth the Raven, nevermore. Spike in Madness, thank you for the wrecked sticker there. That reminds me of Harvey Birdman, attorney at law, that hippo saying, hey, did you get that thing I sent? I love Harvey Birdman. God, that is a great show, by the way. If you've never seen Harvey Birdman, you guys should check him out on Cartoon Network. It was really funny stuff. Well, enough about me. I want to go ahead and get to your super chat. So let us, without further ado, get to this. But first, in the regular chat, Rey should have been a Kenobi, says Krazilvan. I agree. Absolutely should have been. Nasano Dia says the Star Wars galaxy is spinning so fast it's flinging all its star systems out of the galaxy to escape this localized breakdown of the laws of physics or canon. Take your pick. It's better this way. Brendan says, my lord, they broke the franchise when they killed the canon in April 2014. They did. They absolutely did. And I want to welcome my good friend John Tennett and thank you for this incredible 2,000 Hong Kong dollar super chat. I cannot believe my eyes. Thank you so much, John. And I'm going to get to you right now. I'm going to hit the road and get on these super chats. And Nettled Nerds, thank you for the game over Ghost Hippo. Game over, man. Game over. Poor Hicks. Poor Hudson. Poor the lot of them. Hail Nettled Nerds, and thank you, my friends. All right, let us get to these super chats. Thank you for your patience as I had to vent on some of this garbage. It was very upsetting, and I just wanted to go ahead and get to this before I started going. But now I'm going to shut up and let you guys have your say. And I thank you so much for all of your patience. All right, here we go, folks. And it's probably going to be a long night tonight, so but I'm going to move on these right now. Psycho Dwarf 9 with a $5 super chat. And actually a $2 super chat, 2 in a row, 3. So nobody expects the Psycho Dwarf Inquisition. 3 super chats in a row. $5, $2, and $5. Thank you, my friend, my legionnaire, Psycho Dwarf 9, who says, my lord, I gave a trusted friend a black powder 44 pistol, 14 in barrel. Got a bottle of bullet bourbon in return. Cheers. Damn. I think your friend got the better end of that deal. Jeez. I would have given you 2 bottles of bullet bourbon. Hell, I would have given you 4 bottles of bullet bourbon. Dude, you're a great friend. You know that? You're just a stand-up guy. Thank you so much, Psycho Dwarf 9. He also says, congratulations. To which I say, thank you, Psycho Dwarf 9, very, very much, sir. It's been quite a ride, and I can't believe that I have crossed the 125,000 subscriber threshold. Actually, at this moment, it's 128,000. Yeah, time marches on. I think I might hit 130 before the year's end, which would be absolutely beyond my wildest expectations. And I thank you all for making that happen. That's not me. That is entirely you guys. That is you guys. Psycho Dwarf 9 also says, take heart, my liege. This was not Star Wars. It's spaceship porn with a Star Wars label. Yeah, I think you're about right. It's not only spaceship porn. It's kind of like a young adult romance novel with spaceships and pew pew in them. God almighty, this stuff is so bad. And Trek 95, welcome Trek 95 to the channel membership. Very much appreciated, my friend. Rhino Sith says, Overlord DVD, you are a legend. Thank you, my friend Rhino Sith. I appreciate that very, very much. Bionic Pun says, Mahler has already come out with his part 1 of the ROS review, as have I. This is only part 1, folks. More is coming. I just need a little time to recover, try to regenerate some brain cells that got, damaged by watching this insane massacre of canon, logic, and common fucking sense. Michelle P., one of my darlings, with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Michelle. She says, hail Doomcock, hail chat on hashtag execute order 1977 day. Thank you, Michelle P. I hope that is going well. After I got my video up, I just kind of collapsed. I ate something and just kind of went in a coma on my couch and just checked out for a little while. So I haven't even hardly been on Twitter today, but thank you for that reminder. And folks, it's still not too late to go ahead and hashtag execute order 1977. Watch real Star Wars instead of going to this opening weekend nonsense. BH with a $5 super chat. Thank you, BH. Says, what do you think Palpy's family tree looks like? Who was his wife? Did Empress Granny have multiple kids? Does Palpy have multiple grandchildren? Yo, I think Palpy was a dog, dude. I think he was just going around, just skeet everywhere. I think old Palpy, he was a player. And I don't think there was a Mrs. Palpatine or a Granny Palpatine or anything of the kind. I think, he would just go out and cruise and rap on the street corner and pick up chicks, I think that's what it is. I think that's what it is. But let me tell you something. Really, this movie is Star Wars Episode 9, The Rise of Palpatine. Because, damn it, there is no way to spin this. How does this thing end? Let's just cut to the chase. How does this damn thing end? This thing ends when Rey flies Han Solo's Millennium Falcon to Tatooine. And there, having brought Luke and Leia's lightsabers with her. She takes control of Luke's moisture farm, takes command of Luke's homestead, and takes Luke's name while watching Luke's twin sunset. To me, that looks like a victory for Emperor Palpatine. That looks to me like the very damn definition of victory. The Palpatines have triumphed. The last of the Skywalker bloodline is extinguished. Rey has taken the Skywalker name. Rey has taken the Skywalker property. Rey has taken Luke Skywalker's lightsaber and buried it. And then she takes his scenic sunset view as well. Now, how do you like that? How do you like that? It's the fall of Skywalker. It's the rise of Palpatine. That's what this is. That's what this is. I don't know what else to say. Palpatine won. His plan succeeded. His seed goes on, and the Skywalker seed dies. She can call herself whatever she wants. She has basically stolen everything, stolen glory, stolen real estate, stolen lightsabers, stolen the Millennium Falcon, which should have gone to Chewie, and stolen the sunset out of Luke Skywalker's fucking sky. Yeah. I love the smell of Rey in the morning. Smells like victory. Jay Pala, 821 with a $5 super chat. Hail, Jay Pala. He says, seems like the rat is trying to rig Rotten Tomatoes scores again to throw us off. The rat will not win that easily this time. Rey is hashtag not my Skywalker. Not my Skywalker either, Jay Pala, 821. Thank you very much for that super chat. You're damn right. And yeah, I've heard, in fact, somebody I think was going to send me a video proving that Rotten Tomatoes was messing with their scores. I hope that they have. I haven't actually checked my email today. I might already have it. In which case, a video is coming on that. Trust me. Ryan Geiger with a $5 super chat. Oh, my minister of all things robotic. Ryan Geiger, you are a true friend. I cannot thank you enough for the marvelous robots and other incredible things. Heavy Metal Blu-ray. You're very kind to me, Ryan. And Ryan, who is one of my Legionnaires, is saying, I'm hoping this experience has taught JJ a lesson as he takes over the DC universe, but I'm not holding my breath. Hail Doomcock on 128,000. Thank you, Ryan Geiger. I don't think it's taught him a damn thing. I don't know. I think, look, I think the guy is he just can't write. I mean, he can kind of write, but not really. I mean, he's almost there, but disastrously not. And I don't think he understands the ramifications of what he does. And he has that kind of, Hollywood bubble thing where he thinks he's actually doing great, but he's really doing just horribly. And I don't know. Jinxelin Valent says, Merry Christmas, Doomcock. Thank you very much for that. And thank you, Ryan Geiger, for being here. I appreciate you very much. And get ready for what he's going to do to Superman. What is he going to do to Superman? He's going to ruin Superman, Ryan Geiger, because we've already read his script. I've read his script for Superman. It was rejected years ago because it was so bad. Get ready. Now it's going to get made. Dollars to donuts, credits to Navy beans. It's going to get made. Gunslinger 65 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Gunslinger. Says, here's a ticket reimbursement for Rise of Dumpster Fire. Well, sir, I did not have to. I saw it without spending money. I had a shall we say, a credit. I had well, I won't say the mechanism. I did not pirate it, but I did not have to pay for it. Thank God. Thank God. Thank you, Gunslinger 65. I will, however, use that for a drink. I need a drink. I need a drink to help my brain regenerate brain cells. You wouldn't think it works that way, but sometimes it does. Chris Knight. Hail Chris Knight with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Chris. Good to see you here. He says, after seeing the movie, how do you feel about the people telling you they saw a test screening? I believe it. I believe it because of the modular nature of what I saw. Look, Palpatine shooting lightning into the air and hitting the Resistance fleet. This went in and out of the movie, folks. I'm telling you, this went in and out because I had another source that, other than the one that told me about the test screening, that said, oh no, there's nothing about him shooting lightning in the sky and disabling the Resistance fleet. And yet there it was. There it was. So things were popping in and popping out. Reshoots were going on. Test screenings were going on. It was all true. Apparently, that's what I'm thinking now. That's my best guess looking at this movie. It is so modular. You can just see, okay, we're going to unplug this element. We're going to plug in this element. We're going to do this. We're going to do that. And that is why it's an incoherent mess. That is why it is just like a video game where, achievement unlocked, moving on to B, achievement unlocked, moving to C. It's just like, it's that modular. It's not really extremely coherent. It's not hanging together. It's not making a lot of sense. Hail Chris Knight, and thank you for that. Pyromite with a €5 super chat. Hail Pyromite, who says, hail Doomcock. Have you seen Diversity's review on Rise of Skywalker? He spends over an hour shredding this movie to pieces. I have not. Unfortunately, I was not privy to an early screening. I wasn't able to see it before late last night. And so sadly, 40 minutes is all that I could get to. I mean, I could barely get that done. And but I'm very happy with the result. I think I said I hit a lot of the main points, but of course, a lot was unsaid. When I'm done with it, I'm probably going to have hours of coverage reviewing this movie. So just wait for that. It's coming. Red Alert with a $4.99 super chat. Hail Red Alert says, hail, what happened to your STD reviews? Will they be on Patreon? Those were my favorites. Merry Christmas. And so say we all. Yes, they will be on Patreon. I pulled them because of COPA concerns and other, YouTube policies. I'm just playing it safe. But yes, I am going to repost those on patreon.com/Doomcock and subscribestar.com/Doomcock. So don't worry about that. It's just a temporary delay. And also new videos featuring me and Harvey and expanded, showing you more of the lair and stuff that, again, I would air on YouTube, but COPA is very sensitive. I'm being very careful what I put on there. I do not want in any way to resemble any kind of damn kids channel. That's why I'm also popping F-bombs into these videos, just to make damn sure that they know that this is not kids entertainment by any stretch of the imagination. Hail Red Alert. Bionic Belly Button with a $28 super chat. Hail Bionic Belly Button, who says, I have a theory that the Force is real and Rise of Skywalker was put out to balance the pure genius of the Expanse. All hail Dictor Van Doomcock. Congratulations on 128,000. Thank you so very much, Bionic Belly Button. Very, very kind of you, Bionic Belly Button. And thank you for being here tonight, wrenching along with Chris Persia and the amazing Mary Ashmead, the incomparable Wrench Wench Supreme Mary Ashmead, who is such a trooper that even though she has suffered a terrible loss this holiday season, you couldn't keep her away. She wanted to come in here and work with all of us and make this place better for us. And I would just love for you to go ahead, if you would, and send Mary some love in the chat, some love and some support. If you would just type an M in the chat, I would very much appreciate it. If you would. I'm popping some M's in there for Mary Ashmead. Thank you, Mary. You are one of a kind. You are irreplaceable. You are absolutely, a national treasure of Xanadu. Thank you so much, Mary Ashmead. Love you. And Merry Christmas to you. Scott Hudson with a $5 super chat. Hail Scott Hudson, who says, Conan, what is worst in life? Han, a deadbeat dad, Luke, a hermit coward, and the perfect ending of Return of the Jedi, invalidated. I think you've said it perfectly, Scott Hudson. That is indeed worst in life. Here, let me put on my helmet real quick. Let me see, where did I put my damn helmet?
Conan, what is worst in life? Han, a deadbeat dad, Luke, a hermit coward, and the perfect ending of Return of the Jedi, invalidated. Thank you, Scott Hudson. Lori Roberts, the High Priestess of Harvey, with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Lori Roberts, who says, Hail all, safety belts and helmets required. This stream was 2 years in the making. Brace for impact. Thank you, Lori Roberts, my legionnaire and the High Priestess of the unholy cult of Harvey. Say hello, Harvey.
Hello, Lori Roberts. Good to see you, and thank you for being here. And push the button. Push the button, TM. What a wonderful day to push a button. TM.
Harvey Cthulhu, ladies and gentlemen. Harvey will be joining us to give his thoughts on Rise of Skywalker a little bit later. Angel Angelus with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Angel Angelus, who says, Hail, my lord. Just watched your review of the movie before coming in. I lost my arm in a lab accident the other day. Don't worry, got a mech replacement. And this movie is somehow worse than that. Oh my God, Angel Angelus. I am very, very sorry. Oh my God, about your lab accident. Jesus. And you've got a mech replacement. So you are at the very least the $3 million man. Congratulations, Angel Angelus. You are a trooper, sir. And geez, I don't know if watching Rise of Skywalker is worse than losing your arm in a lab accident. But dude, you are a trooper in my book. Hail, Legionnaire, Angel Angelus. Ginkgo says, congrats for the 125,000 subs, man. Greetings from Brazil. Thank you, Ginkgo, and welcome on Friday night. That is fantastic. Somebody is saying here, let me see, where was this? Travis J says those George Lucas deep fakes were not deep fakes at all. Well, that's possible. That's absolutely possible. And Basil the Pumpin' Seagull is here tonight. Hail, Basil. And Solar Chaos with a $5 super chat. Hail, Solar Chaos. Says, congrats on your double success. Achieving 125,000 subscribers and vindication about Star Wars. You were right. Thank you, Solar Chaos. Yes, I was right, as it turns out. I was right. At the very least, all of these shills that called me a liar now have to shut up and shove it, because I don't lie. Sometimes I can be in error if I'm given incorrect information, if I'm given disinformation. I don't claim that my information is correct, but I do claim that I received it, and I did. I received it, and to say that I did not receive it, to say that I am lying, makes them liars. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Hashtag Doomcock was true. Hashtag Doomcock is the truth. Thank you so much, Solar Chaos. Basil the Pumpin' Seagull with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Basil. Says, after coming down like a fireball and hitting the ground at 500 miles per hour, the seagull has landeth. Thank you, Basil, the pumpin' seagull. I appreciate that very, very much, my friend. Michael Maloney with a $2 super chat. Hail, Michael Maloney, my legionnaire and my friend, who says, hail, Doomcock, Merry Christmas and a happy nude year. Shoot. Well, I don't mind the happy nude year, but the Merry Christmas, I don't know about that, Michael Maloney. Jeez, sounds like a curse. Doomcock, you are the father. No. Thank you, Michael Maloney, for that. And hail to you. Merry Christmas and happy New Year to you, sir. BH with a $10 super chat. Hail to thee, BH. Who says, Ray got Luke's name, his legend, and his childhood home. I'm surprised she didn't also manage to swing by the Toshi station to buy power converters, something Luke failed to do. That's right. Not only did she take his homestead and his lightsaber and his name, she also took his power converters. That's just, that's the unkindest cut of all, BH, when you say it right now. And also, she got his blue milk dispenser. It was in the kitchen. It was sitting right there. Ray took it. And Ray is drinking blue milk now, even as we speak. Thank you very much, BH. Scott Hudson with a $5 super chat. Hail, Scott, who says, in Disney Star Wars, the Force has become just a word. There's no philosophy behind it, no deeper meaning, nothing. F that. Yeah. Well, that's what happens when you've got a character who can just do everything perfectly and easily without any kind of training, discipline, or instruction. Just can go ahead and use the Force to master level. It tends to basically degrade the Force. It degrades the Force, and it is a very, very sad thing. And I am disgusted by the lack of regard that these filmmakers have for the thing they're making. They have no real love of Star Wars. That I can feel in Rise of Skywalker. I think that what J.J. Abrams has a love for in this movie is his own career. And I don't think the filmmakers involved in this thing have any regard for the fans or the traditions or the lore of Star Wars. It seems to me that it was just another damn job. And I don't think that is the thing that is most fatal to canon, is somebody who treats these precious legends, these precious modern myths, as mere disposable properties. I find that reprehensible, not just for the shareholders and the people who own stakes in this, but for the larger culture, because these stories make up the fabric of our lives. These stories are inextricably woven into the fabric of our being, and to pull those threads is never a clean process. It leaves bunches and tears in our lives. And that's what they're doing, and they don't give a damn. And that is one of the reasons why I am so angry all the fucking time. Thank you, Scott Hudson. Mage Grey Wolf for the $2 super chat. Hail, Mage Grey Wolf. Good to see you, sir. Says they fly now, but do they push the button?
Do they push the button? Is it time? What time is it, Doomcock?
Harvey, it's 30 seconds to Harvey. H minus 30 seconds.
It's so close. It's so close. Unleash the Harvey. Unleash. No, not you, Sabu. God. Hey, this is my time. Get out of here. You little saber-toothed bastard. I hate that little thing. Just shut up.
All right. I killed the mic on that. It was getting a little bit insane. Thank you, Mage Grey Wolf. I may well push the button. It's 30 seconds to Harvey right now as it stands. If only the Expanse had been released over the course of the next 2 months, I would have had something to look forward to. Now I'm a little bit high and dry. Of course, the Orville. I can still cling to the Orville. Thank God for the Orville. Hatch 450SX with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Hatch. Says Lord Doomcock was right. Bow to our ruler. Thank you, Hatch 450SX. I appreciate that, sir. Rise, my friend. Thank you, Hatch. Casey Osowski with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Casey, for that. Very generous of you, Casey. Says, congrats on 125,000, my lord. Thanks for the great review today. It made me mad to think that the actors might have been able to pull something off if only they had been given something to work with. That's true. I mean, that was the revelation that I took away as I was watching this. There were just a few moments when I saw for the first time that this was a good and worthy cast, that these people could have made something really amazing if they had just been given something to work with. I mean, it hurt my heart to see that. Just how talented Boyega really is. The Boyega was annoying as Finn in the first two movies to me. He had moments that he was quite good in this. And actually his interplay with Poe is too hyperactive and kind of glib and pat to be actually good in this. But you can tell that with some good dialogue, they could have been a buddy comedy pair that would have made Star Wars sequel trilogy something really awesome. And the way that Abrams proved that he could have written Luke for all his cinematic sins, it makes me sad, very sad, that Ruan Johnson did not stick by his outline. If he had, we might not be in as deplorable. I don't think we would. In fact, I will go out on a limb and say we would not be in the situation that we are in today. Snoke would not have been dead. So the final confrontation in episode 9 would have been with Snoke, as it was always intended to be. It would not have forced J.J. Abrams to bring back Palpatine, thus destroying a large chunk of Return of the Jedi. And in fact, the entire original trilogy, which was undermined. Vader's sacrifice and the whole thing was kind of retconned into damaged irrelevance by the need to bring back Palpatine. That would not have happened except for Ruan Johnson. But again, Ruan Johnson is basically a joker. Some people just want to watch the world burn. It's Kathleen Kennedy that handed him the matches and the gasoline, and it's Kathleen fucking Kennedy that I blame. She is the quintessential devil in these matters. Straight up. I don't, I better get off it. I don't want to. Lady Viking with a $2 super chat. Hail, Lady Viking. You have changed your name. And Lady Viking, thank you for being here. It says hail to new members. Hail, Lady Viking. Welcome. Welcome to Friday Night Frolics. Again, good to see you, my lady. And thank you for being here. Planet Tobor TV with a $5 super chat. My first Legionnaire. My first supporter at patreon.com/Doomcock. One of the first people that believed in me. And I want to thank you so much, Planet Tobor TV, who says, Merry Early Christmas. Thank you so much, man. Got to touch base with me sometime. I'd like to know how the game is going, and I hope that it's still going strong, and any help you need, let me know. Happy to do it. Dave Bob, one of my most colorful Legionnaires with a $2 super chat, a hell of a country singer and a hell of a friend to me. Dave Bob says, E9, even Baby Yoda can't save them. LOL. I know it, man. I know it. And the thing about, Disney is they've been attacking us for years. Ever since The Last Jedi came out and we complained about it rightly, they've called us racists and sexists and trolls and man babies and God knows what all. And I find that intolerable. And they wonder why we hate Disney Star Wars. It's because you have spit in our face repeatedly. But if we really were the mindless Russian bot, racist, sexist trolls that you say we are, Disney, why are we not relentlessly going after the Mandalorian? I would like an answer to that. I want to know if we are so reprehensible, if we are deplorables, if we are Russian bots, and we are basically these reactionary, horrible people that hate on the basis of race or sex or what have you, or if we are just determined to hate on Disney Star Wars, why are we not attacking the Mandalorian? I'll tell you why. It's because the Mandalorian may well be mediocre, but it is not insulting to fans. It does not damage canon, and therefore we are at peace with it. It's that simple. When you hire an agent provocateur like Ruin Johnson, who then sets fire to the franchise, and we cry fire, and we sound the alarm, and we are called reactionary scum for doing so, what motivation do we have to stick around and support you anymore? You cannot thrive as a franchise when you attack the truest fans, the best friends that you have, because nothing is more potent than love that turns to hate, because it's a grand passion, something you guys don't understand. Something Disney doesn't understand is that there's got to be an outlet for all that passion. You can have hate, you can have love. And you turned, with Ruin Johnson, our love into hate. But we don't hate Dave Filoni. We don't hate hate Feige. We have no beef with them. And so, a wonder of wonders, nobody is going after the Mandalorian. Go figure. Do you think Russian bots would just take the day off? Unbelievable, these people. Unbelievable. Thank you, Dave Bob. Jerry RN with $1.99 super chat. Hail, Jerry. Says, Head, there's a giant armless penile mechanic? Pick? Heard, there's a giant armless penile mechanic. Pick? Yeah, I mean, kind of. It's like, yeah, it's like, I guess it is kind of. Actually, I kind of thought that, but they don't really show him for extended periods. But yeah, I did think he was pretty phallic. Thank you, Jerry RN. I can indeed confirm that. And actually, Finn runs into him at one point. So make of that what you will. Michael Maloney with a $2 super chat. Hail, Michael Maloney, who says, what about the space ponies? Yes. Well, there are space ponies. And they're on the outside of the spaceship. And yeah, well, see, this is the most idiotic thing. And these ships, let me tell you about these ships. They are crammed in tight together. It would never work. I mean, my God, how would they move? You know, they would get blasted by the ones in front of them. They would crash. It's ridiculous. It looks good, but it's a ridiculous way to raise these things out of the. How were they stacked in the ocean? They were all buried under the water or under the ice or whatever, the rock, whatever the hell it is. And then they all come up and they're all perfectly spaced. Well, and how did they man these things? How did they staff these things underwater for 30 years? How did they power them? How did they fund them? Apparently, even undead Count Palpatine can fund these Star Destroyer armadas, all of them equipped with Death Star cannons. That's another thing that came and went, according to my sources, with the various different cuts of the thing. They show it being used once on a planet just to show us that a planet can die, and then it's never showed again. I mean, they never get to it again. It's never used again. Utterly pointless. So anyway, they're in atmosphere, and so the space ponies can giddy up on the surface of these this main Star Destroyer, and they're trying to take out a key thing on the Star Destroyer that'll cripple the whole fleet. Yeah. Bad design. Really bad design to have one thing that will cripple a whole fleet, isn't it? Isn't that just the epitome of bad design? Or am I being unfair? TLJ Russian Bot with a $14.99 super chat. Hail TLJ Russian Bot, who says, my liege, I saw The Rise of Skywalker last night in IMAX. I'm ashamed to say I enjoyed it under a non-critical lens. I'm happy to work off this insubordination like the Ugnaught in The Mandalorian. Let me know of your verdict. Well, TLJ Russian Bot, I don't have any problem with you, enjoying the movie. If you are in the right frame of mind and you're happy that it's a holiday, maybe you're seeing it with kids or a loved one or something, and you're drunk or been smoking a little bit of the wacky tobacco, you might just turn off your brain, relax, and float downstream like a turd in the pipe. But I'm not gonna judge you, dude. You're a good member of the fandom menace, and I'm not gonna bring you to task for that. Not at all. Thank you, TLJ Russian Bot. Terminus Est with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Terminus Est, who says, if J.J. Abrams is the cinematic Antichrist, then Kathleen Kennedy is the cinematic whore of Babylon. Ruin Johnson is the second beast of Revelation. Also, Wokeman totally puts the B.O. in HBO. P.S. Your videos need more Harvey. I agree.
I agree as well. I've been outcast.
Well, blame Copa for that, Harvey, but we're going to get you back in the saddle again. And more Harvey videos and better Harvey videos than ever are coming soon to patreon.com/Doomcock and subscribestar.com/Doomcock as well. I'm going to pay for private video hosting, and therefore I will not be censored. I will not be subject to the tyranny of the algorithm. I will simply make the videos that I want to make the way I want to make them without any ads, and to hell with it. So there you go. Terminus Est, I could not agree more. I love your breakdown of the pantheon of dysfunction that is, yes, the court of a J.J. Abrams cinematic Antichrist. Let's see what's going on here in the chat. What are you guys saying? BH says, so Harvey's greatest enemy isn't the containment field, it's Copa.
No, it's a containment field. If it wasn't for the containment field, Copa would be done.
I believe you. I absolutely believe you. Shunsei Kyoraku says, why couldn't they lightspeed an empty ship into the other ships? # soy wonker. Well, they BS about it. They, hem and haw, and they make up crap. There's no explanation, basically. They say it's a 1,000,000 to 1 shot. It would never work again. So, make of that what you will. I want to welcome Scott Malden to the channel membership. He is at the Arch Villain label. He is an arch villain. I want to let you arch villains know that I'm hoping this next week to have one of the first exclusive arch villain only live streams. I'm looking to do that this next week. So look out for that. That you will see that posted. Hey, Harley Mitchell. Hello, Harley. Good to see you. Harley, I'm sorry you're stepping away, but I'm glad I saw you and was able to say hi before you did. Good to see you, Harley. Lady Viking says, lazy writing. You're damn right, Lady Viking. You said a mouthful there. Mr. T should have been titled Star Wars Return of the Sith. Amen. Good call on that. Mr. Bach says Jar Jar Abrams ripped off the Goonies scene with the dagger like when they had the doubloon. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I think he's modeled every single movie he's done after the Goonies in one way or another. Baba Boo Boo says the animated series is going to follow this trilogy and try to explain away all this nonsense is also going to be terrible. Yeah. Just trying to retcon this stuff into some kind of respectability, huh? I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it at all. Goofy Minecrafter says, I passed all of my finals. Congratulations, Goofy Minecrafter. Great to have you here. Bless you, oh Goofy one. And congratulations. Now just enjoy your Christmas holiday break. Let's see. The Sniping Seal says, why can't Palpatine's worshippers just clone him again? Probably will. It'll be the re-rise of the Palpatines. Episode 10. It's coming to a bargain bin near you if you have a Walmart near you. Bakuda with a $2 super chat. Hail Bakuda says, plot twist, Darth Kennedy is your mother. In the truest sense, she really is. The mother of this unholy spawn of a franchise killing trilogy. Thanks a lot, Kathleen Kennedy. You really, you killed something beautiful. And I don't know if you wanted to kill it all along as some kind of weird revenge against George Lucas, but what can I say? Raw Thiran says, I fundamentally disagree with almost everything you're saying. I thought Star Wars Rise of Skywalker was really good, but I understand where you're coming from. Well, that's all I ask. Certainly you are free to disagree, and if you liked it, so be it. But I had great problems with it. Peter Scherer, my God, thank you very much for that $200 super chat. Very kind of you. I will be getting to that here just as fast as I can. But thank you so much, Peter, for that. Also, TBG75, thank you for that sticker. Very much appreciated. Let us continue. Josh Santos with a $1.99 super chat. Hail Josh says Doomcock is the bestest ever. Thank you very much, Josh Santos. I believe Josh Santos is also the bestest ever. Are you a Joshy Sue? Perhaps. I don't know. We'll see. Only time will tell. Grand Theft Balo with a £5 super chat. Hail Grand Theft Balo says, saw the film yesterday and I was stoned, but I swear Ray's lightning kills a ship, but Palpatine's lightning only an EMP? Well, yes. Ray. Okay. So, spoiler. So in the story, the Empire, well, the First Order, what do you want to call it, captures Chewbacca. So he's allegedly on a transport, and they're taking him back for interrogation to the Star Destroyer of Evil. And Rey grabs the transport and tries to pull it back. Kylo Ren comes strolling up and also reaches out and is trying to push against her to free it. And she gets so worked up that she shoots a bolt of lightning at the ship and destroys it, thinking that she killed Chewbacca. But as I said, nothing in this movie has any consequences whatsoever. He's perfectly fine. He was on another transport. So much for that little bit of pathos. Every bit of pathos in this movie doesn't pay off. It gets undone before the kids can break out into tears, which I guess is a good thing if you want a popcorn movie, but it's a terrible thing if you want a Star Wars movie. That just doesn't mean a damn thing. Dave Bob, my Legionnaire, my God, Dave Bob has upgraded to arch villain status. Hail arch villain Dave Bob. Thank you, sir, very, very much. Well, yes. So when the sniping seal says, when Rey beat Palpatine, I fell out of my seat laughing. It was bad. Yeah, it was bad. And yeah, she used the Force lightning without any kind of context. You're right, Cybotron. You're absolutely right. She just instinctively, she uses the Force lightning. She uses Force healing. She uses Force teleporting. She invents all this stuff. And it's ridiculous. It's absolutely absurd. Absolutely absurd and insulting. And she beats Palpatine. Well, I think the key, folks, spoiler, right now. Okay, so I think that the key to her defeating Count Palpatine, undead, Count Palpatine, is because she has two lightsabers. And at one point, she forms a cross with the two lightsabers. And of course, the undead cannot stand crosses. So of course, he disintegrates. That's it. That's all they needed to do. The power of Christ compels you. The power of Christ compels you. See, that's why Kylo killed Max von Sydow in the first 5 minutes, because yeah, the power of Christ compels you, buddy. Yeah, keep away from crosses and holy water on Sunday. Easy Talk Cafe with a $5 super chat. Hail Easy Talk Cafe, who says the good news, Ruin Johnson loses his trilogy. The bad news, Kathleen Kennedy gave it to Paul Feig instead. Oh God. And what are we going to have? Darth Bowtie and Emperor Spats? Oh, that Paul Feig, he certainly dresses like a dandy, doesn't he? Oh my God. An all-female Star Wars where all the characters wear bow ties and spats. Oh, be still, my beating heart. Thank you, Easy Talk Cafe, for the good news, the bad news, and the laugh. Trooper Bear FN 2525 with a $5 super chat. Hail, Trooper Bear. He says, they defiled my Ahsoka. These vandals have no shame. R2 was a USB stick. Leia was defiled too. Raylo equals cringe. Thanks to you and RK Outpost, I saved money. Good. Absolutely, Trooper Bear. My pleasure. Without respect, we reject, folks. Without respect, we reject. We have to. They have spit in our faces. They have insulted us. What are we to do? Thank you, Trooper Bear FN 2525. T Stoney with a $2 super chat. Hail T Stoney, who says outstanding review. Undead. Thank you, T Stoney. Yes, I love how I throw out these little like spur of the moment, off the cuff kind of pop culture references, and people pick up on them. You know, got a little Bauhaus reference there. You know. I greatly appreciate it. You guys are absolutely awesome. I want to say hello to all of the chat. You guys are the best chat on YouTube. I also want to send a thank you and a shout out to the 1,889. That's 1,889 people who are watching right now. And we almost are at 959 likes. We're almost at 1,000 likes. So if you guys are enjoying the show, and I think a lot of you are probably first timers here, I want to welcome you to the channel, welcome you to the live stream. We do this every Friday night. And thank you for the honor of your time and for listening to us here. And if you are enjoying the show, please lick that like button and push that thumbs up and send YouTube a message that you enjoy this sort of entertainment. Oh my God, we're almost at 1,000, 1,000. Boom, just like that. Thank you guys so much, and hail to the chat. You guys are the real stars of this show, and I am very, very grateful to have you all here tonight. I am having a blast. I hope you are too. I'm going to take a drink of water here because I've been talking up a storm. And hail to all of you. Hail to the chat. Indiana Jeremy says, whip that button. Whip it good. Hell yes, Indiana Jeremy. Mr. Kezerdrix says, hail Doomcock. Hail Mr. Kezerdrix. I started a petition, says Jonah Hex, to demand JJ direct season 5 of The Expanse. Oh, you are evil. You are evil. You are truly villain material, sir. I kind of like that. It's perverse as hell. They're not going to do it. Thank God. He's busy destroying Warner Brothers. He doesn't have time to destroy The Expanse as well. But thank God. Thank God. The Bach channel. So Doomcock, since Uncle Palpy skeeted to create Anakin, does that make Rey and Kylo cousins? Yes, it does. Yes. I think it does. I think it does. Think about that. He basically impregnated Shmi without her knowing about it. So I guess he wasn't that good, Skeeter. And then of course she, Kylo is springs from that, and then he makes Rey. So yeah, they're cousins. They're messing around. Michael Aarons, 1701. Hail, Legionnaire Michael Aarons, who says, have you talked about the awkward editing yet? Roughly. I've said that this thing is obviously extremely modular. It does not hang together well as a cohesive movie. It's because they kept rotating in and pulling out different elements. And that's a result of, the rumored test screenings and the modular nature of the script and all the reshoots, et cetera, and so on, trying to hit the right balance of things. I think they came as close as they probably could. I mean, honestly, I mean it. I honestly think that Rise of Skywalker is the best of the Disney sequel trilogy movies, but that's not saying a whole lot. And it's ignoring the horrible damage that this movie does to Star Wars canon. I mean, straight up, this is, God, it's like Ruin Johnson in destroying Luke was a hurricane that swept through the Star Wars trailer park. And so there were, scattered here and there, far and wide, a few trailers that, in RVs and mobile homes that, survived Hurricane Ruin. And then Rise of Skywalker comes like an earthquake and levels the rest of it. That's essentially what Peter Shearer is leaving, apparently. So I'm going to go ahead and get to Peter's super chat here before he goes. Hold on. Let me pull this up, Peter, real quick. And then we'll get this taken care of. Okay. So Peter Shearer with a $200 Canadian super chat. Hail Peter, says must go. Congrats on 125,000 plus. You and Harvey deserve it. Have a great Christmas, everyone. I loved your comment on Love Turned to Hate. It called to mind a couplet from The Morning Bride by Congreve. Heaven knows no rage like love to hatred turned, nor hell a fury like a woman scorned. Excellent, Peter Shearer. Absolutely excellent. Peter, I hope that you are still here. I hope that you heard that. Send me a sign in the chat that you heard me, Peter. I hate to think that you weren't around to hear this after your incredible generosity. Bionic Belly Button, is he still around? Because I really, I did want to get that read for him before he had to go. I'm hoping, looking at the chat just to see if he heard that. And also, I would like to, I know that John Tennant is in Hong Kong, and I want to read his as well. Good night, Peter Scherer. Thank you for being here, Peter. And before John Tennant has to go, I don't have any idea what time it is in Hong Kong, and I don't know what John has going on. So I'm going to go ahead and read this super chat as well before he has to leave. John Tennant with a 2,000 Hong Kong dollar super chat, which is absolutely incredible. Thank you so much, my legionnaire and one of my longest, staunchest supporters, John Tennant, says, at least I got this channel. Not watching that trash. F Jar Jar and KK, who set this travesty in motion. F Iger for his BS two-faced politic-correct leadership. And sadly, F Ford for being an uppity effer and a small F to George for selling. I can't really argue with any of those things, John Tennant. The only minor thing I might say is that George Lucas thought that he was leaving Star Wars in good hands. George Lucas thought that Kathleen Kennedy had his back, thought that Kathleen Kennedy was a friend, thought that Kathleen Kennedy would not dishonor his legacy. She stabbed him in the back. So I don't really blame George Lucas for being stabbed in the back by a friend. How can I blame him for that? I'm sure that the man was tired. I'm sure that, honestly, a little bit of his heart was broken by the fact that his prequels were not as well received as they should have been, honestly. And I sympathize. He was tired. He wanted to lay down his burden. He wanted to turn it over to someone that could make it live and make it prosper and carry it forward into the 21st century. Ben Loudon says he called them white slavers, my lord. He knew what would happen after he saw what they'd done, Ben. After he saw, look, remember that they had purchased George Lucas's treatments for the sequel trilogy, episodes 7, 8, and 9. George Lucas had outlined the whole thing involving the wills. Remember the Journal of the Wills? I mean, he had laid it all out, and Iger bought it. And although Iger was very clear contractually that they were not obligated to use them, he knew George Lucas was under the impression that they would. And then when they made clear to George Lucas what The Force Awakens was going to be, and he saw that they had betrayed him and that he was not going to have his vision made, and when he saw The Force Awakens, for God's sakes, that's when he said, now I know what it's like to see your child sold to white slavers. And they did not, Ian Alderidge, you're quite right, invite him to the premiere. I find that absolutely reprehensible. Reverend Sin says, George Lucas, miss me yet? And the answer is yes. Yes, I miss George Lucas. I miss him very, very much. And I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that all of this has happened. Paul Wilkinson with a £9.99 super chat. Hail Paul Wilkinson says, here is some money for the ordeal of watching the Rise of Skywalker. Have the ticket money I would have spent to see that crap. You deserve it far more. Thank you very much, Paul Wilkinson. You are very, very kind, Paul. Appreciate you. Instant Messenger Sama with a €2 super chat. Thank you, Instant Messenger Sama. Says, I am deeply moved by your honesty, Doomcock. Be blessed. Thank you, Instant Messenger Sama, very much for that support. And again, thank you to my Legionnaire, Paul Wilkinson, my man in the UK. I really appreciate your support, sir. More than I can tell you. Thank you so much. Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull, with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Basil. Says, Ray like a mermaid, but with the fish part on top. Must make you hungry. Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull. Yeah, got to get that fish head. Fish heads, roly-poly fish heads. Yes, Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull. Indiana Jeremy with a $5.05 super chat. 505. Thank you, Indiana Jeremy, who says, Hail DC. Thanks for sitting through that Abrams abomination. Lord knows I wouldn't have been able to. Thank you, Indiana Jeremy, for being here tonight, my friend, and hail to you. Lowe's with a $5 super chat. Hail Lowe's, who says, congratulations on another mile marker, my lord. I was waiting for this weekend with excitement, and so far it has not disappointed. Loving every laugh. Thank you, Lowe's. Yes, I think I put a good number of laughs in that review. You know, got to keep it light. Got to keep a little bit of, the bright side of life, as they sing, in there with the horrible news about Rise of Skywalker. Have you heard the bad news about Rise of Skywalker? Going to go door to door, start knocking on doors, handing out pamphlets. Lady Gravemaster with a $19.77 super chat. 1977. Lady Gravemaster came up with the idea to throw a party instead of watching Rise of Skywalker, screening the original trilogy. And that is where hashtag execute order 1977 came from. Thank you very much, my Legionnaire, Lady Gravemaster, who says, congratulations on 128,000, Doomcock, on to 150. Perhaps Lucasfilm will be sold back to Lucas after this, like what happened with Saban. For that to happen, though, we must not give Disney anything else from us. Well, that is kind of the rationale behind without respect, we reject. You know, why open your wallet to people that have abused you? That really is the question. Why would we want to do that? Excuse me for just a moment. Having a little throat issues. Damn cedar is just crucifying me this year. The cedar is awful, folks. It's messing with my voice. It's giving me constant runny nose and sneezing. It's just awful. Thank you very much for that very generous 1977 super chat. Psycho Jack says, how is Rey able to sense Chewie when he isn't force sensitive on that Star Destroyer, but couldn't sense that he wasn't in that speeder? And why Kylo can't sense Rey is going to his ship? You got me. Bad writing. I think that is, I think that's basically the answer to everything in Rise of Skywalker. Golden Anime with a $5 Australian super chat. Thank you, Golden Anime. Says, what next? They will do an episode on episode 10 and bring Darth Vader back, because if they can bring the Emperor without an explanation, they can do the same with him. Yeah. Episode 10, The Rise of Vader. Yeah, that's right. Episode 11 will be Rise of the Gonk Droid. Gonk, you call it. Hail Golden Anime. BH with a $5 super chat. Hail BH says Rey is all the Jedi. She's also the grandkid of Palpy, who is all the Sith. So Rey is all the everything by default. Sickening. Well, that's logic. Rey is all the Jedi, but because she's Palpatine's grandkid, she's also, who is all the Sith, she is also all the Sith. So Rey is all the everything by default. You cannot fault that intelligent mathematical precision. Thank you very much, BH. Bun Bun 299 with a $5 super chat. Hail Bun Bun, who says, I've just started a week off of work for Christmas and my birthday, 40 this year. Congratulations, Bun Bun 299. I have all week to not go see Rise of Skywalker. Good for you, Bun Bun 299. With age comes wisdom, Bun Bun. Happy birthday. Harvey, would you like to do the honors?
Absolutely. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, Bun Bun 299. Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, Bun Bun. I hope you have a great one. It's hard having your birthday in the Christmas season. No matter what your parents said, you got gypped on your presents, you know? I mean, they're not going to go and you're not going to get the same amount of presents on your birthday as you would get at Christmas. Let's be honest. Let's be honest about the parents. They have, Junior with his birthday on December, 20th. They're just going to take the Christmas presents you would have gotten already, and they just going to divide them up. And that's a ripoff, man. That's a ripoff. You got to have 2020 or Dateline NBC, do an expose on kids with birthdays Christmas week. The sorrow and the pity. Hail Bun Bun and happy birthday. Eden Franklin with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Eden Franklin. Says you earned all subs for your passion of the real canon Star Wars, and Disney darned their failure. Their failure is darned indeed. Darned, dang, old, damn failure. Thank you, Eden Franklin. I appreciate that support, and yeah, it hurts. I mean, I gotta say, I didn't say this in the review. All day before I went to see this thing, I felt a real sadness. I felt this, I gotta say, this crushing, just sorrow and a sense of dread. It's really hard to explain, but it just felt like, I'm going to have to go look at this thing. I'm going to have to go look at what they've done to Star Wars. And thankfully, as the movie went on, I'd had a drink beforehand, and then, I got angry, which helped me because it's better to be angry than to be sad, at least in my experience. So I was able to turn that sadness into anger, but it was a hard day yesterday. It was a hard day. Hal Sigmund, you were feeling melancholy. Yes, I was feeling quite melancholy. Stone Rain Productions says, Doomcock, I want to know why you went to see it when you told us all not to. Because I'm a reviewer, sir. Because people wanted me to. Because they needed me to. Because they wanted me to tell them what I thought of this movie. I've said it many, many times. If you are a reviewer, go see it. You have to. That's your job. If I didn't go and see movies by people that had made me angry and disappointed, I would never see a damn thing except The Expanse and The Orville. Wouldn't be able to watch Watchmen. Wouldn't be able to, review Watchmen with Gary. Doctor Who, for God's sakes. Star Trek Discovery. All those Star Trek Discovery reviews would not exist. So really, when you step up to the plate and you put on the helm of a movie reviewing supervillain, that's the job. And you have to do it. You don't want to do it, but that is the job. You've sworn your duty to do this thing, and by God, I'm not going to shirk my duty. Nick P with a $5 super chat. Hail Nick P, who says, I think the hardest realization is that this is it for the Skywalker story, and this is how it ends. They did Luke dirty. Dark day indeed, my friend. Yes. Very dark day indeed. Rey wins it all and Rey is a Palpatine. Goodbye to the Skywalkers. Goodbye to Star Wars. Palpatine won. Bottom line, Palpatine won. And in my review, I pointed out, and this is really crucial. You guys have got to think about this for a minute. In my review, I said that when Rey comes and confronts Palpatine, Palpatine tells her, "You have done well. Now you will kill me, and I will enter your body, and I shall rule through you. Together we will sit on the throne." So he wants her to kill him, and she does. I mean, any way you cut it, with all the pushing Kylo over the cliff, she gets him, he gets him. In the end, he wanted her to kill him, and she does. So why doesn't he win? Is he inside her looking at that sunset? I wonder. I just wonder, because she gave him what he wanted all along. So how exactly did he lose? You see what I'm saying? You see how messed up it is? Incredible. Absolutely incredible. And in all the, distractions and falderall and all this crap, they lose track of that. They forget. Isn't that the damnedest thing? Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull, with a $2 Canadian super chat. My Legionnaire Basil says, Force ghosts in Rise of Skywalker have force fields. Thank you very much, Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull. Southeastern Kaiju with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Southeastern Kaiju, says, hazard pay for your weekend at Palpatine sacrifices so others don't have to endure the horror you faced. Hail, Southeastern Kaiju, and thank you for your support. Yes, weekend at Palpatine's. It's not as funny as it sounds. Sounds like it'll be a scream, a hilarious teen comedy about drinking and partying on spring break, but really, it's just a franchise dying. You just have to kind of look at it, and it keeps a smile plastered on its face the whole time, but underneath, death. Skell 1701, hail Skell with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you very much. Says, hail Doomcock. 3 movies in 4 years, as opposed to 3 in 9 years. Maybe if Disney didn't make a mad dash for cash, their trilogy may have been better. Then again, bad leadership / agendas equals bad movies. I agree, Skell. I agree. They just wanted to cash in their chips, and they kind of, let the cash cow choke on those chips in their mad haste. It's just a damn shame. And yeah, they rushed it and they got the wrong people. You chose the wrong friends. This time it will cost you. Yeah, basically that's it. It's too bad Disney doesn't know you the way I do, Kennedy. Yes, too bad. You could warn them if only you spoke mouse. Thank you, Skell 1701. Rob Volk with a €5 super chat. Thank you, Rob. Says, your channel and the Friday Night Frolics are helping me through some tough times. Thank you, Doomcock. All hail Doomcock, all hail Mary, and all hail the fandom. Thank you very much, Rob Volk. I'm so glad that we're able to kind of help you through some hard times here, man. I know that the holidays are very difficult for a lot of folks, and that's why I will be absent illness or some other setback doing a live stream on Christmas Day, because I know that people suffer, some of them during the holidays, maybe don't have a place to go for that particular holiday, or their family's out of town, who knows. But I like to be around and help if I can on Christmas. So I'm really glad that we're able to help you, Rob. And I'm sure I will do a few songs later on, but I want to stick to the topic of Rise of Skywalker for the next hour or so. And then towards the latter part of the show, we'll go ahead and sing you a few songs. Okay. BH with a $2 super chat. Thank you. BH says, Ray, I am Mary Supreme. Yes, Mary Supreme. Well said, BH. I'm going to unleash Sabu for that one. That is great. Thank you, BH, for that. Trooper Bear FN 2525 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Trooper Bear. Says, Doomcock is the bestest ever. May he reign forever. Wow. Doomcock Sue. Doomcocky Sue. I don't know, something. Hail Trooper Bear FN 2525, and thank you very much for that, for all these super chats tonight, actually, sir. Warren Roar, my evil bodyguard and legionnaire, with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Warren Roar, who says, Anakin and Luke will never be stepping stones, and without them, Star Wars isn't Star Wars, plain and simple. Let them feel our rage. Hail Doomcock, hail Warren Roar. Thank you, sir. You have been a long-time Legionnaire and supporter, and I am grateful to have you here tonight, my friend. Ed Chimera. Oh, first of all, we have a new channel member who has joined our ranks. Hail to the Shepherd, and thank you for joining the channel membership, my friend. I hope you're having a good Friday night tonight with all of us here. And hail Midnight's Edge After Dark. Ed Chimera says, I'm here with a $4.99 super chat. And Ed is one of my Legionnaires. And thank you very much, Ed, for being here. It's good to know. Good to be among friends and family in this time of tragedy and loss for all Star Wars fans. It helps. Believe me, it helps. Nick, Lord of the Eagles Reaches, another of my Legionnaires. The Lord of the Eagles Reaches is here with a €2 super chat. Hail, O Lord. He says, Rey is the second coming. Palpatine has risen. Yep. Palpatine has risen and taken control of the vast Skywalker fortune, which consists of a dirt farm on Tatooine, but still it was his dirt farm, and I'm offended to see her there. Nicholas Horton with a £2 super chat. Hail, Nicholas Horton. Says, I'm not planning to see episode 9 anytime soon. Good. Good. I wish I hadn't. Oh, God. All day I was saying, I do not want to go see this. I do not want to go see this. It was depressing the hell out of me. I had to go. God, it was awful. Oh, God. I mean, it was, well, I watch my review. Watch my review. Here in just a few minutes, I'm going to have on a guest to discuss Rise of Skywalker with me. So I will be basically breaking during the course of that conversation every 7 or 8 minutes and doing some chat and super chat and seeing what your questions are. And then we will get back to the regular show. But I thought you guys might enjoy this, hearing like a dialogue instead of just hearing me yakking endlessly. So we're going to get to that in just a few minutes. I hope to have 2 guests, but I know we've got at least one lined up, and I'm very excited about that. Nicholas Horton with a £2 super chat. Hail, Nicholas. He says, I'm not planning to see episode 9 anytime soon. Oh, yes, that's right. I just read that one. Good, Nicholas. Good. Josh Santos with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Josh. One of my new channel members says, Doomcock is the bestest ever. I am honored to be elevated to the ranks of the Gary Sues. Thank you, Josh Santos. Lady Viking, my #1 Viking fan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my lady. She says, my Lord, Rise of Skywalker is not showing at my town theater. Are you serious? Oh my God, where do you live, in Shangri-La? You live in paradise? Lady Viking, you are one of the luckiest Lady Vikings alive not to have this damn thing cluttering up your town. My God, you are lucky. Bravo, Lady Viking, and thank you so much for being here tonight, my dear, and thank you for the $5 super chat. I hope that you are having a lovely time. Illuvantir with a £5 super chat. Hail Illuvantir, who says force healing could only help heal, as in Palpatine keeping Vader alive before getting him into the suit in episode 3. Nothing else was ever seen like this. I agree. I think it's absolutely deplorable. I think it just kills so much of the past films that it's just another excuse to Mary Sue the hell out of her. It really is. Jerry RN with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Jerry. Says Star Wars Theory is defending Rey's power as canon, not EU. Well, they can do what they like. I disagree, Jerry RN. I've never seen anything like it. And yeah, it's a load of crap to me. RN Feliciano. Hail RN with a $5 super chat. My friend, good to see you. Oh, Legionnaire RN Feliciano, who says, I was disgusted enough listening to the reviews, but lightsaber fighting through the Force, I compare that to space sonar. Space sonar. In, of course, STD. Star Trek Disgracery. The worst show in the history of television. Spot on, RN Feliciano. Spot effing on. Jeffrey Wolf with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jeffrey, who says Darth Plagueis is a Sith, brought people back to life. Well, according to Palpatine, of course, we've never seen that, Jeffrey Wolf. And of course, Palpatine is a known liar. So we don't really know if that's true or not. I mean, he basically wanted to extend that hope for Anakin to buy into the dark side of the Force. But ultimately, we only have his word on that, Jeffrey Wolf. We only have his word on that. And I don't really take him at his word very much. Jay Viz with a $10 super chat. Hail Jay Viz, who says, my 11 and 13-year-old boys, they're currently fans like Wonder Ray because they are the instant gratification gen. They see no issue. All the idiots were cheering/crying as I was laughing out loud last night. Isn't that just disgusting? Isn't that just disgusting, Jay Viz? What is the world coming to? I don't know. I just don't know. Thank you, Jay Viz, for that. Yeah, God. Nobody was cheering or crying or anything at my screening. It was eerie quiet. And when the credits rolled, silence. So there you go. The people have spoken, at least at the screening I was at. Dash Fat Bastard with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Dash. Says Disney blew up its own Death Star last night. It will fall. One can only hope. Dash Fat Bastard. One can only hope. Cavi with a $5 super chat. Hail Cavi. Says hail Doomcock. How does Palpatine get killed by Rey deflecting his Force lightning in episode 9 when he survives Mace Windu doing the same thing in episode 3? Well, of course, it's because Rey is the bestest ever, Cavi. Have you not been paying attention, sir? Have you not been taking notes? Rey is the bestest ever. So, of course, when she reflects Force lightning, she really reflects Force lightning. Let me tell you something about Rey. When she sits around the house, she sits around the house. Oh, I got a million of them. Thank you. I will be here all week. And now, without further ado, folks, I will get back to the chat and the super chats here very soon. But right now, I want to go ahead and bring my guest on the air. You know him. You love him. He's been on here before. Ladies and gentlemen, coming to discuss Rise of Skywalker with me is none other than that umbrella guy. Hello, that umbrella guy.
Hey there, how's it going, man?
Are you there, sir?
I am here.
Hey, how's it going?
Yeah. Oh
Good
man,
to
that
have you
movie.
here. Thank
Oh
you for
Lord,
coming on. And
I had to take off. I had to take off work today and collect my thoughts because what a mess.
oh, it's absolutely terrible. Well, I am gonna pour myself a little bit of bullet bourbon, and while I pour, I mean I've been yakking on this for 2 hours now. Why don't you go ahead and, in a nutshell, lay out what you thought about Rise of Skywalker?
All right. Okay. Well, I have to say, our theater, first of all, I live in a smaller town, and we always have capacity for movies like this, always at full capacity. And this movie, it hit under 70%. We had two people I know of walk out. I caught them in photographs, so they actually walked out
Wow.
at certain parts. Yeah. The movie was a convoluted mess, though. I felt like by the time I got to the last hour, I thought, oh my God, there really is another hour to this movie. Like the critics weren't lying. You know, I spent about 5 minutes thinking, hey, maybe I'm going to like this movie somehow, and then yeah, the plot line kicked in, and I don't know when we got the first scenes from Mary Sue, you know, with her power going from force levitating rocks to running around a jungle blind, flipping up trees, and then you know that's just the start. Then she starts you know, space christing, healing things. I mean, it's I don't know. You combine that with an hour of just walking around hoping to God that something's going to happen, and that all that Wayfinder stuff. It's thrown out the window. I think the most insulting thing was the C3PO stuff, though, because it didn't really
Oh
need to be in there
God.
at all.
No. Well, it was another thing I was saying earlier that nothing in this movie has any consequence whatsoever. I mean, you know, no sooner has Leia died than Kylo is yakking it up with Han Solo's dead ghost, and you know, Rey is hanging out with dead Luke. So, you know, the way to take away from Leia's death by having everyone else having a great old time with the partying Skywalking dead, you know.
My 6-year-old got bored. You know, I thought she liked parts of it, but it was, you know, these newer movies are too long anyway. If they're going for the pow pow bang bang kind of crowd, 2.5 hours plus doesn't work. You know, and I don't
No.
know, when your kid starts falling asleep, you're thinking, man, I gotta leave. This is killing parts of me. It's killing the child inside. I've got to get out of here. That says something's gone wrong.
Absolutely. And what they did with the C3PO, again, just what you were saying. They go through all this drama where I'm just saying goodbye to my friends. And then you know, they turn him on and he translates the Sith crap, and then boom, he's back to normal.
Yeah. Well, you know, the way they hyped that in the trailers, I thought something was actually going to happen to C3PO. We've taken out major characters. JJ has proven, even though he'll bring them back as a force ghost or a memory or whatever, he's still proven that he will take out people. So I thought, yeah, we're going to lose C3PO in this movie. Okay. I mean, at least there's a little consequence to what happened. No, nothing.
No, not really. And in fact, the big ballyhooed moment when Palpatine unleashes force lightning into the sky and strikes at all of the Resistance fleet simultaneously, nothing happens. They're not disabled. It seems like, you know, they cut away and then they're still fighting the good fight.
Yeah, when I was really bothered by the rebels are so dumb in these movies. You know, this newest trilogy, if nothing else, the rebellion, they've gotten so stupid. You look at the sacrifice that the rebellion has. Look at Rogue One, for example. The way that we translated what happened in earlier editions. You had plans. You had to go in. You had to actually do something. Now in this one, the big plan is to ride space horses across a star destroyer to try to knock it out. I mean, what a mess.
Right. They're basically going they're going after an antenna. There's one antenna that's showing them the way to get off the planet. Well, I would assume up, like wherever the planet is, fly away from it, but whatever. There's one antenna, and then a backup antenna on the ship when they go ahead and topple that antenna, and that's what the horses are basically going for. It is so dumb.
Mhm.
It is so dumb. You're telling me that you can go ahead and put Death Star cannons. You can put Death Star cannons on every damn Star Destroyer on there, but you can't afford to put antennas.
Well, Star Destroyers are not set to repel troops. You can go in and you can you can decimate fleets with these things, but you can't knock out. I mean, they did no damage whatsoever. They repelled nothing when they come in. Maybe a few individuals get killed when they land, but as far as landing, they had no problem whatsoever.
No, they really didn't, and it was just a cheap kind of image to have horses galloping on the outside of the spacecraft.
Yes. Oh.
That's all. That was the whole point of that. That was the only point of that. So it was absolutely just bizarre.
I hate what they've done to Finn. You know, out of any character, I remember, you know, I was going back looking at the press promos for each movie, you know, trying to figure out, you know, what's changed, things that I'm not looking at. And I remember how Finn was supposed to be, you know, something new, something unique. He took that helmet off and, you know, there was controversy to that. They turned him into, you know, just comedy relief, and he's really thirsty. He's very, very thirsty.
Right. And that was it.
Yep.
There's nothing there. So what were the highlights of the movie, if any, and what were the things that really drove you crazy? I just kind of go through it.
It's a shiny movie, you know. So I thought that you could have possibly worked. If you had someone besides J.J. Abrams doing that movie, you could have possibly sat down, worked out some stuff, and put together a mediocre movie. I'm not saying a high point movie by any means, but you could have worked that into something. I did think it was interesting at the end, thinking that, like you just said earlier, I thought, well, Palpatine won that. That was really interesting. So. Just like Terminator, you know, I've seen Skynet win this year by destroying a franchise. I've seen Palpatine win by just winning and helping to destroy a franchise. Let's see, the lowest points though. I mean, again, Mary Sue just having no tap out. What can't the Force do anymore? Why do people train? What exactly is going on? And if Mary Sue spent all of her childhood training as a Jedi, what could she have actually accomplished? Because that's scary.
Yeah, right. With a little bit of guidance, right?
Mm.
I mean, that would have, you know, done something. But I don't know. I don't think they think in those terms. I think that they're just basically trying to have their identity politics, and that's really all that mattered to them. I think that basically makes this movie nothing but propaganda. And I mean, propaganda is the, you know, antithesis of art.
They also, the problem that they had with this is this wasn't a continuation of a movie. It was a reaction to a movie. They lost so much by doing episode 8 that they tried to go in, they tried to course correct without offending anyone. They still wanted to keep that audience that they were preaching to with episode 8, but they wanted to get the people who actually spend money, you know, the ones that will buy your merchandising stuff. They wanted that. You can't have both worlds. I mean, this movie proves it, but we've seen it with so many others as well. You know, you got to pick what you're doing. And when you create a film, if the film is good, fans will find it. You don't go out and you don't try to hunt down that specific fan group either. You know what your fans want. You create that stinking movie and make a good one. People will like it.
Yeah, I would think so, but that doesn't seem to really be their philosophy. So I don't know. Was there anything good about it?
Oh, I don't. I don't. It ended after a few hours. I don't know. I was excited to go see it, to be honest, you know, but for all the wrong reasons. No, I didn't feel like there was a lot that really, like I said, cinematography. It was a pretty movie, but that's actually not a compliment. You know, it shouldn't be that. I can have any pretty space movie. I can have a high budget sci-fi channel quality movie, and that's kind of what this was with plot to me. So I didn't really feel good about it at all. I mean, I started asking myself this. I came out of the movie. Was this better than episode 8, and why? And when I started getting into my immediate reaction is yes, it's better. But when I get to the why, it gets a little bit more difficult.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Well, I felt like it just was, I don't know, more of I think it had finally morphed into a full out Disney movie. That's what it felt like to me, with the Raylo romance crap and everything.
Yeah. Oh, that's off. I'll tell you, here's the high point, actually. So I worked out, people talk about giving money to Disney. I worked out a deal with the people that are behind the theater. I told them that I do not, I know these people, so I do not want to give money to Disney. So what I would do is I would give $100 to a children's charity. I would give it to a children's hospital. And they told me if I would do that they would, they would basically get me 2 tickets. So I didn't have to give any money to Disney for doing it. I got to give $100 to charity around Christmas time for children that needed it. Boom. There you go. That's my high point.
Yeah. Well, that's good. I mean, you actually did some good in the world, which is more than most of them can say that went. They made the world worse actually paying for a ticket. Dragon Bro 91 says, I still hold to the fact Rise of Skywalker, if Rise of Skywalker makes $1 billion, humanity is doomed. I agree. I think that basically if this film succeeds, after they have been insulting the fans and calling us racist and sexist, then that basically is a signal to corporations that they can get away with anything that they want. And I think that that's a very dangerous precedent. What do you think?
I think I'm wondering what they can get away with internationally, because, China now, they're talking about China only coming in for $18 million for the total run. That's what they're predicting now. I mean, that's they've had in phone-ins before. They had 100 and I can't remember if it's 120 or 140 million for episode 7, 46 million for episode 8, but now 18 million. I mean, man, it's gonna be hard to hit some of those goals. But yeah, the message out there, they already think this. They think that they're too big to fail. Disney, enterprises like that, they've gotten it somehow in their head that we will consume anything. And sadly, it is true. I try to tell people, well, like you talk about respecting. Without respect, we reject. I mean, that it cuts to the issue. We do have to have some type of self-respect in this. So we wouldn't give this kind of leeway to anything else. And I do understand wanting to hang with something, but if you had a plumber or someone else treat you like this, you would laugh them out of your home if you thought about bringing them back. Anything else, but these people, they think they can do this to us for years and they can get away with it.
Yeah. Yeah, sadly. Loquacious Primate in the chat says, I wonder if the audience score is going to stay high. If you're talking about Rotten Tomatoes is fake as hell. Yeah. Loquacious Primate. I mean, they adjust stuff on there. They have been caught jiggering numbers. They serve their corporate overlords. If you're actually putting faith in their audience score, that is just that's nuts, man. Because
they're already removing. I was tagging a few comments to see if they stayed, the really negative ones, and I've watched 3 comments disappear. I've been trying to keep an eye on them. Now I haven't been able to sit down and put a video to it, but yeah, I'm gonna do that intently. I'm gonna pick out 8 that are really negative, but that aren't offensive, and watch. I know at least one of them will disappear.
Yeah, I mean, I was sent a message that basically they were somebody had proof. They had actual video proof watching these things vanish, and I'm hoping that person sends me that tape so I can make a video about it, because this has happened over and over again. I mean, when Captain Marvel couldn't win by the established rules, they changed the rules. They changed their algorithm. they limited the ability of people they removed a function from their website, which was, saying, are you interested in seeing this movie? They went ahead and cut that shit out. So it's a very bad situation. You cannot trust or believe Rotten Tomatoes, folks. You just can't.
Any place that actually, the beautiful thing about a place like YouTube is, yeah, you have ads and things like that. You have super chatters, but you can put on your show. People know that you're going to go out there and you're going to, I'm not going to say that I'm not biased. I try to fight bias all the time, but I'm dealing with negative companies that I've grown to hate. But at the same time, nobody's paying my bills or, nobody's going out there and keeping my site afloat if I do this stuff. So, yeah, I know these other places. They definitely, Rotten Tomatoes is one of the worst ones out there. They've been exposed so many times. Yeah, you can't trust them in any way.
They've been caught red-handed many, many times. So, I mean, I don't know what to say. Purple Lady with a £5 super chat. Hail, Purple Lady says, our dear heiress of chaos is feeling blue at the moment. Would you sing for her Moonlight Bay, please? I'm sure it would make her happy. I absolutely will, Purple Lady, after we're kind of done with this segment, but I just wanted to let you know and let Heiress of Chaos know that is coming. I got to get to some super chats here, Tug, but then and you can comment on these as we go as well.
Oh, good, man.
Oren Albert Meisel with a 22 NOKs. Doggone it. I think it's Norwegian crowns. Thank you, Oren. It says, at my screening, the audience gave it applause. Interesting. At mine, no applause was coming, but I guess every audience has a little bit of a different personality, I guess.
We only had one place in there that people reacted to positively, and that was when Lando popped up the first time. People were like, oh, yeah, I mean, I felt that way too. I was like, yeah, I'm glad to see him. He's just got that magnetic personality.
Absolutely. I mean, he's a beloved character, but yeah, God, it was really one of the worst things about this damn thing was that everything came so easy that, oh, well, Zori Bliss gave us a token that allows us to get right aboard Kylo Ren's flagship. And, they shoot at, I think I put it in my review, they shoot at a whole bunch of stormtrooper shaped targets and knock them down easily. And they go in and bail out Chewbacca from the brig while Ray just strolls into Kylo Ren's apartment and takes his shit. It's just so damn easy. And Grand Theft Below with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Grand Theft. Says Ray had Sith lightning, Palpatine had plot lightning, which I think is a proper thing to say. But what do you say about the fact that they were just strolling through the plot easy and having coincidence after coincidence? Like, no sooner literally they would identify that her necklace came from, planet Lilith Fair.
Yeah.
And
I thought that was funny, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah.
And there he is right there. Like not 5 minutes later, there they are invading the planet. What do you think about that?
Palpatine wasn't an idiot. That this is the problem with it. I don't know if being killed or getting old and milky eyed, maybe that makes you stupid. I'm not sure. When it comes to Sith, but Palpatine did a lot to get where he was. He was betrayed by someone very close to him. The last time we saw him, that's how they took him out. We know his backstory, how that was put together. Now he can't. He's obsessed with, the scavenger girl, as they call him all the time, and he doesn't realize that that Kylo Ren is going to betray him. Come on, give me a break.
Yeah. Yeah, it was just embarrassing, dude. It was embarrassing. Michael Deach with a $10 super chat. Hail, Legionnaire Michael Deach, who says, I was relatively okay through the first half. Dumb, but just hanging on for the speed ride. Then the contradictions started to annoy. By the ridiculous ending, I was angry and bored at the same time. Awful. Yeah, the ending is particularly galling. It's just so dumb. How do you explain this? I would like to hear what you think of this. Palpatine, when she comes in, tells her, I want you to kill me so I can enter your body and then I will rule through you. And so she kills him. So why did he not succeed? What in God's name? They set this up and then they kind of let it go and kind of gloss over it. But ultimately, she gives him what he wants. So what the hell?
Well, that's the whole thing. Like, how is that not giving into hate? Or, you know, if we're going by the old rules, I would I would think that would definitely work. And just because she's yelling about how all Jedi exist in me, that means F all, you know. The reality is, yeah, I think Palpatine won. You know, I think he, like you were saying before, I think he moved back to a dirt farm to start plotting about how we're going to get, I don't know what word he's going to use this time with order. You know, we had first, we had final, we have to have another word. I guess it has to start with F, but when he figures that out, man, he's going to take over the universe.
Yeah. He's in, I mean, for all we know, Palpatine did get inside her, you know, when she's dead, maybe Kylo brings her back to life and it's Palpatine's eyes that open and he kind of gets that big smile and kisses Kylo like, you know, like Bugs Bunny would kiss Elmer Fudd, you know. you dumb maroon. And then he goes and takes control of the moisture farm and looks out on the sunset and plots his conquest of the world. What do you think?
Didn't you think the little the kissing scene? That really seemed creepy for a moment there. I thought, you know, is he going to make out with her? Is she dead? You know, what's going on? I knew exactly what was going to go because, you know, we'd already had this leaked, but still,
I know.
Oh man.
Bow chicka wow wow, says Spike in Madness. Exactly.
There was a dude in front of me. He was like, oh, like, oh my God, he's going to make out with that dead chick. Yeah.
Tell you what, she ain't even cold and he's going to go ahead and.
You got to warm her up with propane. Oh, Lord.
I tell you, the only way to jolt, the best force in the universe is propane and propane accessories.
Oh, that's beautiful.
I think that's, I would accept that as an axiom, basically. Yes. Scott Williams with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Scott. Says Jar Jar killed Trek and Wars. Now he's going for DC. Yes, DC Comics, Warner Brothers. Jar Jar is going to go ahead and seize control of DC and do unholy things to them. It is not going to be pretty, folks. It is not going to be pretty. Mohammed Jihad with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mohammed. Says, do drugs. Okay. A message of Christmas cheer from our friend Mohammed. Thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Echoes of the Ancients with a $10 super chat. Hail, Echoes of the Ancients, who says, good evening, my liege. As usual, Hollywood should tremble in fear from your eloquent wrath. Is it time to press the button?
It's time to press a button, isn't it? Is it time to press a button?
It's 30 seconds to Harvey. So it's close, Echoes of the Ancients. Thank you for being a Legionnaire. Thank you for supporting me here. Thank you for saying Hollywood should tremble in fear from my eloquent wrath. All these things make me very happy. And I don't know, maybe one day they will, or who knows, maybe they are. I don't know. So is there any hope for Star Wars, or is it basically dead at this point? I mean, you know, you got the Mandalorian, which is so. I mean, it's on a pay channel. I don't know. Is the dream dead? I think the damage to the franchise is irreparable for actual fans. What do you think?
I went to Walmart yesterday, you know, after the movie. I took my daughter over there to, you know, look around, just goof off for a minute. And I noticed a bunch of, you know, Star Wars toys, you know, different stuff. And there were re-releases of Boba and Jango. I've always loved picking up, you know, it's an impulse, a habit to buy some of this stuff. Mm-hmm. And I didn't, you know, and that says if I've gotten to that point there, I know there's not a problem. They've gone beyond problem. They've killed something there, and I don't know how you bring that back.
I don't think it'll ever be the same as it was. I really don't. Loquacious Primate says, Overlord, please tell me there is an alternate ending where Rey's eyes start growing yellow, Sith yellow, and Palpatine lives. I think that ending is definitely out there. It's definitely going to happen. Van the Glassblower says, no, my liege Doomcock, Star Wars is dead, deader than a doorknob. Let it go. I think it is. I think it is. Maruiz Licona Ventura says, greetings from Honduras. I really appreciate your opinion. Keep like that. You are going to be a great ruler. Thank you from Honduras, that umbrella guy. Maruiz Licona Ventura. I am so honored. I am thrilled that there are people all over the world listening to these live streams. Isn't that incredible?
It is, man. Like, it is mind blowing to actually think about that.
Golly, I had a guy from Brazil earlier. That is so cool. And actually, it looks like I've got one Russian fan. I'm getting like Russian ruble super chats and greetings from Russia. I think that's just super cool. Nemo Letipoisson says, do you think we will get this George Lucas cut? I don't think so. I don't think so. I mean, one of my sources was adamant that it exists. One of my sources was heartbroken that this was not released. And so, I mean, that kind of thing, I just don't think they would keep it up, you know? I mean, if it was a hoax or a fake, and this person gave me some excellent information additionally. So I suspect that there is indeed a Lucas cut out there.
What do you think about? What do you think about the new spin for the earnings estimates now? You know, they're coming in, like I saw Variety talking about the 109. They've been going 160 to 196 is the top now, but they're acting like that was some huge number they were always angling for. You know, not the 230 they were talking about just last week.
Right. They go ahead and spin things as they will. And, you know, perception is reality in Hollywood. You know, they're all about illusion and hell. You know, they have the memory of flies anyway. So they, you know, they revise estimates and they change things. And it was always that way. You know, it was always that way. That's
one time people wanted to be part of the big bad thing, even if it was a disaster. You know, the Waterworld era. Yeah, that worked. Does it work now, though? I don't feel like it ever does.
No, I don't think so. I think it's really, I don't have any hope for this at this point. Angel Angelus is saying Star Wars will never die. It will only sleep for now. Until Disney dies and their fake wars is deemed non-canon, it will sleep and await one worthy to continue it. Much like Palpatine, I guess, Angel Angelus, you know, kind of undead and hanging from a, you know, action figure stand like he was in the movie, a giant life-size action figure stand tended by weird, dark aliens. I don't know. And the thing about it is, honestly, who the hell would want to live in that situation? I mean, what sentient being could stand to hang around for 30 years or so in a dark, cold, flickering, you know, hell without a reading lamp, without a comfy chair?
It looked pretty awesome.
Without video to watch, or, you know, I mean, shit.
But there was even sing along when it got going, you know. I mean,
yeah. It's who the hell would live like that?
It reminded me more when you're saying that. It reminded me more of like a Cthulhu story, you know. In his house at Disney, did Star Wars waits dreaming, you know.
Right. Exactly. Dread Star Wars lies dreaming. Exactly. In a city under the sea of mediocrity. Na, 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 na. Yeah, Disney. Matthew Anderson with 2 super chats from my Legionnaire, Matthew Anderson. Hail, Matthew. He says, hail, my lord. Happy to inform you that hashtag Execute Order 1977 is underway with friends. We're watching the unaltered 1995 THX widescreen VHS trilogy set. Wow. You've got it on VHS. That is some serious cool geekery, Matthew Anderson, to watch Star Wars on the original VHS. Son of a bitch. That is super cool. Another great experience, just so you know out there, Harmy's Despecialized editions. They are absolutely strikingly gorgeous, and I absolutely recommend them to anyone. Matthew Anderson with another super chat also says, P.S. check your Patreon I need your P.O. box. Thank you, Matthew. Absolutely. Well, my P.O. box is you can send it. I'll just shoot it to you. Thank you, Matthew Anderson, very much, my friend. I will do that after we're off here. BH with a $5 super chat. Thank you, BH. Says, why didn't Obi-Wan force heal Qui-Gon? Why didn't Luke force heal Anakin and Vader in Return of the Jedi? Why didn't Leia force heal Akbar? These are excellent questions. I don't know if you heard me earlier, that umbrella guy, but I was saying in some opening comments that they had basically ruined Star Wars with this force healing nonsense because of these very specific points. And these things existed in the EU at one point, but since Disney has disavowed the EU, I said they cannot hide behind the EU skirts. That, okay, you've made your bed, there is no EU, so I don't think this is valid at all. What do you think?
It just annoys me. I'm going to go back and watch. I'm going to go back and watch A New Hope, and I'm going to watch Luke Skywalker struggle with targeting and everything else, trying to just use the Force so he can finally make a run that he's practiced all his life, basically building up for. And I'm going to remember what I watched, but I'm going to try to put it out of my memory because my God, I mean they really have. They've brought up so many inconsistencies with the way that they've treated the Force. I mean, why would the Jedi ever fall? If you could just go around, force healing anyone, why the heck?
Right.
How would that happen?
I know. It's like you're carrying your own loot crates around.
Exactly.
You just, okay, you're leveled up, you're healed. Let's go back. Loquacious Primate has a very good point in the chat here. It says, because now that Force ghosts have no limitations, there is literally no advantage to being alive.
That's true.
Isn't that true?
Unless you're in the Expanse and you need someone to push a button or something like that. Yeah.
Well, hell, but the Force ghost now can push buttons.
Oh, that's true. Actually, that's very true.
I mean, he could raise the X-Wing out of the lagoon.
Yeah, that's true.
He could catch the lightsaber in midair, hand it back to her. He can definitely push a button.
He can push a button. Luke, come with me to the Harvey system. There you will learn from Cthulhu, the Jedi Master that will help the universe.
All right, Harvey, you made your pitch. I don't think
Will you watch this movie again? There's your question.
Would I watch the movie again?
Yes, yeah.
No,
like for any kind of reviewing or anything purpose. I can't make myself do it. I usually will watch something if it's bad twice, but I won't watch it again.
No.
That says something to me, man. I've never refused to watch a Star Wars movie at least twice. I went through the Last Jedi quite a few times just to see what points are there. But this movie,
man, that is crazy.
But this one,
Razama Slaza. No, I have not read your super chats yet, Razama, but they are on my screen, and I will get to them very shortly. Blaze 2000 says, Doomcock, I have the original comics in mint condition. Also, an original new Star Wars New Hope banner. How awesome.
Yeah.
Oh man,
Comics
that
are
is
awesome,
great.
man. Yeah.
Great stuff. Dave Bob says, why get killed? Just teleport out before you get hurt. Very, very good point. All of these things ruin narratives. All of these things destroy Star Wars. And that's something that J.J. Abrams doesn't seem to understand or doesn't give a damn about. And Kathleen Kennedy, honestly, does not give a damn about it whatsoever.
They're going to have to move. If they do other movies, they need to move away from the Force, period. They need to just, I don't know what they do in the future, but you cannot have Sith, you cannot have Jedi or any remnant anymore, because otherwise, this not only gives them a huge, plot, basically a plot filler for just about anything, but I mean, really, how do you spin a good story with what they've made?
I think they've written themselves into a corner. Yeah. I think the only way to move forward, honestly, is among non-Force users, mercenaries, warriors, kind of the foot soldiers of the Force Wars, that kind of thing, because there really is nothing left. I mean, I don't think there's any way forward. And Iger had said that they were putting a moratorium on Star Wars movies. They were going to focus on the television arm of the business. Mm-hmm. So, hopefully that's true. And, Feige and Filoni will kind of manage things there. I love that picture. I don't know if you've seen it, but that picture of, like Filoni and Feige and, I think it's Lucas like sitting there, and Kathleen Kennedy is behind them looking bored and aggravated. That's the future. I think that's the future. Jeff McKelvey, the 3D Trekker himself, and one of my Legionnaires with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Jeff McKelvey. Says, congrats on 125,000 subs. This movie is probably going to have a whole Blu-ray all its own just to cover all the alternate endings. They might as well make it a choose your own adventure movie. All those reshoots. I know. I think they really ought to, Jeff, but I don't think they would ever confess, because they'd have to confess that all that stuff about reshoots and all their denials, it would paint them in a bad light. So even though they would make probably a lot of money in a choose your own adventure kind of Star Wars fun book, I don't think they'd ever do it. Do you?
No, what I think they're going to do is they're going to limit that bare bones Doomcock was really wrong edition. That's what they're going to stick with.
Doomcock was really, 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 really wrong.
Yeah, it doesn't even come with a Blu-ray. That's how wrong you were.
That's right. You buy the Blu-ray edition and there's a VHS tape in there. Screw you. Screw you all. I think Coastline Kid is correct. He says the entire Disney trilogy should be Ghostbusters 2016. I agree. Just basically retconned out of existence. MK Ultra 3 says the Force personified will be portrayed by Lena Dunham. Boy. And then Kylo is going to have to bang her again. It's just, Kylo has a way of banging avatars of the Force or something. It's just kind of sad. Mr. Box says Rey was possessed at the end. Did you guys miss it? Well, that's what I'm saying. Papa Murphy says the Force is gender fluid, splashing everywhere. Shoot. Yeah. Don't sit close to the screen, folks. Don't sit close to the screen. Dustin Mehojevic says, do it. Do it. It's simply that easy. Tyler Durden says, don't you mean a Blu-ray? Bestest ever. I think that's right. It is a Blu-ray. That's what it is.
Yeah. You get a Blu-ray action figure.
Yeah, right. A Force action figure. It like can do everything that you can do better. And in 3 weeks, you're out of a job.
It will do a wonderful Christmas present. Go in your kitchen. That's what it will. You're like, what?
It slices, it dices, it julienne fries in seconds. And it makes you look bad in front of your mother-in-law because it can do what you can't. I think that's basically it. So do you have any final thoughts or What would you like to say about this movie or the future of Lucasfilm? I mean, the floor is yours. Whatever you want to say.
I really do want them, like Mulder, for X Files would throw out there. I want to believe, I do really want to believe that they can do something here. I don't think that they can. They've got a lot of things that they're going to have to change up. They cannot be blind to this. Like you said at one time, the leaks that are transpiring around this movie say that people are not happy. There's a lot of discontent. And if your own troops are telling you that, if your actors are telling you that, then you have problems. Yeah. I mean, there are problems that we probably, the level of this issue, it's much, much deeper. We have no idea where the bottom is. I think that you're going to have to scrap a lot. Of course, Kathleen Kennedy has to be the first thing, but you've got a meteor-sized hole to fill in. And I don't know if the dinosaur this thing killed, the nostalgia, if that can ever come back. I don't really know.
I don't think it can. I mean, you're right. I mean, your earlier comment about Walmart and Target, the barren, narrow Star Wars section of the toys. I think that level of excitement will never happen again. I think they have lost that spark. And I mean, that's the kind of thing that, is like lightning in a bottle. You once it gets out, that's it. You're done. It'll never come back. And I think they have basically strangled the goose that laid the golden TIE fighters.
That's yes, very much so. I mean, how do you destroy a license to print money? Well, you follow the Disney method, apparently.
I agree. I absolutely agree.
I never thought I when they picked this up, I imagined them burning out audiences. You could see that approach, but I never thought we would end up here this quickly. I thought they could mess things up, but I never imagined this staggering amount of disarray.
I agree entirely. Well, that umbrella guy, I want to thank you for coming on the show. And sharing your thoughts with us and kind of allowing me to bounce off thoughts of you and you bounce off me. And I really enjoyed having you on, man.
Man.
Would you like to plug your channel real quick?
Yeah. I'm at That Umbrella Guy, if you want to check that out for sure. We just hit 50,000. That's awesome. I never imagined any of us growing, beyond like a really tiny channel. So, I don't know. Congrats to you at where you're at, man. I mean, you deserve it. You broke a lot of stuff that turned out to be very, very on the dot. A lot of people try to call you out in articles and everything else. You were there, but it's amazing to see not necessarily just fandom grow, but this opposition to this wokeness that we're seeing. We actually have a loud voice. We need to keep pushing it forward, and we don't need to give ground. I mean, obviously, we need to challenge any kind of bias that we have, but at the same time, we don't need to give ground. We need to keep building up things that are out there. Like, Doomcock will be glad to see you at 200,000. And, while we're doing that, new voices that pop in, man, if you feel motivated, pick up a microphone, get out there. But yeah, check out the channel, That Umbrella Guy.
Thank you, That Umbrella Guy. I hope you will have a lovely weekend, sir. And congratulations on 50,000 and look forward to seeing you grow in the future as well, brother.
See you, man. Thanks.
Thank you. Have a good night. That Umbrella Guy, everybody. Thank you for coming in here, sir. All righty. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed listening to that. I'm going to go ahead and get to some more of these super chats. Thank you guys for all of your patience. And really, really appreciate it. So I'm going to raise my glass to you guys and say cheers. Toss back a little booze here. My Bullet Bourbon is going to help kill the allergens in my throat. So cheers, and drink them if you got them, folks. All righty. Well, let us get back to the proceedings at hand. That English gent with a 10-pound super chat. Hail to thee, that English gent. Says Star Wars has reached the same point as Trek now. Both have reached such a tragic point where every fan should feel completely content in disowning the recent contributions to the franchises as non-canon. Yeah, Trek and Star Wars are both essentially dead, although Star Wars at least is hanging on by, you know, the fingernails on television with The Mandalorian. Whereas all the new spin-off series that Kurtzman and CBS are trying to launch are, oh my God, they're going to be bad. I'm telling you, Star TP, as I call it, or Star Trek Picard, as they call it, oh man, that thing is going to be a train wreck. And you know what? It's coming in January. How much hype have you heard for Star TP? Did you even know that it was coming out in January? Oh dear, oh dear, oh dear. I gotta say, I think that Star TP is the next huge disaster coming down the old pipeline of suck. Not Cafe Neutrino says JJ stole the end of Susan Ivanova in Babylon 5 and gave it to Ray. Well, you know, Jar Jar has very light fingers, does he not? I think he's very skilled at that. Trauma Dog says, all I really want to say is thank you, Doomcock, for being bang on the money and saving me wasted time and money from going to see this crap. You are welcome. Thank you for not going to see it, because how do we register our displeasure with Disney over the way we've been treated? How do we demand that fans be treated with respect if we do not vote with our wallets? It's that simple. It's absolutely that simple. Joker's Disciple says, Doomcock, thank you for suffering through that cancerous piss poor Soy Wars movie. Hail. You are welcome, Joker's Disciple. It was painful, but yeah, it's very, very difficult. It was not fun. Jaybird Third. Hello, Legionnaire Jaybird Third says the sad thing is that Star Wars and Star Trek at their best can't survive in today's world. I fear today's audiences are too cynical, sarcastic, and unappreciative of intelligent writing. Well, look, we haven't gotten any. Jaybird Third. I mean, Star Wars and Star Trek in this 21st century have not given us excellence in cinema. They just haven't. So how do we know that a great show can't survive? Look at the Orville. Look at the Expanse. I mean, they're doing fine. Now the Expanse could be doing a hell of a lot better if they had not dumped it as a binge worthy show all at once. I mean, I think that the Expanse could have maybe doubled their audience if they had hung out for a long time. So I think it is possible that quality still has a place in the world. How do we know when all they give us is Drek? Chris Persia says we might not have heard much about the upcoming Picard, but it has been renewed for a second season. Well, we'll see about that. Remember when Section 31 was in production? Remember that Star Trek 4 with Chris Thor basically was going to come back as Kirk's dad. Remember George Kirk? And what happened to that movie? What happened to the Tarantino Star Trek movie? They announce all sorts of shit, Chris. Doesn't mean that it's real. Some nobody with a $2 super chat. Hail, some nobody says obviously manipulated audience score on Rotten Tomatoes, by the way. Yep. You can see it unfolding. I hope that guy sends me that video. I would really love to be able to prove it. Mark C., the man most responsible for the growth of my channel. Hail, Mark C. with a $20 super chat. You, sir, are too kind. I am enjoying very much reading right now your Star Trek photo novels that you sent me, Mark. I really appreciate it. And Mark C., who got my channel out of the 18,000 subscriber hole it was in for the longest time, says shortcuts were taken to devote time to remedy The Last Jedi. I thought the story was okay. not great. The storytelling was abysmal. If JJ had both 8 and 9, we might have gotten a solid trilogy. Johnson's damage was far-reaching. Yeah, it was. And I just feel like if JJ had gotten to write the thing like he wanted to, I think it would be mediocre and dumb and still woke, but it would not be nearly as disastrous as what Ruin Johnson did. And then he was having to scramble with this movie to kind of fix everything. I really, I give Abrams a hard time, but I think it would have been better if he had been able to realize his vision, as flawed as it was not nearly as bad as Ruin Johnson's and Kathleen Kennedy's. Not nearly. Zachary Gibbons asks, in your deepest Doomcock voice, how bad was Rise of Skywalker? I guess that means you'd like me to put on my helmet. I think I'll put on my helmet for a few super chats here. So let me get that thing.
Doomcock, how bad was Rise of Skywalker? It crushed my spirit, drove my morale before it, and caused lamentations from women. That's how bad Rise of Skywalker was. Damn you, Rise of Skywalker! MG Down Under with a $7.99 Australian super chat. Hail MG Down Under. He says, you were right, you were right, you were right. All hail Doomcock, you were right. Hashtag JJ the Cinematic Eddie Christ. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Hashtag Disney failed. Hail MG Down Under. In that magical land down under, thank you, brother, for being here. Razama Slaza with a $10 super chat. Hail Razama Slaza, who says, sorry I'm a bit late, but OMFG, Kennedy has to either be fired or step down. And what happened between Rey and Finn? Does Disney not like it when white girls date black guys? Yeah, I don't know. It was like he was trying to tell her something throughout the movie, but he never got the chance to really do so, which I think was like a leftover from a previous cut or a previous draft of the script. So they turned it into a joke when it was actually a serious thing earlier on. I don't know what he was going to tell her, but yeah, just another loose thread in the sloppy Lego brick narrative video game that was Rise of Skywalker. Red alert, my Legionnaire with a $4.99 super chat, who says, screw watching old Star Wars. I watched old Trek movies tonight. Revenge is a dish best served cold. Hail Red Alert. Thank you for being here. Thank you for your patience. I saw that you wanted me to read your super chats because I guess you're heading out pretty soon. So hail Red Alert, and thank you for being here, brother. Very much appreciate you. So let's see, where was I? Just lost my place. All right, here we are. So, Guest 5 with a £4.99 super chat. Thank you, Guest 5. Says, Jar Jar Abrams is far from innocent. The undoing of the original trilogy was started by him in The Force Awakens by hitting the reset button without it making a lick of sense. Oh, I agree. I mean, he is far from innocent. It was his fault, and entirely his fault, that he killed Han Solo in The Force Awakens, denying us the reunion of Han, Leia, and Luke that we had craved since we were kids. So that's on you, Jar Jar Abrams, you bastard. I'm just saying he's better than Ruin Johnson. Now, that's a fine distinction because, stepping in a cow pie is better than Ruin Johnson, but what can I say? Hail Guest 5, and hail again to Razama Slaza. Thank you for your patience, Razama. Retro Ace with a $5 super chat. Hail, Retro Ace. says the real reason Sidious was back was he was damage control after Ruin Johnson hacked off Snoke. I'm sure Snoke was meant to be so much more. No doubt about it. I think that's entirely true, and I think that Ruin Johnson essentially sabotaged his entire plans and resulted in this horrible abomination, this corruption of Star Wars canon as a defensive action in response to what Ruin Johnson did, that worthless SOB. Pete 1972 says, "Hi Doomcock, how you doing? I'm glad I stayed by my word and did not see the fall of Skywalker. I am more excited to watch the 4K 77 version of Star Wars and watching other things. Perhaps Stranger Things? Absolutely. Thank you, Pete 1972. Dustin Mehojevic says, how do I join the channel? Actually, if you go to my homepage, youtube.com/overlorddvd, I think it'll have a button there that says channel memberships, and you can join there. Thank you for asking. It'd be wonderful to have you here. Dustin Mehojevic, I hope I pronounced that correctly. Berta Prey 5 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Berta Prey 5, my legionnaire. Says better late than never. Harvey Sabu 2022. 2202. So 20,202. Harvey and Sabu. Hail to you, Berta Prey. I dread what a Harvey and Sabu administration would do to the world, but what can I say? Thy will be done, Berta Prey 5. Thank you for being here tonight, my friend. Chris Swain with a $5 super chat. Hail, Chris Swain, who says that Luke/Ray scene had me crying like a baby over what could have been. As you stated, Luke was Luke again, and it was glorious. That is absolutely the way I felt, Chris. I do not think that I shed a tear, but I smiled. I mean, I actually felt something for once. And it made all the difference, Chris. It made all the difference. So good on you for that, brother. You recognize quality when you see it, even when it's in a movie that is questionable at the best. Dr. Zowden with a €10 super chat. Thank you, Doctor. He says, I know you love to deepen your voice, Doomcock, but I really like your voice, George Lucas. Is Doomcock George Lucas? No comment. No comment. I've also been accused of being Mike Judge, but I'd have to take off my helmet for that. Excuse me. I'll tell you what. Oh, get my damn helmet off. It's stuck. God damn it. Go on.
Boy, I tell you what. I may not be George Lucas, but I sure can wage a Star War in your backyard using the pure lightsaber force of propane and propane accessories. So come on down to Strickland Propane in a galaxy not so far away after all. We're just down here. Come on down. We're going to have balloons for the kids and be grilling hamburgers out there with propane and propane accessories. Hail, my friend, and thank you for being here tonight. Naughty Dog 161 says, who do you think the secret Skywalker was Lucas mentioned? How is that even possible? I don't know. I just don't know. I have not heard any information. My sources playing that close to the vest. I can't say. I can't even take a guess. But apparently it is so right and so perfect that it would have just made all the difference in the world. And in the chat, dang it, Bobby. Well, I tell you what, that boy ain't right. Try to give him a lawnmower and he'd rather be up in the treehouse reading funny books and
talking with Connie about the Star Treks. I tell you, that ain't no way to be a man. And that ain't no way to treat a lady. No way.
Thank you, guys. I do enjoy.
Bobby, dang it, don't touch that. Ah!
Sit, Ubu, sit. Good dog. Herf. All righty. TD Kane with a $3 super chat. Hail, TD Kane says, is Snoke in a jar? Yes. Yes. Snoke is in a jar.
Apparently, we caught him jacking in my tool shed, and so we whacked him in the head and stuck him in a jar. Have you got Prince Albert in a can? Well, better let him out. He's strangling.
Actually, TD Kane, yes. Turns out, spoiler, that Snoke was a series of clones, Palpatine clone Snoke. I don't know why he had a whole bunch of spare Snokes around, but he did. I wasn't doing anything with them. I don't know what the hell, why, but yeah, that's basically it. Snoke was a clone, and it was always Palpatine all the time. I want to welcome Papa Murphy to the channel membership. Hail, Papa Murphy. Good to have you here, Papa. Welcome. Glad to have you here, brother.
The Snoke ain't right. I think that boy's a clone. I'll tell you what.
I'll tell you what, man, that dang old guy then gets looking around in a jar and it smells like formaldehyde, man. He's going around and ooh, look at me. I'm in there spraying emperor. And it was some dang old first order, man. So I tell you what, dang old clone, he's got like a little screw instead of a dang old belly button. I tell you, dang old bad guy. Go spot clone my way. That's right. You certainly can, Boomhauer. And thank you, Papa Murphy, for that. What was that? Dragon Bro 91 says, oh, come on. What's better than a bunch of kids and their girlfriends reading funny books in the treehouse? Well, from Hank's point of view, he wasn't happy about it. He just wants Bobby to do his chores and get his feet back on the ground and his head out of the clouds. I think that's his attitude. Demon Side Synthwave says, just numb emptiness after watching episode Fix. It's nothing more than a brainless, confusing Saturday morning cartoon for 3-year-olds with ADHD. I feel your pain, Demon Size Synthwave. I feel your pain, and I agree with you entirely. Absolutely agree with you. Dave Bob says we need more cowbell. Well, then we really need Cardinal Sin here, because Cardinal Sin brings the cowbell. He's got the best Christopher Walken impression in the Fandom Menace. That much is clear. Guest 5 with a £4.99 super chat. Hail, Guest 5 says, The Force Awakens was the cancer that Disney spread. The Last Jedi was the death of the franchise. From what I've heard from your leak videos, The Rise of Skywalker sodomized a dead corpse. Yes, and had to bump Alex Kurtzman out of the way. Because Kurtzman is kind of an expert at that from his time on Star Trek Disgracery. If Star Trek Disgracery moves, it's only because of all the maggots inside it. It is the worst thing that God has allowed man to make on Earth from Hollywood. Just straight up. Doesn't get worse than Star Trek Discovery. Razama Slaza with a $5 super chat. Hail, Razama Slaza, who says, Han literally can't be a Force ghost. The lore said only Force users can even hope to stay sentient when their spirits return to the Force. Yes, Razama Slaza, yes, that is an important thing. However, what is the difference? What is the difference when Han Solo appears in the flesh in front of Kylo in a Force vision? Force ghost, Force vision, potato, tomato. Yeah, geez, let's call this whole thing off. Seriously, Razama Slaza. I mean, you see what I'm saying. What difference does it make that Han Solo wasn't glowing blue, right? Who cares? He was back from the dead. But there's nothing of consequence. When you die, it just means that, if anything, you actually have more conversations. I mean, it looks like I don't think Han had a whole lot to say to his son during his life. So him having this nice conversation with Kylo Ben actually was probably one of their very best and deepest conversations after he was dead. Go figure. It's nutty. Lock Robster with a $5 Australian super chat. Hail Lock Robster, who says, "Hail Doomcock. Be sure to look after your sources. They've done you and all of us in the fandom a great service." Yes, I mean, that's the thing about it is obviously these were sources that were dismayed. You don't see any leaks coming out of the Expanse or the Orville or things like Legion on FX. And it wouldn't matter if they did, because I wouldn't even open a email that or a phone message that had a leak in it, because I'm a fan. I would not want to know anything about the Orville. I don't want to know anything about the Expanse ahead of time. Nothing. I mean, I know that Gary, for example, took a tour of the Orville set and got to speak to Tom Constantino, who's a great guy, by the way. Hello, Tom. If you're out there, you're probably not listening, but still, hello. And, signed an NDA and learned a lot of things apparently about the coming season of the Orville. I mean, I would have been happy to sign the thing, but I don't want to know. I just don't want to know. I'm a fan. I look forward to this stuff. I don't want to have it spoiled. I just don't. It would break my heart. I wouldn't want to know. So yeah, that's the thing. If you're a fan of something, leaks are irrelevant because you just don't want to know. You don't want it ruined. That's why it's a spoiler. It spoils things, but you can't spoil something that's already dead. And that's what Star Wars is after Luke Skywalker, his disgrace at the hands of, all of them. Classic Comics with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Classic Comics, who says, "The moment I keep going back to is the flashback scene. We see young Luke and Leia training together, and we see their faces as they were. If only Lucas had filmed the Thrawn trilogy back when he had the chance. If only." I agree. I agree entirely. Shin Zaman says, "Doomcock, why didn't Rey disappear when she died?" Oh, that is a great question. I guess she didn't fade away because she's Mary Sue, the bestest ever, except in something that actually would have screwed her in the plot. So she didn't fade away. Probably because Palpatine entered her and was trying to reanimate her and hold her together. I think she's Palpatine. That's what I think. Classic Comics, you're quite correct. Well, look what they could do. I think that what they ought to do is the Thrawn trilogy with that quality CGI. And quality CGI sets and everything. Make it basically an animated film, an animated trilogy, and get what voices you still have to voice those characters. I think that would actually be something that people would be thrilled to see. I certainly would. So it's not too late, but the way to do it would be to do it as an animation. That's what I think. Judo Cricket with a $5 super chat. Hail, Judo Cricket, says, "Palps was a dog. So you're saying there was creamy Sheev everywhere in the Empire?" Yep, basically. That's what I think. And Bionic Belly Button says that would be amazing. That's what they should do. Disney could print money. You're absolutely right, Bionic Belly Button. Absolutely right. And Judo Cricket, yeah, I think Palpatine has a whole series of Maury Povich episodes. "Palpatine, you are the father." "I am not. This is rigged. This is fixed. Ah, hell nah, Murray. Ah, hell nah. The Shepherd with a 10 Russian ruble super chat. Hail to the Shepherd, who says, Hail Doomcock, the legend. Since all laws of Star Wars canon have been broken with the sequel trilogy, I feel like not even reading the canon books, even the ones by Timothy Zahn going back to old EU. Well, I would ask you to consider changing that opinion. Look, Star Wars lives in our hearts, in our minds. One of the reasons to avoid these movies is to not allow this garbage into your head canon. You know what I mean? Don't let it contaminate what you know in your heart about Star Wars. But that said, we got to keep Star Wars alive. The best of it, the old movies. I mean, I'm not turning away from Darth Vader and Luke Skywalker and, episodes 4 through 6. I think they're classic movies and part of my life, and I'll always treasure them. I'm not selling my Darth Vader helmet, which is absolutely a work of art, or giving away my Micro Machine Star Wars toys or anything of the kind. So I wouldn't really hesitate getting into those wonderful EU books and comics. I don't think that is an appropriate response to let this garbage ruin Star Wars in your personal mental dojo. I still think that there's value to be found there, and I would encourage you guys to keep reading the old Star Wars books if you haven't, because you're in for a great treat. Nettled Nerds with a $5 super chat. Hail, oh nettled one. Says Palpy was Palpy was the topical toxic white man who, Palpatine was the typical toxic white man who ditched his family, and even without him, racist became a strong whammon, so she had to kill him. Ah, revenge. Papa was a rolling Palpatine. Palpatine was a rolling stone. Yeah, wherever he laid his Sith was his home. And when he died, all he left was a clone. Hail, nettled nerds, and thank you for setting me up with that little comical bon mot. Instant Messenger Sama with a €10 super chat. Hail, Instant Messenger Sama, who says, Doomcock, what are your thoughts on the orange yellowish lightsaber? Greetings from Austria. Hail, Austria. I am very, very proud to have you listening to me tonight. Instant Messenger Sama. Well, I think it sucks. So she had to go ahead and make her own bestest ever golden lightsaber, like the pure gold one, bling. It's just I think it's pathetic. And then she buries Luke and Leia's lightsabers in the ground, puts them in the ground. There's something really kind of creepy about that, honestly. What is the Matrix? I have not, as of yet, read your super chat. What is the Matrix? Don't worry. I think it sucks, but I think it is super cool that you are in Austria. And thank you for letting me know. That is super cool. Hail to Austria and Brazil and Russia and all the other places that are, around the world where Doomcock has established outposts. I am very, very proud indeed to have you all here and absolutely delighted. I hope you're having fun tonight. I'm having a great time. I think it's time to take another drink. It's the Pea Saber, says Alondro77. Good night, Dave Bob. Sleep well, my brother. And I hope that you will join us for the Christmas party this coming Christmas Eve. All of my patrons and super subscribe star folks, I hope you will be able to join our Christmas party. Thomas Meadow says, I like the Bela Lugosi is dead reference. Just wanted to say that before bed. My pleasure, my friend. My pleasure. Brendan says, hail from Ireland. Doomcock, will you watch The Witcher? Yes, I will now. because you guys are saying such great things about it. God, I need it as a palate purger. I can't wait to watch it, actually. I'm going to take a drink of bourbon here. Hail. John Maciel. Hail, John. Do you have enough machines to destroy every BB-8 in existence yet? No. No, not yet. However, their targeting subroutines have been programmed to instantly spot BB-8s and BB-8-like shapes. So don't worry. It's already handled. It is in the works, the destruction of every BB-8 I can find. B40 with a $2 sticker there. Thank you, B40. Appreciate that very much. And yeah, I'm looking forward to The Witcher. I've heard some great stuff about it. Lord of the Eagles Reaches with a €5 super chat. Thank you, my Legionnaire. Says Kathleen Kennedy should hang her head in shame for the betrayal of the trust George Lucas put in her. Shame on her and Disney. Damn right. Lord of the Eagles Reaches. I agree entirely. She stabbed him in the back. He thought he was leaving Star Wars in the hands of an ally and a friend, and she absolutely just destroyed him. Absolutely just destroyed him. It's very, very sad. Hail, Lord of the Eagles Reaches. Razama Slaza with a $5 super chat. Hail, Razama Slaza, who says, Han literally can't be a Force ghost. The lore said, oh, I already read that one. Thank you, Razama. Echoes of the ancients with a $5 super chat. Hail, Echoes of the Ancients. Says, hail to this wonderful chat. Congratulations, Lord Doomcock, on your continued and increasing success. You are a singular and incredible talent. Thank you so much, my Legionnaire, Echoes of the Ancients, for all of your support, both here and at the lair, at Doomcock's lair at the center of the earth. It is wonderful to have you here, and I hope that you will make our Christmas party this December 24th. Thank you, Echoes of the Ancients. NK33 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, NK33. Says, DC, Harvey Cthulhu, why take over the world? Do all that paperwork. I take over the world in order to get rid of paperwork. It's very simple, NK33. Thank you for the super chat. JJ Death with a $5 super chat. Hail, JJ Death, who says, here you go, hate monger of the toxic brood. Can't wait for the next EFAP. Hail, JJ Death. Yes, EFAP is awesome. Mahler is awesome. And who knows? Maybe I will do another EFAP with him about this stuff. I think that would be a lot of fun. JT with a $10 super chat. Hail, JT. Says, I shall only watch the Disney abominations on used DVDs and then return to the old EU, from which I shall never again emerge. Bravo. Salute for 125,000 and congratulations on being correct in all details. Thank you very, very much, JT. I appreciate that, sir, very much. And that's wonderful on used DVDs. That's the way to go, folks. That's the way to go. Gather ye physical media while ye may, because the cloud can evaporate. Okay. Viewers of my channel know what that means. Crazy Pineapple with a $10 super chat. Hail, Crazy Pineapple, who says, hail, my liege, and congratulations. Changing the last scene of The Force Awakens, Rey opens her eyes from a Force vision as Luke takes his lightsaber and tells her, now your training begins. The Last Jedi and Rise of Skywalker are retconned. I think that's a brilliant idea, Crazy Pineapple. Absolutely brilliant. Thank you, my friend. I like that idea a lot. Let's have, Bobby Ewing stepping out of the shower and saying, hey, how'd you sleep? John Maciel with a $2 sticker with the kitty giving me a high five. Love that sticker. I love that kitty. They say it's a dog. I say it's a cat. I think it's a cat. Thank you, John Maciel. Alti, the lovely Alti with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Alti. Says, who told JJ he was clever? I don't know. His mom? His mom, MM. MM told JJ he's a clever boy. Yes, he is. Yes, he is. He's such a good writer. Yes, he is. Oh, he's such a wonderful writer. Yes, he is. Hail Alti. Thank you for the $1.99 super chat. Dr. Gori BR with 100 Russian. I guess it's R, but it's from Brazil. So what is it? What the hell? What is in Brazil? It's not rubles. Excuse me. It's a South African rand. A South African rand. Thank you. Okay, now I know. 100 South African rands, and says, "Hail Doomcock, greetings from Brazil. Your Highness, you got to see the bright side of it. The snowflakes gave Chewie his medal finally. And if everyone can be a Skywalker, Jar Jar can make a Skywalker in Star Trek too." Don't give him any ideas. I'm hoping that Bad Robot Star Trek license is dead. I hope that they cannot revive it. It's done enough harm. And I'm just praying that we won't have that nonsense. Praying we don't have that nonsense. Tom Brennan with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Tom. Tom Brennan says the Han we knew would never have stopped searching for Luke had he vanished. Never. JJ set the table for this massacre. He is to blame for this. I agree. I'm not saying that. Listen, I've called Jar Jar Abrams the cinematic Antichrist. I have called him that forever. So I am well aware that everything Jar Jar Abrams touches dies. However, I'm just saying on a rudimentary level, I do not think we would be in as bad and severe and irredeemable a mess now if he had directed episode 8 or written episode 8, or at least they had stuck to his outline. It would have been more coherent. He would not have abused Luke in the way that he did, that Ruin Johnson did. I think it would have saved all of us a lot of misery and grief, Tom. I mean, that's my point. But you are 1,000% correct that he set the table for the massacre. I think that's well said, Tom. And you won't get an argument from me. You will not get an argument from me. Thank you, Tom. Dave Dahl with $1.99 super chat. Good to see you, Dave. And he says, new Christmas song idea, the Harvey and the Sabu. Oh my goodness. Harvey and the Sabu. It's almost like Alvin and the Chipmunks, right? It'd be kind of like that could be the group. A Christmas song idea, the Harvey and the Sabu. I'll have to think about that, Dave. If you have some lyrics that you can suggest, send them to me at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com. Stellar Heather, my Legionnaire extraordinaire with a $5 super chat. Thank you, oh Stellar One. Good to see you here tonight. And she says, I wasn't the first to tweet #Doomcock was right. I think I was the second, but your retweet made it take off. Because indeed you were, and people know it. Hail and XO. Thank you so much, Stellar Heather. It's good to see you here, and I appreciate you calling that to my attention. It was an awesome tweet. Papa Murphy, one of my newest channel members. Hail Papa says, just wait until the incoming Bad Robot Superman. Sigh. Yeah, just wait. It's going to be right effing special, isn't it? It's going to be so special. It'll have to wear a damn helmet. Checkmate Bassy with a $9.99 super chat. Hail Checkmate Bassy, who says, hail and Merry Christmas. Thank you for watching this so I don't have to. Everything they did undermined Anakin and Luke. They make cues, then refer you to their comics. Movie should be called Rise of Palpatine. Absolutely, checkmate, Bassie. You are correct. Yes, it is the Rise of Palpatine. It is the ultimate triumph of Palpatine. Rey Palpatine flies to Tatooine on Han Solo's Millennium Falcon, carrying Luke and Leia's lightsabers, which she buries, and then having taken possession of Luke Skywalker's home, Luke Skywalker's moisture evaporator farm, Luke Skywalker's lightsaber, and Luke Skywalker's name, she stands there and watches Luke Skywalker's sunset with satisfaction. Well, isn't that special? Thank you, checkmate Bassie. You are absolutely correctamundo, to quote the Fonz. Yeah, they undermine Anakin and Luke. It was a damn disgrace. And Rise of Skywalker just levels the rest of that damn trailer park after the Ruin Johnson tornado swept through it. This was an earthquake that just leveled it all to hell. Leech ICM with a $2 super chat. Hail Leech ICM says Rise of Skywalker equals space socialism. Hope the trauma isn't too bad. It was on the surface. It moved very quickly, and it was an amiable enough experience because they kept it moving very, very quickly. You didn't have as much time to reflect on everything that was being destroyed. It kind of, you had to think about it afterwards and kind of slow it down and replay it in your mind. Then you were like, oh, then it was like, oh my God. So yeah, the more you think about it, the worse it gets. That's the problem. Sandra Feliciano with a $5 super chat. My Legionnaire and personal pilot, who says, I sent your cookies. I hope they will help with the pain of that movie. Tracking number is in your email. Thank you for taking one for the team. Sandra, it was my honor. If I could spare any of you guys the pain of Rise of Skywalker, it was well worth it. I want to welcome Alondro77 to the channel membership. Holy crap. Alondro77 joined as a Dominion and then has immediately upgraded to Dumentite. Hail Alondro77. Thank you, my friend, and welcome to the channel membership. Basil, the Pumpin' Seagull, says, I baked you a cookie, but I eated it. I would expect nothing less from the Pumpin' Seagull. All those muscles, all those big guns you got sticking out of your wings, they take a lot of energy. You have to eat all the time. Hail Alondro, and thank you for being here. Number 77, Alondro 77. That is awesome. Papa Murphy, a new member, welcomes you, sir. Sean Carter as well does welcome you as well. And I want to send a shout out to Purple Lady and also to Starry-Eyed Girl, whose stomach has been bothering her. She's probably not here tonight, but I hope that she's feeling a little better. SJ says, sir, are you to respond to my post soon? P.S. I have an excellent scotch to send your way. Send me an email, SJ, and I will send you an address where you can send that as well. Thank you very much, SJ. Let me see if I can find your chat here real quick, because I know you gotta get going. Got to get going. Let me see. I'm looking for it, SJ. I'm looking for it. Hold on. I'm trying to find it for you. Let me see. Where is SJ? SJ Shady? Is that you? SJ Shady, I guess it's, well, I'll read it anyway, just in case. SJ Shady 0169 with a $5 super chat. Hail SJ Shady, who says, Hail Doomcock, what are your thoughts about Red Dwarf? Any interest in talking about the upcoming special? Hashtag solo lost money. I adore Red Dwarf. And I think what the world needs now is Red Dwarf, more Red Dwarf. And I'm all for it. So if it comes out there, I will absolutely do my very best to shout it out and to watch it as soon as I can. Okay, okay, but you are not the SJ. So I'm looking for SJ. Here it is. Hail SJ with a $10 super chat. I'm glad I saw it, SJ. Thank you for calling that to my attention. SJ says the ultimate task of a CEO is to maximize shareholder wealth. With Kathy's perpetual failure, Bob must act or risk removal by board of directors. High equity shareholders will force their hands. Well, SJ, thank you very much, first of all, for that super chat. Thank you for calling it to my attention now that you have to leave. I was happy to be able to read that for you. And you can tweet at me at Doomcock, or you can go ahead and email me, dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com, and I'll get you an address for that. I appreciate you, brother. Thank you for being here tonight, and thank you for your patience. I've got an awful lot of super chats here. And yes, sending that shout out to Starry Eyed Girl and to Purple Lady, who stays up very, very late for these. She is one hell of a trooper. Yeah. Death Blaze 2000 says, that sounds nasty. Hope you're not feeling too much under the weather. It's just killing me. It's just the damn cedar here is just killing me. Lady Viking. Thank you, Lady Viking. Says, use my super chats to buy yourself something nice for Christmas. You are so sweet, Lady Viking. Thank you very, very much. Very kind of you. And SJ says, you bet, buddy. Thanks, SJ. Thanks for popping in, man. Hope you're having fun. Brendan says, good night from Ireland. It's 3:30 a.m. and it's time to call it a night. Thank you for continuing the fight and congrats on your success. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Thank you, brother. Good night to you in Ireland. Nova, you didn't read my super chat. I have not gotten to it yet. Nova is the problem. I haven't gotten to it yet, but I am working towards them as fast as I can, and I will get to it. I'm looking for it even, actually right now, Nova. But I've not skipped over anything. I do not. Even if I had to leave before I could read all of these, I would definitely do a Doomcock square up here. So no worries about that. I absolutely will get to it. And I am pressing forward here as fast as I can. I'm going to pick up the pace. I shall double my efforts to get this to you guys because you've been very, very patient. Judo Cricket with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Judo Cricket. Says, when will you go on EFAP to shred this thing? Well, one does not simply go on EFAP, Judo Cricket. One has to be invited. But if they go ahead and issue an invitation, I will definitely consider going on. I've been on before, and I love those guys, and be happy to go on again. Thank you, Judo Cricket. Liam Gray, Anime Hitman, with a $10 Australian super chat. Thank you, Liam. Says, hashtag Xenotype, evolve or die. Indiegogo, March. Fight Hollywood's bulwark on traditional creatives by supporting creators that respect continuity and their fans. Retro Boy 1983 on Twitter. Well, check that out, you guys. Liam Gray with hashtag Xenotype. Evolve or die on Indiegogo. Check it out. I do support independent artists. I think we need to make our own art and compete with Hollywood on their own terms. If they're going to keep giving us crappy writing and no respect, how about we start looking for alternate sources of entertainment? Thank you very much, Liam Gray, for this very generous $10 Australian super chat. And check out Retro Boy 1983 on Twitter. Thank you, Liam. Brian Anderson with a $4.99 super chat. Hail to thee, Brian. Says, I had a choice of either spending my money on a ticket to episode 9 or donate the evening hearing from my pal Doomcock. No regrets. Hail Doomcock. Hail Brian Anderson. Thank you, sir, for spending your $4.99 ticket price over here on this channel. Every dollar keeps us afloat and keeps us firing. And I am very, very grateful for your kind donation, my friends. All right, let's continue on here. Let's see how are we doing over here. I cannot believe that after 3.5 hours, we still have 1,221 people listening to this live stream. I am absolutely thrilled, honored, and I welcome all of you to this channel. We have 1.5 thousand likes, which is extremely high. And I just, from the bottom of my heart, thank you guys for spending your Friday night with me. And I hope that you will come back next Friday night and every Friday night after. We do Friday Night Frolics all the time here. Thank you all for giving me a shot here and listening. I think that's absolutely fantastic. And I'm very proud to have you all here tonight. I hope this is kicking off your weekend to a good start. Drunk Rhino with a $5 super chat. Hail Drunk Rhino says, Rey took Luke's X-Wing to Tatooine, not the Millennium Falcon. Huh? I thought it was a Falcon. Looked like the Falcon. Well, I don't know. Maybe I was delirious. I thought it was a Falcon. I didn't think it was Luke's X-Wing because BB-8 was on it, but maybe I'm mistaken. Well, so she took Luke's X-Wing. Interesting. I don't know. At that point, maybe I was rolling my eyes so much that I imagined it. No, I tell you, honest to God, Rise of Skywalker will kill brain cells, Drunk Rhino. So, yeah, what can I say? Mark C with a $5 super chat. Hail Mark C, who says, loved how the general bird face lesbian kiss is such that it would be easy to remove for the Chinese market. Well, you don't want to piss off the Chinese market, Mark C. Not even the mouse wants to do that. So that's pretty funny. General bird face lesbian kiss. I didn't even see it. I didn't even notice it. I don't know. Again, the aforementioned eye rolling, it makes it hard to catch every detail in these things. Slumping in the chair, face palming, burying your face in your hands, curling up in the fetal position on the floor, clutching a bottle. All of these things are antithetical to catching every detail of the movie. But, shit, I did the best I could. What can I say? Welcome RR, who has upgraded to the arch villain level on the channel membership. I am thrilled. I have got to do a exclusive arch villain live stream this coming week, and I am thrilled. Thank you very, very much, RR, who is now an arch villain. Bjorn with a 20 Swedish crowns super chat. Thank you, Bjorn. Says, remember, folks, don't force too hard. It may kill you. I wonder if you force too hard, if you're like, take a break from forcing hard and then you force heal yourself from forcing hard. It's a kind of a perpetual motion machine of force, a perpetual forcing machine or something. Bjorn, it makes no sense, but what makes sense is having you here tonight. And thank you very much, Bjorn. Good to see you again, my friend. I hope you're gearing up for some holiday relaxation. I imagine it must be cold where you are. Of course, I could be deluded. I don't really know. Hail Bjorn. J.C. Shaggy with a $50 super chat, a very generous $50 super chat. Thank you, my legionnaire and friend, J.C. Shaggy, who says, hail all, hail Lord Doomcock. Just want to pop in and say hello. Drinks on me. Hit that like. Love those wrenches. I'll try and get back. Love you, Doomcock. Love you, JC Shaggy. I'm sorry I didn't know that you were leaving, or I would have read your super chat sooner. But thank you, JC Shaggy. Much, much appreciated, my friend. Rick Moranis is in the house. Wow. Rick Moranis himself with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Rick, who says, if they were going to trashily rip off Dark Empire, how did we not get an Eclipse Star Destroyer? Probably because they're not really fans. You know, I think that basically, you know, the Palpatine thing was a solution to a story problem that they wanted to fix. But they're not actually going to delve deep into the lore, and you're not going to get an Eclipse Star Destroyer, and you're not going to get all the kind of goodies and bells and whistles that a real fan who really loves Star Wars would pop in there as a tribute. We're just not going to get that. We're just not. Trek 95 says, Hail Doomcock, thank you for saving us from having to destroy our dreams by watching Disney Star Wars. You are most welcome. Most welcome. Kevin 6 says initial reports are that Star Wars 9 bombed in China with audience members walking out over certain scenes. Well, apparently the Chinese have excellent taste, I think. It's amazing. I think that's good news. Thank you for that very much. Basil the Pump and Seagull with a $5 Canadian super chat and a $10 Canadian super chat from Basil the Pump and Seagull. Thank you, Basil. Basil says, on the 12th day of Christmas, my true liege gave to me 12 Game of Thrones hammerings, 11 The Last Jedi destroyings, 10 ST Sillins, 9 Orville praisings, 8 Luke's a milkin, 7 Havoc swans a swimmin', 6 Chaos geese a strollin', 5 fleshy things, 4 destroying birds, 3 French doom coquettes, 2 apocalypse doves, and a doom cock in a pear tree. If you will send that to me, maybe we can sing that all together at the Christmas party, which could be an absolute blast, a drunken blast, but a blast nonetheless. Thank you, Basil the Pump and Seagull, who has written the 12 Days of Christmas for Doomcock and his Legionnaires, Villains, Rogues, and Vagabonds. Thank you, Basil. Very, very funny. I love it. Daniel is not traveling tonight on a plane. Daniel is here right now with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Daniel, who says, I wouldn't complain if you wanted to feature random shots of scantily clad or unclad redheads to ensure Kappa knows you are not a children's channel. Would there be any objection to that in the peanut gallery over here if I included random shots of scantily clad or unclad redheads to defeat Copa? Let me know if you have any problems there. I would I'll consider it. And everybody in the chat is requesting a song. So I'm going to go ahead and give them their request before moving on. So let's see. Why don't we do something upbeat, and then later on I will do Moonlight Bay just for Heiress of Chaos, who I'm so sorry that she is feeling blue right now. So let's go ahead and do real quick. Well, let's do the frog song. Why don't we? Oh, hello, my baby. Hello, my honey. Hello, my ragtime gal. Send me a kiss by wire. Baby, my heart's on fire. If you refuse me, honey, you'll lose me and you'll be left alone. Oh, baby, telephone and tell me I'm your own. And let's do a little Irish ditty, shall we? Let's do When Irish eyes are smiling, sure it's like a morning spring. In the lilt of Irish laughter, you can hear the angels sing.
When Irish hearts are happy, all the world is bright and gay. But when Irish eyes are smiling, sure they'll steal your hearts away.
When Irish eyes are smiling. So there you go. Couple of songs to keep things going before we move on. Hating Rise of Skywalker. Damn it. Bionic Belly Button says, why not have both scantily clad men and women to appeal to all the toxic chat? I could choose, and the darlings. Nah. I know. I'm a toxic male, and I'm not really fond of naked men, you know. It's just, I don't know. We'll scratch the whole damn idea. To hell with it. It was a dumb idea. But we have here another denomination that I am not sure what it is. So I'm going to go ahead and check this out and see what it is. Argentine peso, of course. Lucas Ariel Navarro Garcia with 50 Argentinian pesos. Thank you, Lucas, who says, I went to see Rise of Skywalker last Wednesday, and only good thing I can take out of it is that I met a nice girl leaving the theater. Oh, well, Lucas Ariel Navarro Garcia. That's about the nicest thing in the world. Hell, if I thought that all of my, people could walk out of the theater meeting a person of the opposite sex that was nice, I'd say go ahead and eat the ticket price. I mean, the holiday season is a wonderful time to meet somebody new, and I just think that's absolutely wonderful. So good on you. I'm really delighted that happened. Thank you, Lucas Ariel Navarro Garcia. And my pronunciation probably sucks, but I do the best I can, Lucas. Angel Angelus with a $5 super chat. Hail, Angel Angelus says, just to make sure everyone knows that was in character. I'm fine. I really am. Just taking my character a little more in character as a mad scientist. Of course, Angel. I had the feeling. I mean, when you said, I didn't know if you were actually being, really, really stoic. I mean, you don't want to laugh and say, ha ha, cut it out, Joker. And then it turns out it really happened. It's, so it's kind of one of those things where you just kind of play along, play along. Stellar Heather says, you have all of us Lurvely darlings already. Oh, no, I'm not trying to recruit any Lurvely darlings. I'm just trying to say if I want to clutter up my videos with nude or partially nude women in order to thwart the evil designs of Copa. It's kind of an interesting idea, but of course then YouTube would nix me, so it's probably not going to happen. Red Pill Gary says TMT Toxic Male Tour featuring DC Jeremy and Nerdrotic. Boy, geez, with all that testosterone, I think it would, curdle milk in a 5-block radius. You have to be very careful with that kind of power. It's very, very dangerous. I'm glad you're okay, Angel Angelus. Very glad that you're actually okay. That's kind of disturbing. Dr. Zowden with a 20 euro super chat. Hail, Dr. Zowden, who says, Merry Christmas, Doomcock. Please join BitChute. It will keep you on the internet instead of being Alex Jones. Diversify now or go the way of Star Wars. Yeah, I'm going to put some stuff up on BitChute. I think it's a good idea. I think it's a good way to back up my live streams as well. And I'm going to go ahead and look at it. Jay Boogie says, I think you may have skipped over my chats heading out soon. Jay Boogie, let me go ahead and look for them real quick. Thank you, Dr. Zowden, for the very generous 20 euro super chat. And yeah, I don't want to be Alex Jones off of the internet. So I'm going to go ahead and I will diversify. I'm just trying to do too many things at once, but I will get on it. So let me find Jay Boogie here because he's leaving. He or she, could be a she. And I do my best. I am really, you guys have been very generous tonight. Okay, Jay Boogie with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jay Boogie, who says, also very embarrassed. Oh, you were right. I'm a JJ fan, but even I can't defend this. Percent of fault is 10% Disney, 30% JJ, 40% Kennedy, 20% Johnson. Bad editing, fights, continuity, etc. You're quite right, Jay Boogie. I haven't mentioned this yet. I just haven't had time. But I found the action sequences in Rise of Skywalker to be very sloppy and almost incompetent in their execution. You know, the same old crap with rapid cuts and shaky camera. You can't see what's going on. You have no sense of the geographic layout of the battle or the people involved. It was crap and it was sloppy. And the opening action sequence where Kylo was cutting down a whole bunch of damn, I guess they were Knights of Ren. I don't know what they were. Anyway, it sucked. It really sucked. Bad action. And Jay Boogie with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Jay Boogie. Says also very embarrassing for them to put a strong woman with a man that did nothing but abuse her and kill her potential father-in-law. What about Finn? You're right, Jay Boogie. I mean, why didn't she wind up with Finn? It seemed kind of, I don't know, a little bit racist there, Disney. I don't know. It didn't seem very woke. But I tell you, yeah, it's ridiculous. I mean, she saw Kylo Ren kill Han Solo. He kidnapped her. He tortured her. He's committed, atrocities across the galaxy. He's tried to, spiritually undermine her, turn her to the dark side. But he's wonderful deep down. And she just loves him without his shirt on. You got me, Jay Boogie. You got me. But no, sir, that I did not skip over your super chats. I just hadn't gotten to them yet. But Jay Boogie, thank you for being here. Get a good night's sleep, my friend, and have a wonderful, wonderful weekend. All right, now I need to figure out where exactly I was again. Okay, thank you, Dr. Zowden, for that 20 euro super chat. I will get a presence on BitChute, I promise. Michael Kim with a $5 super chat, didn't say anything, but put a little bit of tip in the kitty there. Much, much appreciated, Michael Kim. Every single bit helps. I hope you're having a great time here on Friday Night Frolics. The Satan Spawn 1 with a $10 super chat. Hail to thee, Satan Spawn 1. Says, watch the dumpster fire last night. I've been spending the last 24 hours trying to figure out how the hell Ben made it from the Death Star wreckage to Exegol without a friggin' ship. What a joke. He probably sent out a collect call. Come pick me up. Maybe got an Uber. I don't know. But it is dumb. It's very dumb. It's also dumb how Kylo Ren could be across the galaxy and right where they are, like instantly. It's absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Robo Beast says it was the torture that turned her on. It's 50 Shades of Rey. 50 Shades of Rey. PC Principal says, thank you, sir. You are justifying my hatred for Disney I've had for years. Thank you. You are very, very welcome. Thank you, Satan Spawn, for that laugh. Yeah, I don't know what the hell how he did it. It's just silly. And then he gets, he doesn't have a wayfinder, does he? He just knows the way. He knows the way to San Jose, I guess. La 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 la. Thank you, the Satan Spawn 1. Oberon with 20 DKKs. I'll just say that 20 DKKs. Thank you, Oberon, who says, missed you, my lord. Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you, Oberon. I will be back next Friday, and I am doing a live stream on Christmas. I am doing a live stream absolutely on Christmas for anybody that needs it, just so you guys know. Thank you very much, Oberon. Kichi Morisato 98 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Kichi Morisato 98. Very much appreciate that. Who says, hail my liege. Rosa Salazar should play Ashoka Katan in live action. Also, listen to the Spellmonger series. It follows your rules of canon. I've heard this. I actually have, I've got this up on the tab. I think you may have mentioned it last week, and I've still got it up here. So I have not forgotten about it, and I am going to look at it. Kichi Morisato 98. I hope I didn't pronounce that too badly. You guys are awesome here tonight. I am having a blast. JC says, this isn't Doomcock. What's up with his voice? Well, I take off my voice so that I can do impressions like William Shatner or Lieutenant Columbo, sir. I do lots of impressions on Friday Night Frolics. Most times, sir, when we're not so busy slammed with Star Wars news and criticism of Disney and all that, sir. Destruction of the Star Wars franchise, if you will. So, yes, I do impressions, and I sing things, like I did just a little while ago, and the helmet gets in the way. However, because you have requested it, I will go ahead and put the helmet on.
Well, alrighty then. And I see that in the waiting room, we have Tom Connors Jr. from Midnight's Edge After Dark. And I'm going to go ahead and bring him on for a few minutes so we can hear what he thinks of Rise of Skywalker. If he's around. Tom, are you around?
Yeah, I ate all your Oreos and drank all your Ecto Cooler in the back room. Sorry.
You're very welcome. I hope you left some of the red M&Ms, though.
Oh, I didn't touch those. Just all the
Okay.
Ecto Cooler.
Good. Because I saw Harvey screwing around with them the other day. I don't know where they've been. I think it's better.
Yeah, I don't trust him.
Well, Tom Connors Jr. from Midnight's Edge After Dark and Midnight's Edge. He's a great guy. And I got to say, Midnight's Edge is a fantastic channel. And why don't you go ahead and hold court here and say what you thought of Rise of Skywalker and in the current state of Star Wars. And I'm going to drink some bourbon and listen to you.
Well, first of all, it didn't even feel like a movie. It felt like a video game with a bunch of downloadable DLC and, as Mecha Random said, scenes you can't skip through.
Right.
Yeah. And in the opening crawl, it's like, oh, Emperor Palpatine's back. And not only that, he's tweeting. I'm back.
The Jeb tweet.
LOL hashtag back. Send.
Hashtag Palpatine was right.
Smiley face.
Dog
gosh.
poop emoji for all the resistance.
Right. And then I was just thinking here, because they were asking about the Wayfinder stuff and how everybody knows the way and stuff. JJ can't even count, because they even say right in the movie there's only 2 of them. Well, let's see. Kylo found one right away in the opening scene.
Right.
Then Rey went all the way to the Death Star to get the other one. And then there's a third one that Luke had. And then she says right there, oh, there was 2. It's like, you dumb shit. The other one was in the beginning of the movie. You forgot about it. And this whole movie is just a bunch of reshot stuff. And Leia, the scenes don't feel natural in there. And he lied about that too, because he did at least 2 or 3 things with CGI with Leia. The young Leia, and the end, I don't remember her being in a costume like that unless I missed it somewhere. And I don't know. The whole thing was weird. Yeah, the whole thing was just to, with Palpatine being back, her being Palpatine's daughter and all that kind of crap, just totally disregarded everything that was done in the prequels of in the original trilogy, and just made all of the sacrifices made by Vader and everybody else just mean nothing. It was just, I don't know. I was very disappointed, extremely disappointed. So
yeah, it was bad. It wasn't very much like a video game. It was not coherent. It was a narrative comprised of narrative Lego building blocks, just kind of modular and take some off and throw them away, put some new ones on. It was crap. I mean, after seeing this, do you believe that there were extensive reshoots like the rumors have held?
Oh yeah, well JJ even said that there were reshoots. He tried to play it down, but dude, you're shooting into November. Come on, the movie comes out in a month. You know, I mean, this thing was cut right up to the minute, and you can tell. So, you know, it's just, I don't know. It was like, what the hell is this? It's not even like a movie. I mean, the first 20 minutes or so kind of, they weren't too bad, I guess. But then it just gets dead for like a good hour. Like, I mean, there's so much stuff happening, but it's like just mind-numbingly dumb. And you have so many wasted opportunities and chances. I mean, I like the little jabs at The Last Jedi. Those were kind of funny. But like even a missed opportunity is, for instance, when they talk about the Holdo maneuver. You know?
Right.
You know, Lord of the Rings kid, whatever his name is, Dominic Manahan or whatever. He's like, why don't we do the Holdo maneuver? And then what's his face is like, that won't work. That's like 1,000,000 shot. That was a perfect opportunity for you to not only have a jab at JJ, but let 3PO have a 3PO moment and go, but sir, the Holdo maneuver only has a success rate of about 1,720 million to 1. And then you just have like a pause, and then you have Poe go, you know what? I think the droid's right for once. You know, something like that. You know,
well, that would have been good.
You know what I mean? Actually listen to 3PO. And speaking of 3PO, I liked his little thing where he didn't have a memory, and when R2 gave him his memory back, but all he did is give him his memory back to like a few weeks ago or whatever, because he's like, oh, I'm about to go on my first mission with Mistress Rey. And it's like, why didn't you give him all his memory back? Like all the way back to the beginning, and like actually give him like, you know, yeah, it would have been a little fan service moment, but it'd been like, all of a sudden he's like, R2, I remember everything, and I was created by Anakin Skywalker or something like that, just to give him a character moment, you know, just to give him like a kind of a wink, you know, you get your memories back, kind of like with Chewie in the metal, you know. Yeah, it was a cute little moment. It was kind of dumb how it played out, but you know, it was stupid that I think it was insinuated that was the metal that Han Solo sold. But
oh god,
I don't know if you caught
that. Is so annoying. I mean, come on. I mean, so basically that's the metal that Han Solo sold for a drink in the goddamn novel, and now they've put it in the film. That's pathetic.
That was what I think was insinuated by the deleted scenes or whatever out of the multiple cuts or whatever. And just like I don't remember if it was in one of the ones you reported or it was one of the ones we reported, that the one girl, I can't remember her name, the new black girl was actually supposed to be Lando's daughter. Then they had that little tag on the end there. He's like, well, where are you from? And she's like, I don't know. And he's like, well, why don't we find out? You know, like because it was like all kind of like leading up as he actually knew who she was kind of thing. And they cut all that out. You know?
Yeah, I don't know. I just thought maybe he was trying to invite her back to his cloud city in the sky.
What's sad is you're like the second or third person to think that now. And it's like, obviously with them cutting out that other storyline, it just makes him sound like a creeper. Because dude's like 70 years old and he's creeping on some young teenager.
I beg your pardon. I'd consider him a player.
I'm not disagreeing with that, but I mean, I can't wait for the people who actually think that to say that though. But I mean, come on, dude's 70 some years old. I mean,
I know. But I have a question. All right. So having seen this thing and seeing the kind of modular, choppy version of it, I'm questioning the logic of this. If they really were shooting up to the very end, as I think we both agree that they were, they didn't do this motivated out of the goodness of their heart or just a heartfelt devotion to art. Could they be doing these extensive, desperate reshoots absent test screenings? What would be the motivation for such a risky and expensive move? So I ask you, logically, do you believe that there were test screenings?
I think that there weren't early on. I think the first round of reshoots had to do with the leaks. If you want my honest opinion on that, I can't verify that. But I'm thinking that the early leaks, which kind of lined up with a lot of stuff down the line, because like that was the one thing you noticed. I don't know how far you got deep into the leaks and followed them, because by the time we did our video, we kind of gathered everything up. And you could kind of see the common, you know, the common points and beats in all the versions we reported about. But then there was just wildly different things in the different quote unquote leaks and versions we had, but there was too much stuff lining up, right? So then like we get to that last leak and it's just like, okay, yeah, they did a bunch of reshoots again. And I do think that last time they did verify that they did do test screenings. They could say it's friends and family all they want. But I think I said this to you before on one of these, or I've said it on my own shows anyway. But if your friends and family are leaking out this shit, then that's bad. That's really bad. Because these are the people who are supposed to really keep this stuff, close to the chest and undercover. And I mean, Jedi Paxis, he's got to be somebody on the inside. I know you've kind of joked or even alluded to, you think he might be George Lucas, but I wouldn't go that deep. But he's definitely probably somebody who works in either like Lucasfilm or ILM or in Skywalker sound or editing, to where he's been able to see all these multiple edits. So, I mean, there's definitely, and we know that we've gotten some confirmation on the division on the inside through some of the other reports that we've gotten from like Bloomberg and Wall Street Journal and some of the other papers that aren't trade paper, and even some of the trade papers, but, beyond the trade papers where there is a division in the group between, Lucasfilm loyalists and Kathleen Kennedy loyalists. So, I mean, we're causing a lot of stirs over there. I mean, I'll tell you some things off air that I could tell you that I know we're on their radar, and I can kind of verify that, but I can't say it on the air. So.
Of course. And I've taken off my, my helmet, obviously, because it's too intimidating, of course. But I think Jedi Praxis had the goods. I mean, holy crap. Jedi Praxis had, beat by beat. It was
right, and not only that, the changes.
Oh man, updated. Look, I don't have any idea about Jedi Praxis. Actually, didn't really follow that stuff. It was only late in the game when people were talking about Jedi Praxis, and I had looked at. I did a report on one of these clusters of leaks over on. It turned out it was 4chan. That were
okay, yeah, you did the 4chan ones then.
Okay. Right. I never really did a Jedi Praxis one. It was just like, God, Jedi Praxis can't just be a guy at ILM.
No, he's got to be somebody. Well,
somebody that really.
I think he could be in the editing department.
Father.
Yeah, it's Paxis, but he's got to be somebody at least within the editing realm, because to see all these different cuts. And to know the different changes and stuff. And he's been dead on.
Maybe.
And he was dead on for Last Jedi. And I think he even did Force Awakens leaks too, but nobody really paid attention to those.
No.
Same thing with the Last Jedi leaks. Not a lot of people did.
Well, it's because it's what I said earlier, Tom, that leaks are a symptom of an underlying malaise or contagion in a franchise. They could leak everything from season 3 of the Orville or, season 5 of The Expanse. I wouldn't look at it because I'm a fan. I don't want to know what's going to happen.
Oh yeah.
So I get a leak like that, I'm going to be pissed off. But something that's already like The Walking Dead, like Star Trek Discovery or Star Wars, first of all, their employees have to be miserable or contact. Of course, we don't know that Jedi Paxis actually works there. I mean, Jedi Paxis could be a relative or something. I mean,
it's hard to say. Yeah, it's very, there could be a lot of possibilities, but somebody at least close enough to have seen various versions of the movie, because he's so dead on. And that's one of the ones we went with too. And along with the ones you got from 4chan and a few other ones. And again, they were all either leading from the same places, or they were all just using Jedi Paxis leaks, or they're people from other parts of the group. Because yeah, there are loyalists to the original Star Wars and Lucasfilm there. We know that. And it's the same thing with everywhere else. And you're right. I mean, we get the same questions all the time. Well, why don't you guys ever report anything positive, or don't you get anything positive? It's like, oh yeah, we do. But either when we report it, you guys don't pay attention, or, there's really nothing there, because, if they're having a good time making something and they can tell it's something that fans are going to like, you don't generally get leaks.
No, you don't. And I wouldn't want to. I don't want to know good or bad. I don't want to know anything, you know?
Look at like
Um,
Orville. That's a tight ship. Why? Because I think everybody involved in that is so dead loyal to the show and they love it and they don't leak anything.
Exactly. And again, if I ever got wind of some kind of leak of Orville season 3, I would say, get thee behind me, Satan. I do
Right?
not want to know.
Or even Cobra Kai or any of these other
Oh
shows.
no,
where
I don't
everything-
want to know any of it.
Yeah, any of these shows where it seems like everything's going well, we never hear a peep about them. Or if we do say anything, people, oh, I can't tell you. You're gonna love it though. That's the kind of shit we get.
Yeah.
Because it's like, okay, all right. That means that everything's going good. You know, generally.
Exactly. That's exactly what it is. So
I know you got some super chats, so go ahead and blow through some few here. I don't want to hold you back.
Thanks, man. Yeah, I definitely got a lot going here. NY Kia 31 with a $2 super chat. Thank you. NY Kia says Leia and Rey have usurped Luke and Anakin's legacy. Yeah, well, Leia defeated him in training, so she was at least as powerful as he was. It's pathetic. I mean, really embarrassing. And having her train Rey was pathetic.
You know why I think they did that? Because here's the thing, Andre and I have said for a while now, like, and I'll keep this quick because I know you got more super chats, but like The Last Jedi, they had a year to fix that to where they could have killed Leia's character off within that year's time that we knew she wasn't going to be around for the next movie, right? And you had more than one opportunity to do that within the movie and edit it, and you didn't even have to really do that much reshooting, right?
Right.
But they didn't do that. And you want to know why I think that is? Because I think Kathleen Kennedy was dead set on having Luke out of the picture and a failure at training Rey so that Leia had to come and pick up the slack and be the one to actually train Rey. I'm believing that's a KK call.
Yep.
Does that make sense?
Has her stink all over it. No doubt about it. Good call, man. I think you're spot on. Jedi Master Zetopia with a $2 super chat. Hail Jedi Master Zetopia, who says Kathleen Kennedy, hashtag time for new challenges. Time for new challenges, Kathleen Kennedy. Absolutely. Well said, Jedi Master Zetopia. BH with a $5 super chat. Thank you, BH. JJ doesn't care about these franchises. He just wants his name associated with all of them. It's a cinematic equivalent of graffiti. Yeah, he's tagging things. And it's really bad because he's reaching back through time and tagging things. He's tagged the original trilogy now. That son of a bitch has just defaced a classic film series. And this is no way to get that stink off if you buy the Disney sequel trilogy as canon, which I don't think it is. I don't consider it that.
I think we're going to get a movement over the next year or so where a lot of people are going to be like in this camp of we don't consider that canon. And you may even get like some, you know, like the signature campaigns and all that kind of stuff.
I think that would be awesome. I'd really like that. Bionic Belly Button with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Legionnaire and Wrench. Bionic Belly Button, who says, my Zazzle package just arrived. It's my darling tee. Wow, you have received your Doomcock Darling t-shirt. That is a wonderful news, Bionic Belly Button. Hail, and thank you for letting us know. I bet you will look fantastic in it. I will say that. Hail, Bionic Belly Button. Mr. Demento with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Demento. Says we need to see the Lucas cut. Yeah, I would love to see the Lucas cut. My source swears up and down and is obsessed with this Lucas cut. And this was a source that, told me true things. And so I have the feeling that there is a Lucas cut. I cannot confirm.
Did you see our video today?
No, I haven't had a chance.
We brought up the Lucas cut and we brought you up in the process, of course.
Oh, what did you say?
The short version, basically, we said we don't really know anything specific about it, but what we do know is that he did come in, give some notes on some edits and reshoots, and KK pretty much nixed them all. And there was kind of a bit of a not misunderstanding, but they have like an awkward relationship, because he has a hard time letting shit go, which is understandable. And then she of course wants to do her own thing, and then the buck stops with Bob now, and Bob's been making the call to Lucas. So I think that between it all, like, I think the whole thing was, Andre says, as far as he knows, she has final cut. So she got her way.
Clearly.
So it was decided that for the best of everybody, George just wouldn't go to the premiere, because if anybody asked him about anything, he's too honest to not say things. You know how he is.
Yeah. Listen, my source says that it was his input, his cuts, and the new footage at the end made the damn movie. And
well, you know what's funny is, the ending. A few people have picked up on it already. I don't know if you did. It's the same ending as Endgame. I am Iron Man. I am all the Jedi. Sacrifices herself. Yeah. She sacrifices herself. And then you got to double the sacrifice, because you can't have the guy live,
Yeah.
Which,
Well,
again, just ends up making the Palpatines win in the end. So
they do. It's the rise of Palpatine, not Skywalker. It's a very subversive thing, and it's hideous. Spectre with 5 $1 super chats in a row. Spectre, you didn't say anything, but I very, very much appreciate your support. These tips keep the lights on down here at the center of the earth, and thank you very, very much for me. Appreciate that. Really important to keep Harvey's containment field powered up, and this helps a lot. And then Spectre also, finally, with a $5 super chat, says something. He says, I blame money. Too much money destroyed our Star Wars. The more money it makes, the more terrible the movies get. Yeah, greed and stupidity and cronyism in Hollywood, nepotism, all of these things contribute to all of us getting shafted in terms of movies. We really do not get a fair shake when it comes to our entertainment. It's a damn sad thing. Eden Franklin with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Eden, very much for that. That's awesome. While Disney continues to lose their fans, you're earning your fans. Congratulations. #DVD. Thank you, Eden Franklin. Yes, it's funny how that works. I don't know. Really, honestly, I want what we all want. I want some good Star Wars. Is that so much to ask? Apparently it is. Apparently it's way too much to ask these days. And I cannot understand the mindset of a studio that is no longer interested in what fans think or in making money. It's the damnedest thing. I don't know. Nettled Nerds with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Nettled One, who says, The Witcher is good if you have read the books. The first 3 episodes are fast, but very true to novel canon, but I recommend. I will check it out. I've heard good things about The Witcher, and a lot of people have recommended that I give it a look, so I'm definitely going to do that. Jay Bird Third with a $20 super chat. Thank you, my Legionnaire Jay Bird Third, who says, thank you for enduring this movie for us and for your insightful and nuanced review. I agree that the cast had potential. I liked Disney Ridley in The Force Awakens. The writing ruined this trilogy, and KK's agenda ruined the writing. What a beautiful message. That is just as succinct and true a statement as I've ever heard about this stuff. The writing ruined this trilogy, and KK's agenda ruined the writing. Beautiful. I wish Iger would deal with this. Eventually, I imagine he's going to have to. I don't imagine she's still in power very much.
No,
at all.
I don't think she's got a buttload of power. I think it's just she exercised as much power as she could over the Rise of Skywalker. It sounds like, if that's true. And then look at the whole Baby Yoda thing. How in the world do you screw up a marketing thing like that? To where, think about all the hundreds of billions of Baby Yodas, everything they could be selling this Christmas. You can't tell me that wasn't a KK call, because she was probably jealous that she didn't come up with it.
Right. Yeah,
This is the worst. This is the worst thing to happen to Star Wars since the 1977 early bird campaign, when they didn't have toys ready, but at least then they had an excuse. I want to know who's at fault here. And they keep saying, oh, it's because of the we didn't want the leaks out and that kind of crap. I don't buy that. I don't buy that at all. Fake profile to see porn. My channel is Midnight's Edge and Midnight's Edge After Dark. And
There you go.
And Rob is in the chat, by the way. He was trying to get your attention earlier.
Oh, awesome. Hail Captain Rob.
He
Wonderful
said,
to see Captain Rob here. What a great guy.
He said it was cultural vandalism, like going to St. Peter's Basilica and smashing La Piete.
It is.
Yeah.
It absolutely is. I agree entirely. J Paula 821 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, J Paula 821. Says, as your summoner legionnaire, shall I summon hot elf women or unholy rat men assassins when you release Harvey? I can only summon one group. Hot elf women. I mean, if Harvey's out, that's it. Game over, man. Game over. And I'd rather go out, I'd rather be coming as I'm going. How's that? Hello. I must be going. Yes. J Paula 821. Thank you for the question, though. Yes, let's hot elf women. That my order is placed. June Wong with two $5 Australian super chats in a row. Thank you very much, June Wong, who says, Hail Doomcock. I made a polite comment on a Andy Signore video, and in reply, he says, never will apologize for the perception of him trying to discredit Doomcock. Andy Signore also says it's bad for Doomcock to report on the rumors, suggests his source is more legit, and still insists there were no test screenings. And yet, hashtag Doomcock was right. By their deeds shall ye know them, by their fruits. And the stuff I said largely came true. Now, there were some things that my source was right about, but misinterpreted. For example, Han Solo being a Force ghost. Well, the scene unfolded exactly as my source claimed it did, but my source thought that he was a Force ghost, not that it was a Force
They don't
vision.
do a real good job explaining it in the movie either way.
No, they don't. And it really, a difference that makes no difference is no difference. I mean, if Han Solo is right there in the flesh talking to him, who cares if he's a ghost or a vision or a bit of undigested potato?
That scene, I was like, you're just my memory, but I'm your memory. Part-time. I was waiting for him to say that.
Part-time. That's right.
Part-time.
Oh my God. So I'm sorry, Andy Signore. I'm not seeing a whole lot of hashtag Andy Signore was right, but I don't care. I mean, I don't respond to these kind of things. But June Wong, thank you very much for both of those Australian super chats, and I hope that you are having a lovely winter in the land down under where it's warm.
Oddly. I will say this about this Doomcock, because you have been more right than wrong, just like us. And just like us, you don't get any credit for it, because just like anything else, just like the housewife says, or the boss at work says, or the guy who always works the hardest at work, it's like nobody noticed the 100 things that go right, but they always bitch about the one thing that goes wrong. It's just like that in this line of work, when you do like scoops and leaks and all that kind of information. For the 100 things you get right, you never get credit for, but the one thing you get wrong, they'll pinpoint on it and just
right. Right. All I can say is that the one point of absolute vindication that I take away from this is the allegations that I'm a liar.
Oh, yeah, I hate that. Yeah. And then we'll make shit up. It's like, if we're going to make stuff up, don't you think we come up with something a little bit more exciting than some of this crap?
Exactly. Exactly. And there you go. I mean, just straight up. I was vindicated. I am not a liar. When I say I have a source, I have a source. So shove it, shills. It's just
if we go with it too, then that means doubly believe Doomcock.
damn right.
'Cause we usually have 2 or 3 other people saying something. That's why.
Right. You have much better sourcing and resources than I do. You've laid the groundwork and you've got, spies everywhere.
Yeah, Robot Shlomo pointed out that's what Ian Hogg says in Spinal Tap. That's right. Every 100 fucking things that go right around here, nobody notices, but for one thing that goes wrong, it's
Yeah, that's exactly right. Good call, Captain Rob. Jedi Bill 797 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Jedi Bill. Says, "Hail my overlord, you were right. Congrats." Thank you, Jedi Bill 797. Larry with a $1 super chat. Didn't say anything, but hail Bullwinkle and Rocky and Larry. Tyrant Beard with a $5 Australian super chat. Hail Tyrant Beard. Says, "My liege, my best mate asked if I was keen to see Rise of Skywalker, so I will force him sub. Is it true space ponies have sonar? Thank you for your sacrifice, Kirk."
I keep telling you, Jim, Star Wars is dead.
Star Wars is dead, Jim. Yeah, space ponies, I don't know if they have sonar, but they do have magnetic horse plops. So unfortunately, even if that Star Destroyer had survived, it would have been covered with pony poop, and they would have had to take it to the the Star Destroyer wash. It's not a car wash; it's a Star Destroyer wash. A really weird problem. Most Star Destroyer washes go out of business because you generally don't have horses running on the outside of the ship. But when it happens, you need a professional.
The one day they're closed. And space horse poop leaves streaks if you don't clean it right away, I've heard.
It really does. It really does. And depending on what they eat, rust.
Yeah, they eat a lot of green. You're shit out of luck.
Nasty stuff. Paragon 23 with a $5 super chat. Hail Paragon. Says, "After the funeral, do you think Disney will try to milk Star Wars in the future? Hashtag execute order 1977. Of course, they will always try to milk Star Wars, no matter what happens, Paragon 23. No doubt about it. They are not in the habit of abandoning things. In fact, they cannibalize their own movies many times over. I think that there will ultimately be 4 or 5 live action remakes of Aladdin with different actors, and they throw in a different song here or there. It's a cultural vandalism and just a terrible way to destroy pieces of art that we hold dear.
I don't really get it. It's like we go on all these years, like how many years, like hundreds of years with literature and plays, and not very much has ever changed. Yeah, once in a while you'll do an updated adaptation of something, but it's just so strange where we've gotten to this point where it's like they can't come up with anything original, or they can't find a way to update anything without destroying it. It just makes no sense to me. I don't know. I don't get it.
Yeah. It's like, they're just not skilled enough to find a way to keep their original fan base while broadening the appeal. It's just like, nope, it's one or the other. And old fans, fuck off. That's basically their attitude.
Yeah.
Scott Malden with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Scott, very much. He says, "The one thing I've yet to understand, how was Man Baby allowed to come in and use his own script for 8? I can't even speculate."
KK, he told KK what he needed. Yeah.
With Kennedy, I don't know.
I think he just told her what she wanted to hear.
Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised if that whole Leia make Luke a failure and have Leia be the trainer was his idea, and she loved it to death, and that's why it wasn't changed in post-production. That's the only thing that makes sense to me.
I think that's probably right. Whatever. It's a terrible way to run a railroad, and I think they need to run her out of town on a rail. That's basically the only thing that will help Lucasfilm at this point. The Legion of Reason with a $5 Canadian super chat. Hail to the Legion of Reason, who says audience score at Rotten Tomatoes is 86%. I smell a rat, or rather a big mouse. Definitely. It hasn't people have been writing me talking about reviews getting deep sixed and things vanishing off of there, and I think they're definitely manipulating the audience score. they're deleting things that are too harsh and killing things that are too low and artificially boosting that audience score. What a crock. I don't know why anybody pays any attention to
Well, most people don't even understand that all Rotten Tomatoes does is all 86% is 86% of the people marked it 5 stars or higher.
right.
10. That's all it is. It doesn't mean that it's getting an 86 out of 100.
No.
Because if you go by Metacritic and you go by IMDb, it's getting more within the range of a 5.1 out of 10 or a 6.9 out of 10, somewhere in that range.
Absolutely.
That seems more realistic to me.
Yes. Tyron Beard with a $2 Australian super chat. Hail Tyron Beard, who says, also, I need your Plant Boy retort. Burn. Yes, I will repost my Plant Boy retort on Patreon and Subscribestar just as soon as I get that new service up. Yeah, I went ahead and deleted some stuff because of stuff that's coming up on COPA possibilities and new YouTube policies and stuff. So I'm just being cautious. TBG75 with a $2 super chat didn't say anything, but very much appreciated. TBG75. Orville Nation is in the house, folks, with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Orville Nation. Says, last thing guy like Abrams needed was rush deadlines. Release should have been pushed back to May 2020 instead of slapping together this cacophony. Like that word, Orville Nation, cacophony, indeed. Yeah, but I mean, how long? I mean, he had a lot of time to work on this thing. I don't understand what happened to the old-fashioned idea that you hire a good script writer, they write a script, and you stick with the damn script. That's just, all these reshoots, everything has reshoots these days, and extensive reshoots. Hell, they reshot a ton of Star Trek Discovery. They've reshot a bunch of the Picard series that's coming out. Every single Star Wars movies, other than I think Ruin Johnson's, oddly enough, has had a lot of reshoots on it. Force Awakens, same deal. Rise of Skywalker, same deal. Solo. Rogue One. Shit.
Yeah, the only two that it really,
right, for fuck's sake. What is wrong with you people?
Yeah, the only two really have been The Last Jedi, and I know The Force Awakens had a few, but not as extensive, obviously.
Yeah, but I mean, they definitely did. So I don't know what's going on with it. Rampage TG with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Rampage. Says, hail Harvey. Did Harriet have anything to do with Palpatine not possessing Rey after he died? P.S. Here is a peanut butter cookie. Thank you, Rampage TG, for the super chat and the peanut butter cookie. Harvey.
Yes?
Did Harriet have anything to do with Palpatine not possessing Rey after he died?
Yes. Basically, I overheard her on the phone with Gloria Allred, and she had slapped a restraining order on Palpatine for illicitly pound-me-tooing Rey. And I said, well, pound-me-tooing, Harriet? And she said, yes. What else would you call entering a woman without her consent? And I said, well, it's not really entering like that. It's entering like, possessing, like who you gonna call? Ghostbusters kind of thing. And she just stared at me, and now I too am being sued.
Oh, poor Harvey. Jesus, damn Harriet.
What'd you say?
Is that Harriet?
Yes, it's Harriet. Shh. Did you say something?
No, Harriet.
Okay.
Oh, Jesus. She rules with an iron grip around here. legal eagles. What can you do? Dustin Rogers with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dustin. Says, after all the leaks and to see the worst made real, I just don't feel Star Wars in my heart anymore. But thank God for Baby Yoda and his darkness. Thank you, Dustin Rogers, very much for that. Yeah, I haven't watched The Mandalorian other than the first one. I don't feel Star Wars in my heart anymore, except when I watch the old stuff. And I don't know. I need to watch it. I know I need to. Thank you, Dustin Rogers, for that. I know a lot of people like Baby Yoda, and I ought to give it a chance, I guess. Check it out. But Dustin adds with another $2 super chat, but my bottle of bourbon helps. Bourbon always does. Thank you, Dustin Rogers, very much, my friend, for both of those super chats. Top Cat 2000 with a £2 super chat. Hail Top Cat 2000. Didn't say anything, but appreciate that tip just the same. Same thing with Alan Bennett, who gifted me with $2, but didn't say anything as well. Thank you very much, Alan Bennett. Mr. Demento with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Demento. Says Harvey, this is Tom of the great race of Yith in the body of Mr. Demento. You left your Volkswagen car parked on our outside our Jupiter. Come get it or we are snorting all of your coke.
Look, man, I can't get to it. But listen, just feed some coins in the parking meter, will you? Don't be a dick, man. Don't be a dick. Not cool. Not cool, Tom. Damn Yith.
Poor Harvey. Wow. I didn't know that he had a Volkswagen, a Volkswagen van. That's what it is. It's not car, it's van, parked outside Jupiter. Well,
that's funny. I didn't know he had a coke habit.
I didn't either.
When things go better with Coke.
Oh, that kind. Okay.
How do you do it, though?
What do you mean?
Well, you don't really have a nose, per se.
You speciest fascist bastard. You don't know what I got, man. You don't know what I got.
Uh-oh. It sounds bad. I don't even want to explore
Sounds
this.
more like he's embarrassed about how he has to take it, but I'll just leave it at that. So.
Oh, what does that mean? What's that mean? You mean like down here? What? Oh dear. Well, I better go.
Oh dear. Oh dear.
60 server van.
60 server van. That's right. She's going to love me in my Harvey van, and that's all right with me. Top Cat 2000 with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Top Cat. Says Anakin Skywalker's story is ruined, Doomcock. He was the whole point of the first 6 films. Disgusting. Yep. That's basically it. It is now Palpatine's entire saga. He has taken over the saga. He has absolutely co-opted everything. And his spawn takes over at the end. The utter complete defeat of the Skywalkers. It is a goddamn disgrace. I don't know how I don't know. It's mind-blowing. It's absolutely mind-blowing. Michael Lupacino with a $30 super chat. Thank you, Michael Lupacino, who says, Doomcock, buy yourself some tequila with this. Merry Christmas. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Thank you, Michael Lupacino. How wonderful, my friend. Thank you. That was very, very generous of you. I will do as you have bid me to do. What is the Matrix? With a $2 super chat. Thank you. What is the Matrix? Says, hail, Lord Doomcock, a tip of appreciation. Thank you. Thank you. What is the Matrix? Very much appreciated, my Legionnaire friend. Compendium with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Compendium. Says, Kylo has a blaster when he fights Knights of Ren, and the cam angle shifts and it disappears, so he is forced to fist fight. Film cuts got mixed up. LMAO. Well, you're laughing your ass off, and apparently he laughed his blaster off. So Compendium, I don't know what to tell you. Continuity, like karma, is a bitch. And when you reshoot as much as they did and recut as much as they did, well, this kind of shit's going to happen. Ilya Kupryanov with 100 Russian rubles super chat. Ilya, thank you, my friend. Says, hail from Russia, Doomcock. Thank you for what you're doing for the fandom. Gonna make you a side character in my novel. Do you mind? Don't you mind? Well, drop me a line, man. Write me at dictorvandoomcock@gmail.com and let me know what you're thinking. Hail Ilya Kupryanov And thank you for the 100 Russian rubles. That is so cool. Easy Talk Cafe with more Paul Feig allegations and a $5 super chat. Thank you. Easy Talk Cafe says Paul Feig dresses like his mother, lays out his clothes for the day. Yeah, that's very true. That's very true. And I think he's got his name sewn on his underwear, one for each day of the week. It's astonishing. Easy Talk Cafe. Yeah. Not a big fan of Paul Feig's here. Not a big fan at all. But I do appreciate you talking about Paul Feig, and thanks for the earlier super chat as well. Art Rosales with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Art. Says the Indominus Artemis gives this query to my lord. How many women will lament the fact that JJ ripped off the ending to Dunkirk? I couldn't answer. I would never mansplain or presume to speak for women in that regard, Art Rosales. So I'm not going to fall into that cunning trap, sir. No, not this Doomcock. But thank you, Art, for the query and for the super chat. Hairless Wookie with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Hairless One. Says Doomcock the Seer. I have a new title, Doomcock the Seer. I love it. Apache Helicopter with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Apache Helicopter. Says, Hail Doomcock. Let us hope the franchise will return to form under new, better management. May you reach 200,000 subs. Merry Christmas as well. I echo your wish list for Santa, Apache Helicopter. Fingers crossed. New, better management, 200,000 subs, and a Merry Christmas. What could be better than that? Fu Hai with an £8 super chat. Thank you, Fu Hai. Says, here's hoping there will be an online community petition to disavow this travesty of trilogy. It doesn't belong in the Star Wars universe. I agree 1,000%. I think you were talking about that, Tom, that eventually there will be a petition, don't you think?
Yeah, I think enough fans will get together and be like, you know what, screw this trilogy. Let's just all decide that it doesn't exist. You know, and you'll start seeing some petitions. Will they do anything? Not really, but I think the point that they'll exist will be enough to be a thorn in their side. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think so. It's an embarrassment, and I guess that's enough for now. I mean, what else can we do, really? Marcus Stuhlpfaffer. Marcus Stuhlfarer with a €4 and 4.04 euros, basically. From Marcus, thank you. You didn't say anything, but very, very much appreciate the support, my friend. Same with Cypher Zero with a $2 Australian super chat. Again, nothing said, but much appreciated. Planet Tobor TV with a $5 super chat. My first Patreon supporter and Legionnaire. And Planet Tobor TV says, I am in Austin and the cedar is driving me insane. Me too. It's just killing me. It is just fucking killing me. Oh my God. I'm just constantly have snot and sore throat, and it's just driving me nuts. Sorry you're suffering as well, Planet Tobor TV. Cybotron with a $1.99 super chat and a very sad observation. There was no dedication to Peter Mayhew. Sad. Yep.
Oh, I just realized that too. Yeah.
No love for Peter.
Mhm.
Well, I guess he was just a guy in a costume, right? Well, let me tell you something. This Chewbacca doesn't feel right to me at all. This Chewbacca doesn't look right, doesn't act right. This Chewbacca is just a guy in a suit. Peter Mayhew was
Yeah, he
Chewbacca.
doesn't have the same eyes and stuff either.
No, not the same manner, not the same bearing, not the way he walks. That is not Chewbacca. It's a guy I mean, I swear to God, there was one shot from the side in that movie that just looked awful. It looked like it was a guy in a Bigfoot costume, a cheap Bigfoot costume. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Nunya F Business with a $20 super chat and some attitude from Nunya F Business says, the least I can do is give you my movie money since you were correct in your leak vids. Love you. Love you too, Nunya F Business. Thank you very much for that. Very kind of you. Yeah, man. I was kind of sticking my neck out on those videos, but I did say that, look, this is what I've been told. And so I was being truthful in every instance, but I did not endorse or say that I believe that any of these things were true. So, but yeah, I'm glad they turned out to be. I'm glad it wasn't just disinformation. And I'm really happy I did those. Angel Angelus with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angel Angelus. I'm glad you have your arm. He says, this will be an important, if bittersweet day for Xanadu. It has seen the end of Star Wars. It will soon see the end of Disney. May the end hurt. Shoot, man. Angel Angelus, I love the sentiment, but Disney is going nowhere. Even if this movie died the most spectacular flaming death imaginable, Disney would still be around. I don't think there's any doubt about that. It's sad, but true. Robert Flores with a $10 super chat and echoing something I said earlier about Rey and Luke and the scene they had being really actually quite good. Robert Flores says that moment on the Millennium Falcon where Rey smiles at Chewie is a flash of what could have been. Yeah, this was a good cast, Tom. I think that this was a cast that could have done a beautiful job if they'd have had a good script. Was there anything in this movie that you liked?
Well, I think the first thing you got to say is just the Last Jedi screwed up everything.
Yeah.
I mean, Ryan didn't keep the same character. I mean, they had the same actors and everything, but they weren't the same characters because he didn't really know what he was doing. And at least here, they did have a bit more character. I didn't mind Babu Frick all that much. I thought he was kind of funny. Other than that, this 3PO was, like I said before, he had some nice moments. Could have been better.
Yeah.
Yeah, other than that, it just felt like such a clusterfuck and not even a real movie. It's hard. It is just a bunch of sequences, and none of them really stood out to me that I was like, oh, yeah, that was really cool, at least, or anything like that.
I thought that the way that Luke and Rey interacted was pretty good.
Well, yeah.
I felt like that was Luke.
Well, that was what we were probably supposed to see in the last movie.
Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, it made me sad, and it made me realize just how badly Ruin Johnson screwed us just by tossing his outline. I mean, even if he hadn't done anything else, I mean, not that JJ is a good storyteller by any means.
Oh, hell no.
But it would have at least been coherent.
No, what I said earlier on our live stream review, I said, look, I ain't saying that JJ would have made a good trilogy, but I can't imagine JJ would have treated Luke Skywalker with the disrespect that Rian Johnson did. So if worse came to worse, if JJ had done the whole trilogy, or they at least went by his outline, you got to imagine that Luke Skywalker would have got some respect. Because, again, I know everybody says they didn't go through with the plan. Well, they threw out George's plan, and then they threw out JJ's plan, because Simon Pegg and Daisy Ridley both said they knew exactly who Rey's parents were, and Ryan changed it. So right there tells you that much. And JJ said right out he got to do some of the things he wanted to do in the first place. So that tells you he had some ideas. And he said the only reason he didn't do the whole trilogy is because he asked his family about taking more time to do all three movies, and they didn't want him gone that long. So he blamed it on his family. But it's just a matter of, I can't say the movies would have been better, but if they would have just let JJ do the whole trilogy, plan it out, I think it would have been a little bit more coherent. It probably would have been a lot like Star Wars, Empire Strikes Back, and Return of the Jedi.
Right. Well, he wouldn't have degraded Luke like he did.
Yeah, I don't think, if worst came to worst, that would have been the one thing we all would have said, well, at least he didn't ruin Luke Skywalker.
Right. So, I mean, that's a lot. I blame Kathleen Kennedy entirely. In the chat, Robot Shlomo has said, Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
Baba Booey. Baba Booey.
Oh, Rob is awesome. I mean, Rob could come in if he wanted to for a little
Sure,
while.
I didn't want to. Yeah, I didn't know if you.
Yeah, I mean, no, absolutely. Absolutely.
I
He
wanna
could,
just
he could
invite
pop in
people.
if,
I'll
he,
send him the
if he
link.
felt like it. Richard Fox with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Richard Fox. Says there's a Michael Bay sky beam in the third act of Rise of Skywalker. JJ just couldn't help himself. Yes, there were lens flares. There were lens flares aplenty. And I was saying in my review that the kind of frenetic bullshit kind of hyperactive action is kind of his narrative lens flares. You know, it stops people from thinking too much about what's going on and glosses over the flaws and adds a kind of a sense that things are going on when really maybe they're not really all that much. So I think basically lens flares are narratively and visually an obsession of J.J. Abrams. Stephen Elo Shui with a $3.50 super chat. Hail Stephen Elo Shui. Says Doomcock for President 2020. Wow, 2020. Jeez, God, I'd have to get into that mix. God, who wants that? But thank you, Stephen Elo Shui. If nominated, I will serve. Okay, I promise that. If nominated, I will serve. Cycle Doc 675 with a $5 super chat. Hail Cycle Doc 675 says Star Wars 10 plot. Patrick Duffy appears in the shower to tell Victoria Principal that the entire Disney Star Wars saga was all just a bad dream. If only. If only. I do not give a damn if the man from Atlantis swims out of the shower and tells Leia it was all a dream. That would be fantastic. I'd buy it. Let's just move on. Any excuse to save face. Let's just make the damn thing happen. Mississippi Wildlife with a $5 super chat. Hail Mississippi Wildlife. Says Rise of Skywalker was a dumpster fire. Horrible movie. Enjoy your vids. Thank you, Mississippi Wildlife. Yeah, it was. And I'm glad that you enjoyed my review and my videos. I appreciate it very much, in fact. Let's see. What else have we got here? Oh, we have Robot Shlomo in the house. Hello, Rob.
Greetings, your overlordship.
He told me, he said in the chat earlier he's been drinking, so I'll warn you now.
Oh, that's
No,
all
no,
right.
just
So have I.
I got the actually I got the special stuff. I got the Glen Grant 12 out.
Ooh.
I heard
This
the
is
cork.
I heard
Yeah.
the cork too.
Right? Am I too
Because-
quiet or too loud or anything, guys? So.
Because this
No,
is actually
You're good.
we have to commemorate. This is the holiday season, but this is also this is almost like an Irish wake. So because we celebrate
Oh, yeah.
as we mourn the passing of Star Wars from this mortal coil and from our lives. So
Yes.
Gordon
Oh,
Davis
good.
says, but
Quite
what does
right,
Freddie
Robot
Prinze
Shlomo.
Jr. think? I thought of him a lot during this movie.
that's
Really?
good stuff right there.
When his voice came up at the end, and I'm sitting here thinking, boy, this whole movie goes against every galldarn thing you just said, Freddie Prinze. This whole movie is just a bunch of DLC for new powers.
Yeah. Your overlordness. Are you a fan of Futurama?
I haven't watched a whole lot of it, but I think well of it.
Well, okay. Tom says this South Park is the frame of reference for this, but in Futurama, Fry comes up with a comic book called Delivery Boy Man, and he keeps adding powers to the main character, which is himself, really. It's a self-insert character, and every situation that comes up, he keeps adding new powers. I'm like, that's what Rey is like. They just keep adding powers, no matter what the plot throws at her.
Yes.
And it is just absolutely pointless.
Yep.
So I mean, it's just an exercise in how not to write a movie, and it is actually cultural vandalism. It really is. This whole Disney Star Wars trilogy has been, and I said this is like walking into St. Peter's and smashing La Pietà. But what J.J. Abrams has done is he's tried to piece it back together. So he takes like the nose and glues it to the guy's elbow, and he takes an eye and glues it to his ass. And so it's like, oh, look, I did the best I could. I'm like, yeah, but it looks nothing like what it's supposed to.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So that's where we are today.
I think we are. I said that earlier about the powers that she has, and they keep adding them. I want to say thank you very much to my Legionnaire and artist extraordinaire, D. Oberg, who has given me an epic fail crying hippo sticker with a $20. Epic fail. That
sticker is kind of an epic fail because when that sticker yells, it kind of looks pretty phallic.
Oh, well, we don't want to. Yeah. But I tell you, D. Oberg is a hell of a Legionnaire and a great artist. He has designed a currency for Xanadu. He designed a Doomcock dollar and a Harvey Cthulhu wampum, which is the like legal tender in Xanadu. It really is fantastic. Douglas Oberg, thank you very much, sir. I love your work.
That is great. That is great. Yeah, I like that. That is very nice. I like that. Epic fail. The crying hippo.
I don't think he made that. That's on the
no, but he made the Doomcock dollars and
no, but that's where I felt okay about making fun
and he's
of
a
it.
hell of a guy, and it's awesome. I wanted to just take a minute because this is my 125,000 subscriber celebration, and I wanted to thank you, Rob, Captain Rob himself, folks. We all owe a great debt of gratitude. He was the guy that discovered me, plucked me out of the gutter of obscurity on YouTube, and shouted me out, and just a hell of a great guy.
Oh, thanks. But I gotta say that, let me tell you, if it wasn't gonna be me, it was gonna be somebody else. But because I knew that I listen. I'm not trying to butter you up because you're the host, but I knew what I was sawing was something special and unique, and it was just like I probably just happened to be the first guy to come across it. I mean, so you had it in you. That's you know what I mean? It's
he was probably looking for weird porn and found you is what he doesn't want to say.
Probably.
Doomcock. No, man.
I'm kidding, of course. But.
I know. You really, honestly, you really helped me out, and you could say maybe or whatever, but I mean, even before any of Tom or Andre, or you kept talking about our friend Doomcock, talking about STD is a disease of the mind, and throwing out quotes, and you just really honestly did a hell of a great favor to me, and we all wouldn't maybe be here if it wasn't for your help. And I just want everyone in the chat to send Captain Rob a lot of love and appreciation. Type an R in there in the chat for Rob, please. And of course, subscribe to Midnight's Edge After Dark. And you've still got your Robot Shlomo channel.
Yeah, I do. Actually, I'll have a review of the Rise of Skywalker soon on that. And I've been meaning.
If it was a child, it would be dead from neglect by now. But yeah, it's still there.
It's still there. Yeah,
it's not starving. So is that just going to be youtube.com/Robot Shlomo?
Yeah, I'm the only Robot Shlomo on YouTube, so it's pretty easy to find.
Look at all the R's.
Thank you.
Holy catsamole.
Thank you, everyone. Holy cow. Oh my God.
Yes.
Oh,
Captain Rob. Tetzeron. I'm not on Twitter right now, so I don't know if I got that or not, but I'll check later. But you guys do a hell of a job. Rob, how is the stand-up stuff going?
It's kind of slow. I'm meaning to get back into. I've been writing. I'm always writing material, and it's a lot of networking.
Yeah.
So the guy I know, he stopped. He was doing the stand-up shows, the showcases in a couple towns down the road from me, and he stopped doing it because of scheduling. So I'm looking to find another slot on another club, but it's it's fun. It's still fun when I do it. Did I ever tell you I was in a movie?
No, you did not.
Back in 2010, I was in a movie, an independent movie called Burial Boys. Now you can find it on YouTube.
Yeah, we showed a bit of it.
Yeah, I play a heckler in a comedy club, which I am no stranger to.
How ironic!
And
ironic!
And I start a riot. So
the patriarch asked, "Did you get to my super chat?" I have not yet. I have a bunch piled up.
We're gonna shut up so he can get to those.
I'm gonna get back.
Yes, please.
I'll get back on those in just a minute. But I just wanted to give Rob on here and give him a shout out. And I wanted to ask you, Rob, did you have anything that you wanted to say about Rise of Skywalker before I move on with these super chats?
Well, only that I never thought I would grow to actively hate Star Wars, and that I would not be looking forward to a Star Wars movie. Yet here we are. It is unfathomable that a property that I have loved since I was 7 years old is now something that I have disdain for. And that really goes, that's really saying a lot. I liken it today on when we were on Midnight's Edge on the main channel. I likened it to watching in horror as if someone jumped on stage and shot all 4 Beatles.
Yeah,
I know that's a bit extreme, but I was watching it with I was talking about it with Mecha Random actually a little while ago, and we couldn't believe, like I said, that it was just the utter stupidity, and we were saying that essentially Palpatine won. If you think about it, the Skywalkers are destroyed. And then the only Force user left is a Palpatine. He got what he wanted: the destruction of the Skywalker bloodline.
Yep.
It's how is this a happy ending?
I don't know. In my video, I mean, it's literally Palpatine said to her, "You're going to kill me, and then I'm going to enter your body, and we will rule together." And so she killed him. So he got literally everything he wanted, and I don't know that he didn't enter her body. So everything Rey got. Rey got the Skywalker name. She got the house. She got the X-wing. She got the everything. The farm. She got everything because she took it from somebody else. It's the biggest case of cinematic stolen valor on record.
Well, I want to know who did such a great job cleaning out the entrance of the Lars homestead and how they got the smell.
Well, the desert burns it away. But I got to tell you, Rob, you made a hell of a point. I mean, Rey got everything in the divorce, and they were never even married.
And she's flying around with a stupid helmet. It looks like she's wearing a mushroom on her head.
Yeah,
I mean, geez.
Well, the biggest insult was Anakin saying, "Finish what I couldn't do," or "Finish what I started," or some shit. That was the biggest fuck you.
Yeah, I hated that. I want to say thank you to Pitala Sama with a 19 Mexican dollar sticker with an on-set sticker. Thank you, Pitala Sama. Very much appreciate that. And no, you guys are absolutely spot on. And I mean, it is a goddamn shame what they have done to Star Wars. They have willy-nilly gifted her with powers far beyond that of mortal Jedi, and it just means it's tarnished everything. Nothing means anything anymore. Rey got everything in the divorce, Grimy. They weren't even married. That's the sad thing.
She looks up to Luke and Leia like there's some kind of parental figures, and she knew Luke for what, maybe a day and a half. And
she was there for a little while, but he was still a dick to her, and then she was pissed at him when she left.
Yes. And I love you back, Callum Purvis. Thank you, Callum Purvis. Says, love you, Overlord. I appreciate that very, very much. Ernest Rojas says, saludos, señor Doomcock. Un abrazo y gracias por sus videos. Gracias, señor Rojas. And I hope my pronunciation was not too abominable there. Death Brewer, look how they massacred my boy. Exactly. The God Walker, the Sky God Walker. I don't know. Well, you guys, I gotta run through some super chats here, but you're welcome to stick around or whatever you want to do.
All right.
I'm good for now. I'll just be quiet, so I don't.
Yeah, I'll be
hold you
so
up.
same here. I'll be quiet. I'll be good.
All right, you guys. Thank you.
It's early enough, and yeah.
Compendium with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Compendium. Says Jedi must now fear using the Force. They might die. That's right. You use too much of the Force, it burns out your spark plugs, and it's your ass. But of course, if you die, you become more powerful than you ever were alive, because Force ghosts can now do everything. Hell, Force ghosts could go into a brothel and get laid because they can touch people. So waka waka down now. It just sucks. Although their clothes are also Force ghosts. So I don't know. It's weird. Billy Russo with a €2 super chat. Thank you, Billy. Says, thank you for calling out some BS we have to see. You are very welcome, Billy Russo. That's what the Overlord does. That's what, if being a super villain was, if you didn't have to do that, anybody could be a super villain. It takes, brass balls and the ability to stomach STDs and ruses of soy wokers to really hit that super villain demographic. Jay Bird Third with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jay Bird Third. Says, if any of you are parents introducing your kids to Star Wars, start them early on the original trilogy, but do not let them see the Disney trilogy. Amen. And start them on things like Warner Brothers, Looney Tunes, and start them on original Star Trek. Let them develop taste. Let them develop a sense of what is good and an attention span that isn't 7 seconds long. If they do that, they will be way ahead of the curve in the future. You will be doing them and civilization a favor. Thank you, Legionnaire J. Bird Third. Legionnaire Orchestra with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Legionnaire Orchestra. Says, congratulations on another monumental milestone, my liege. Thanks for making the coal of Rise of Skywalker in our stockings into goodies with your scathing hot takes. Yes, Doomcock's reviews are like Superman's grip, turning coal into diamonds with the relentless pressure of my evil. Thank you, Orchestra. Angel Angelus with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Angel. Says, good or bad, all movies need to do one thing. Bring back intermission. My bladder can only hold so much, damn it. For a long movie, sure. I guess 2.5 hours is kind of long. I don't know. I didn't have to go, but then again, I can go, on these live streams for, at this point, we've been going 5 hours.
You got a rubber bladder
15
or something
minutes.
or whatever you call it, a bladder of steel, whatever. That's
yes.
all I know.
Yes. I think my bladder extends into other dimensions and has like a, cargo truck tank, in another reality or something. I don't know. It's weird.
Yeah. I on the other hand, I keep saying, in the words of Charlie Sheen, when you hit 40, it feels like you have to take a pee while you're taking a pee. I mean, so that's
try
it's
the
true.
saw palmetto. It's good stuff. It's good stuff.
What's it called? Saw palmetto?
Yeah, saw palmetto. It's it helps open up the old prostate for old. My dad is on it.
Saw palmetto. Let's
Yes.
write that down. Okay.
Absolutely. It will help if it's good stuff. Actually, I'll get the thing from him. He takes some good stuff that's worked very well. I'll shoot you a link.
Cool. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Yeah, absolutely. It's a common male malady, folks. But what can you do? Orville Nation with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Orville Nation. I've got to have you on the show sometime, brother. I keep trying and we never match up. But Orville Nation says, did you hear STD is bringing back male dress uniforms for Starfleet personnel? If by that you mean skirts, like they had for a brief time at the opening of Next Generation, I think they just look ridiculous. How about male dress kilts or something? At least that's macho and you know, woolen and itchy and uncomfortable. I think, you know, if a man is free balling in a skirt, he should at least be uncomfortable and scratchy to preserve his masculinity.
Men should not be wearing girly such things. Like they should be wearing manly things like lederhosen. Yeah.
Yeah. Hear me now, believe me later. Exactly, Tom. Vaughn Doofus with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Vaughn. Says Tug and DVD car video. Masked figures at large. I don't know if he could open an umbrella in a car. Isn't that bad luck? I don't know. Maybe that's just in a house. But anyway, yeah, Tug's a good guy. He's definitely a good guy. Red Lions Music with a $10 Australian super chat. To my Legionnaire Red Lions Music, I say hail and thanks. And Red Lion says, hail my liege. Thank you for all you do. Have a Merry Christmas. Push the button.
I agree. I tell him all the time, but it's only 30 seconds to Harvey. H minus 30 seconds. I'm very excited. I'm optimistic. Everything's coming up, Harvey.
Well, we'll see. We'll see. Maybe. I'm kind of disgusted, Harvey, frankly. I really am. Thank you very much, Red Lions Music. Merry Christmas to you, and I hope you will be at the Christmas party this next week. Silent Poet 75 with a $2 super chat with a simple hashtag. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Thank you, Silent Poet 75. Yes, indeed. Doomcock was right. Damn it. Top Cat 2000 with a £1 super chat. Didn't say anything, but you are the Top Cat. You don't have to say anything. You can just sit there, look enigmatic, and purr. Thank you, Top Cat 2000. Adam Thyman with a $20 super chat, or Theman. Could be Theman or Thyman. Adam says the quartering called out Rotten Tomatoes 86% audience score. Total bot reviews from Disney. Will you make a video about Rotten Tomatoes shilling once again for Disney? Yes, I will. I think I've got some good ammo for that if my friend came through with the video that he had recorded. So we will try to make that happen. Silent Poet 75 with a $2 super chat. Hail to thee again, Silent Poet, who says hashtag release the Lucas cut. I would love that to trend. That would just probably drive Disney crazy. But really, if there is a Lucas cut, for God's sakes, man, let us see it. Let's get rid of Kathleen Kennedy if that's the problem. And let's get that damn thing out there. Let's try to save something on this motherfucker. Lady Viking with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my lady. My number one Viking fan, Lady Viking, says, I am getting mad and depressed that I cannot enjoy my beer. I am a mad Viking. I do not blame you, Lady Viking. Well, there's a lot of anger going around these days, isn't there? It's just all these franchises dying around us, and nobody in Hollywood seems to give a shit about it. We need to make them give a shit about it. Hashtag without respect, we reject. Damn it. Without respect, we reject. Nova with a €5 super chat. Hail Nova says, off topic. We should all forget about this Star Wars tragedy and focus on the upcoming Avatar sequels. Doomcock, what are your thoughts on this? Well, I thought Avatar was okay. You know, I mean, it didn't have the greatest plot, but I thought it was kind of a beautiful movie. I don't have any objections to Avatar sequels. I think why not? Hell, you know, it's a hell of a lot better than Star Wars at this point, and a lot of people love it. So why not? I definitely give it a second look. If it comes out, I'll see it. I mean, it was a very simple plot. I mean, it was basically kind of like a bit of Dancing with Wolves in space, Dancing with Space Wolves, which is better than Dancing with Space Horses, which was what Rise of Skywalker was.
Just
Not
don't dance behind them.
Do not dance behind them. Oh, geez. So actually, then he'd be called Dancing with Poop, wouldn't he? Sighing Cassandra with 20 CHPs. Now, no, CHFs, excuse me. I'm trying to remember what CHF is. I'm going to see here real quick.
Those are Swiss francs, I think.
Swiss francs.
Yeah,
You are correct. You are correct. Thank you for that. So, with 20 Swiss francs, Sighing Cassandra says, wishing you all a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Thank you so much, Sighing Cassandra. Very much appreciate that. Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for supporting me here. And I hope that this is kicking your weekend off to a great start. Phantom Mercenary with a $5 super chat. Thank you. Oh, Phantom One says healing and resurrection is a dark side ability in the EU because it used the Force to reverse a natural condition. So is Rey a Sith now? Pretty much. I mean, you know, she used Force lightning to rip that ship apart. Now she's using healing and resurrection, which are dark side abilities. So yeah, Rise of Palpatine. I'm telling you, this is the ascendancy of Palpatine, even in the bullshit powers that she uses all the time. It's just the damnedest thing. Mika Eno with a €10 super chat. Thank you, Mika. Says, if I were writing Star Wars, I'd explain why the Force ghosts can do or can't do things with the Force itself. It may not allow them to act however they want. Well, I mean, that's one view. What do you guys think? I don't know. I love how Force is like a power source or something, not as something that has agency or will. But I mean, Qui-Gon did talk about the will of the living Force. So I don't know. What do y'all think?
I think that it was really simplistic in the original films for a reason, because it's so easy to like latch onto and understand and not have to go through a lot of exposition. And then the more that George stacked onto it in the prequels, the more mystery went away from the Force. And I mean, there was limitations on the Force in the original films. And when you get to the prequel or the sequels, it's like there's no rules. They can just willy-nilly do anything they want. I mean, I don't know, Rob, what do you think?
You know, I like the idea. For me, what the Force is defined is what Yoda defined it as.
Yeah.
You know, Yoda, and he said
it surrounds us, combines us.
Yes, life creates it, makes it grow.
It's in all living things.
All living things. Luminous
beings are we,
not this crude matter. You must feel the Force. Everything. Is just sort of it's kind of like when Doctor Strange refills Thor's beer. And the way they explained it was that the elements are all around us. All he's doing is just gathering them all in one place. Well, that's what I always liked about the Force, was that the Force permeates everything. Though that's the way it was always defined in the original trilogy. It's this all-encompassing presence. And all the Jedi do is channel that presence. And like I said, life creates it. That's why Obi-Wan felt the destruction of Alderaan. Because it sort of reverberates through everything, sort of like the Big Bang. They say that there's a background energy left over from the Big Bang, and that there's a natural tone to the universe. And Richard Wagner said he had a dream that he was flying over in the universe before creation, and the sound he heard is the first note of the Ring series, which is E flat. So that's what I kind of view the Force as. Sort of, it's a very simplistic thing, but it's wondrously complex in its simplicity, in that a Jedi can just channel the Force and use it, but he really isn't. It doesn't really belong to him. It's an energy field.
Right.
It belongs to everything.
Right.
And it is more based on like somebody who has like either
It's based on a Native American concept of mana.
well, that too, but I was going to say it's somebody who can either move things with their mind or, you know, kind of not so much read people's minds, but is what's the word I'm looking
influence.
for?
It just influences them.
Well, it's not even so much the influence part of it; is just the attunement to it. It's like a sixth sense almost, is the way I always kind of looked like at it. It's like something,
ESP.
yeah, ESP kind of thing, where some people are born with it and it's strong in family, because they brought that up a lot of times in the original film. Strong is the Force in your family.
Oh,
Right. Yeah.
Father, powerful Jedi was he? Powerful Jedi.
Exactly. Well, thank you guys for that. And thank you for that question, Mika Eno. Hugo do Prado with 10 South African rands. Thank you very, very much, Hugo, who says the only way to save Star Wars is call Mark Hamill, as if he is still around, and make it episode 10 where Luke wakes up and figures out that the previous 3 movies were a bad dream. Yeah. Hell, at this point, Hugo, I agree with that. I also would accept a Q crossover where, you know, he basically came and blinked all this into existence and then blinks it out. Really anything. I would accept any story that would retcon this, because it's just garbage.
Picard waking up and Q singing for his bed. What is it? You see, Jean-Luc, the future can be a terrifying place. Be glad it was only a dream. So, I mean, that I think you said that, didn't you, Doomcock?
Yes, it could be like, oh, mon capitaine, things can be so much more worse than you know. And then he blinks out. Vecna 71 with 2 Australian super chats in a row, a $2 and a $5. Thank you very much, Vecna 71, who says, okay, it's just Aussie dollary dues, but it all counts. Respect. It all counts, brother. Thank you so much. I appreciate all of your support. No matter the amount, it means a hell of a lot to me. It means a hell of a lot to me that you guys are even here on Friday night listening to me ramble on. And I cannot believe that after 5.5 hours, we have 1,292 people in this stream still. I mean, it has basically stayed this way the entire time. It was up past 2,000 earlier, and I am absolutely floored. I think it's Captain Rob.
That calls for another shot.
I agree. I agree. I think as I get closer to the end of these super chats here, I may go ahead and sing Danny Boy, since you mentioned that it's an Irish wake for Star Wars. I think it would be appropriate to sing about Star Wars going away, because it really has. If you're a fan, Star Wars is dead.
It was dead already, the last movie. Now it's just beating a dead space horse.
To the space glue factory with you. Yeah, it's terrible. Guitar Man 91588 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, oh Guitar Man. Says, hail Doomcock. What kind of dirt did Star Wars have on Hillary Clinton to be suicided in such a horrible fashion? Or is Harvey behind it? Hashtag push the button. Oh dear, oh dear. Well, Star Wars, I guess, crossed the Clintons or something and had to pay the price. It's, I don't know. Yeah. I just laugh at that comment. I won't riff on it. But I will say Epstein didn't kill himself. Oh, okay. Thank you, Guitar Man 91588. And I couldn't even begin to guess, but thanks for making me laugh, brother.
Actually, there's proof that he might have killed himself, and it's because he got a early screener of the Rise of Skywalker, and they found it about 2/3 of the way through when they found his body.
Oh
And
man.
it said, "Goodbye, cruel world.
Mhm.
I do not wish to bear witness to this trial." Yeah, dude. Thank you, Guitar Man. Thank you, Tom, for that. I appreciate that very much.
I just had to throw that in there.
It's quite good. Draco Argentus with a $5 super chat. One of my legionnaires, Draco Argentus. Hail to you, brother. Who says Palpatine trilogy is not a subset of and extremely less than the Skywalker saga, Fall of Anakin, and the Ascendance of Luke. Hashtag Doomcock was right. I think the Disney sequel trilogy is not Star Wars. Okay, we can agree on that. It's just not. I mean, by my laws of canon, there's no way that this stuff is canon. It's just not. It's not by George Lucas. It's not ratified by George Lucas. In fact, it was created in opposition to George Lucas's will, his expressed living will, in the form of his outline for episodes 7, 8, and 9. That is as explicit a wish of the creator as there is, and they went against it. Therefore, this is absolutely 1000% not canon. It is not. It is fan fiction. And besides, even if it were, the fandom by a overwhelming majority could reject it as canon. And look, the normies are the only ones that are going to be happy with this crap. Well, by and large, there'll be a small percentage of fans that buy into it. Although once the hypnosis wears off, it'll become just like The Force Awakens and The Last Jedi. They will come to loathe this thing. But it is not canon. Don't worry, Draco Argentus. It is absolutely not. SJ Shady 0169 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, SJ Shady 0169, who says, "Hail Doomcock. Have you seen deepfake George Lucas on Collider? It's hilarious and worth a watch." Absolutely. God almighty. They nailed that shit. They nailed it to the wall. What do you guys think of deepfake George Lucas?
He makes me jealous because he actually makes my George Lucas sound like crap. And I think he's got a new one out too. I haven't seen it yet though.
It is absolutely astonishing. I mean, it is so weird that other than the weight, I would swear to God that was George Lucas. I mean, I don't know.
He's got the laugh down too. It's just
he's got the laugh. He's got the kind of dry delivery. It's absolutely astonishing.
That's where Daddy gets paychecks from.
Yeah. That thing by Collider is a scream. Felipe Abrigo with 2,500 Chilean pesos. My friend Felipe in Chile, he says, if you are tired of your pals leaving you, buy our new Palpatine. He will stay with you forever. The new Palpatine. Yes, garbage Palpatine. It's a terrible thing, Felipe Abrigo. A terrible thing. How are things in Chile, my friend? Drop me an update, would you? It's a sad situation in Chile. The police were opening up on protesters with rubber bullets and aiming for their eyes and blinding them. It's just a terrible thing.
Damn. Felipe
is a great guy, and I hope you're well and hanging in there, Felipe. You and yours. I hope you're both safe, all of you. Top Cat 2000 with a £5 super chat. Thank you, Top Cat. Says Anakin's story ruined with amazing Wonder Ray. It hurts how bad this is. Every damn story is ruined with the amazing Wonder Ray. And you can take all the little special powers that they've given her. The force healing, the force teleportation, the way that force ghosts are handled now, all of this shit reaches back and destroys big chunks of the prequel trilogy and the original trilogy. It is a decimation of Star Wars lore that is absolutely atrocious. And it's done entirely under deadline pressure and just trying to make a buck. They don't give a shit about this fucking franchise. They do not give a damn about it. Just straight up. And I mean, I have heard stories from my sources that They've had people in Lucasfilm that are guardians of canon that are just absolutely just ignored.
That's kind of been confirmed.
Has it?
Kind of. I think in a lot of the trades when they were going after like KK, and I think even in some of it was either the Bloomberg or the Wall Street Journal. I think it was the Wall Street Journal article. They talk about the division in Lucasfilm.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. Well, obviously, because shit.
But we're making shit up.
You're
Just
right.
Remember that.
Right.
Just remember that.
Well, I don't think it's any coincidence that the Mandalorian is set after Return of the Jedi, because it's almost like Dave Filoni, John Favreau are saying, yeah, you know what, that thing they're doing now, yeah, that's not Star Wars. This is what you guys want to watch.
Well, and Doomcock said he only watched the first episode. You got. I think you'll enjoy it if you get into it a little better. Yeah, there's some episodes that are kind of meh, but like when you get to that 6th and 7th episode, the 7th episode especially is just amazing, and it's leaving the cliffhanger for the last episode of the season. So, I mean, it's been a kind of a nice build up. It's a slow burner.
I'll catch up to it.
It's definitely inspired by Kurosawa and spaghetti westerns and stuff like that. So,
I'll check it out. I'll check it out. George Malho with a $99.99 super chat. Thank you, George, very, very much for that incredibly generous super chat, brother. I appreciate your patience. I'm sorry it took me so long to get to it. But George says, Rise of Skywalker, bait and switch. Tease Skywalkers, then kick you in the jewels. Like going to a Mexican restaurant, only to be served cheese whiz, edamame, and tofu fajitas by a waitress, smirking, we're a vegan, Asian, Mexi-like Appalachian fusion. Ah! All hail Doomcock. Serve cheese whiz, edamame, and tofu fajitas by a waitress smirking, we're a vegan, Asian, Mexican-like Appalachian fusion, sir. Isn't that just awful? That's the worst thing when you walk into a Mexican restaurant and get that kind of attitude from the wait staff. Thank you, George Mulho, very, very much for that support and that laugh. That is that's pretty good stuff. Let's see. We've got Robert Meza. Didn't say anything, but give me $1 tip here, and thank you very much for that, Robert. I really appreciate it, sir. Literal gamer with a $10 super chat. A literal, not a figurative gamer, but a literal gamer says, hail, Supreme Leader Doomcock, ruler of the universe. Your rumor videos saved me and my brother from watching this trash, and I just bought the despecialized editions. I can't wait to watch them. Harmy's despecialized Star Wars editions are a miracle. They are gorgeous, and they are absolutely astonishing. I can't even, I don't know what to say. They blew me away. Check them out if you can get a hold of Harmy's despecialized versions. Absolutely check them out. You will be glad that you did, and you will thank us for recommending them. Keel Barrett with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Keel. It says, please make the voice do the voice thing again. Thanks. I think he means put on my helmet. I think I'll go ahead and put on my helmet for a few minutes here to honor you, Keel, or Kyle. I'm not sure how you pronounce it.
You went over my helmet?
Hail, Kiel. Kiel Barrett. I am making the voice do the voice thing again. Jay Balicki 101 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, sir. Says, you're right. I was wrong. I paid to watch this. Should have heeded your warning. Merry Christmas. I am so sorry, Jay Balicki. I wish that I had been wrong. I wish that this thing had been absolutely wonderful and had redeemed everything and everyone had been happy. But sadly, that fairy tale Disney ending was not to be. Rock Flanagan with a $6.66 super chat of perfect evil Says Dominar Doomcock, do you love the smell of vindication in the morning? Hashtag SWROS will lose money. Hashtag Star Wars Rise of Skywalker will lose money. Since they apparently spent so much on it, not only the budget but the reshoots, I wouldn't be surprised. It might happen, and we might never know it if it does happen, so we'll see. Scott Hudson with a $5 super chat. Thank you, oh Scott. Says, as the twin suns set and Ray and BB-8 are watching on, the audience has neglected the perspective of seeing Ray's yellow eyes. Yes, I think that's something that needs to be edited in. I think it's a perfect edit. And I think Palpatine won. Not just with her ascending, but I think he got inside her. That dog, that dirty dog. First thing Ray's going to do is go inside and take a long bath. I cannot pronounce this name. It is in, I think, Chinese characters. So I do not know how to pronounce this, but with a $2 super chat, this character says, Doomcock was 1,057 times right. Yes. And thus, he also gives me a $10.57 super chat above. He says, here's my ticket money. Better spent here. Thank you, my by me unpronounceable friend. I appreciate that very much, and I'm happy to take that ticket money and prevent you from seeing this thing, this atrocity. Believe me, if you're a Star Wars fan, this will hurt. If you're just a normie with a family, you might actually just have a good time not thinking too much about it, especially if you've had a little eggnog over the holidays. Sean Carter with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Sean. Says, even though I hate Disney and this trilogy, I am thankful for the feeling of kinship I have with you, Nerdrotic, and mostly all the people in the chat. This means more to me than some movies. I wouldn't change a thing. Neither would I. And I want to say thank you guys so much in the chat. You guys are the best chat on YouTube. And let's read a few of these. I've been absolutely buried with super chats, but I do not like to neglect you guys in the chat. So let me read a few of these. We've got Bernadette Sheedy. I believe that's the first time I've ever seen you here, Bernadette. Welcome. It says, let's kill all the Skywalkers and call the movie Rise of Skywalker. That will be hilarious. KK. Got a point. Oh, Chris Persia says the name of the person is Li Zhizang. Li Zhizang. I will have to try and remember that. I'm so sorry, Li Zhizang. I am not good with foreign pronunciations. Foreign to me. Not foreign to you, but foreign to me. Foreign to you, it's foreign to me, it's foreign to them. But I will make a note of that and try better to pronounce it in the future. I apologize for that. Li Zhizang. I will try to remember that. Fifth Rider with a $15 super chat. Hail, Fifth Rider. Says, hail, Doomcock. No questions here. I just figured since you saved me from wasting money on a ticket, I'll give it to you instead. God knows you earned it by saving me from wasting my time. Well, that was kind of the point. You know, Tom and Rob, my philosophy in conveying these potential spoilers, and I wasn't sure they were even, I didn't have any idea, but my perspective was if they were true, they were awful. I mean, really awful. That this is the kind of thing you wouldn't want to be ambushed with in a theater if you're a fan. So that was the reason in philosophy that I decided to convey these things. And it seems like a lot of people were glad I did. What is y'all's philosophy when you do the same?
Well, I think like because we did your version and we did the Jedi Paxis version, and then we did another version we got from another source. And I'll be honest, I think the other two versions are the two different cuts, and then Jedi Paxis came out with the final cut just before the movie dropped. And then the other version we have for the third version that we heard about sounds an awful lot like it might have been the George Lucas cut. Because there's
Really?
a lot of Rob knows what I'm talking about. Because there's a lot of stuff in there that has to do with like the wills of the Force, which and some other things that are very George Lucasy, and they kind of match his original version of the treatments, because he had like some art and stuff to go along with his versions of the treatments, and there was like a sunken Death Star and a few other things that were kind of similar to this last movie here. So
Interesting.
The Journal of the Wills goes all the way back to his original script. Yeah. And the version we heard was that Luke wasn't dead. He had gone to live. He'd gone to be with the Wills, which exists between worlds, between our world and between the physical world and the spirit world, the astral plane. Would you say
right? Yeah, and it had to do something with explaining why his arm didn't stay there and all that kind of stuff, and his cloak didn't stay there, like when Obi-Wan died, his cloak and stuff stayed behind, and his lightsaber.
Right.
So that sounds very much like the
and that one did have some similarities to the other ones, because I think that had the stuff with C-3PO and the Sith dagger, but it also had C-3PO broadcasting the story of Luke Skywalker.
Right.
To the
there was
the world. Yeah.
There was a transmitter on the sunken Death Star that they needed to access, and that's what they did with the Rise of Skywalker.
Is similar to them deactivating the radar antenna thing, kind of.
Yeah. I mean, there's similarities you can see.
Yeah.
In those two treatments. Yeah.
In the chat, Matthew Gaudet says Luke catching the lightsaber and raising the X-wing is a middle finger to Johnson.
There's a lot of middle fingers. Yeah.
Yeah. At the same time, it emasculates Luke because Rey is the one who saves the day, and not Luke. It does not fix The Last Jedi. No, of course not. All it does is basically make all the Force ghosts surrender monkeys like Luke, because why don't they go ahead and go to Exegol and take on Palpatine themselves? What could Palpatine do to them? Nothing. They're dead. So, they could have taken and chopped him up and buried him and diced and sliced and julienne fried him in seconds.
Force him.
There could have been nothing he could have done. So this whole Force ghost thing is perfectly just Jim Dandy when you are discussing it in the lunchroom, but when you actually implement it, it causes a whole lot of effing problems. For God's sakes. Gagan Dip loves Doomcock, says G Ran. I thank you. Hail Gagan Dip. JT Reedy, was that the Shat in the helmet? It was. It was William Shatner in the helmet briefly. But Shatner never sounds quite right when he's in the helmet. It's better for you. It's better for me. It's better for them.
I imagine it would have been
the helmet. What was that?
I imagine what it would have been like if he did the voice of Darth Vader.
Luke Obi-Wan never told you what happened to your father. He told me enough. He told me you killed him. No, I am your father. Come with me, and together we'll rule the galaxy as father and son.
He'd throw in a no, though. He'd be like, no, it's true. It's true.
What about William Shatner as Doc Brown from Back to the Future?
Oh God, that would have been insane.
When this thing hits 88 miles per hour, you're gonna see some serious shit.
That would have been a decent casting if you couldn't have got Christopher Lloyd in an alternate universe somewhere. William Shatner is playing Doc Brown.
Yeah. Or what about Roy Batty? I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I've watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser gates. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to die. Yeah, it'd just be it'd be special, as opposed to
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe, I guess. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion and burning with the pure blue light of propane.
cut. Just do the line like it's written, Hank.
Okay, well, I think where you promised that we could mention propane at some point in this.
Yeah. We'll do it in post. Just read the line as it's written. Okay.
Okay.
Let's take two.
I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. Mainly because they were cooking with that bastard fuel coal.
Cut! God damn it! Just read the fucking line like it's written, Hank. All right.
There's no need for that kind of language. Ladybird is in the room.
So yeah, I mean that would be. Robo is asking, why didn't Anakin use Force Heal on his mother? Even Baby Yoda knows how to use it.
Baby
You got me. I don't know. Because it's bullshit. It's not really a power, and they just made it up for Rey so that she could be the bestest ever. That's my feeling.
Well, they try to explain it away that she's so powerful because her and Kylo are a dyad or whatever. But to me,
right.
It's a bunch of
Now hold on a second. Now, okay, we've heard Hank Hill as in Blade Runner. Tom, what would Dave Chappelle sound like as Captain Kirk?
There's Klingons on the Stormer Bar. Wipe them off. Wipe them off now.
Tyrone Biggins as Captain Kirk.
Goddamn Klingons. Oh, it's fucking my shit up. Why can't they go fuck up other people's shit? No, they gotta go mess with my ship all the damn time.
There you go. Good stuff, man. I appreciate that. That was good. Yeah, I've never done Dave Chappelle. That's
just be glad he wasn't in a Blade Runner, because be like, I see some crazy shit.
I know it,
Shit
man.
you ain't seen. Like tears in the rain.
Tears in the rain, bitch.
Fox in the wind.
Drez, thank you. Welcome to the channel membership, Drez. I appreciate it very much. Bernadette Sheedy is asking, why not start Rise of Skywalker with a respectful funeral scene for Leia to give everyone a chance to say goodbye in an honorable way? Because then they couldn't have retconned it so that Leia was a Jedi and was training Rey where Luke had failed. I
swear, because it makes no other sense to keep her alive when you had a year to fix it. You could have had her die when the ship blew up. All you had to do is shoot like 2 or 3 scenes where everybody's mourning her.
Did you
cut around her at the end?
Yeah.
Cut it to where Luke lives so you can have him train Rey proper.
Yeah.
All you had to do. Because I keep feeling like a lot of the lines that Luke was delivering in this movie were lines that Leia was supposed to be delivering in the training process.
Could you imagine, Tom? Though, could you imagine though, like Sam Kinison as Grand Moff Tarkin? You remember that thing that thing, the rebellion? Yeah, that where we failed to achieve victory. Let me ask you something. Why do we push those rebel bastards back all the way to Yavin and it was not like why? Say it! We got this. We'll look at with the Death Star into the Starlight forever.
Because
that's excellent.
A commie bastard.
That's excellent. That was you, Rob?
Yeah, that was right. He's good at doing Kinnison.
Dude, Kinnison, you absolutely nailed it. That's absolutely fantastic.
Good
absolutely fantastic.
That's
Spot on.
Good answer.
Spot on.
like the way you think. I'm gonna be watching you.
That is great stuff, dude. Seriously. All right, I gotta grab
Get
on
through
these
super
Okay,
chats,
all right, yeah,
we
I'll
need
be
to
good.
super
I'll be
chats
good,
here.
Robert.
No,
We
no,
gotta
that
get
was
outta
great
here.
though, man. Alex Jones, please. Well,
Alex Jones.
a little later. A little later.
Yeah.
I gotta get through. I gotta get through this stuff. People have been waiting. Release the Doom Squirrel, says the Matrix. What is the Matrix? Sabu! Sabu is running wild. Sabu is running crazy.
I think that
It's a
little fucker
madhouse
just bit
here.
me.
It's a madhouse, a madhouse. Mika Eno with a €5 super chat. Thank you, Mika. Says in JJ's Superman, the explosion of Krypton will be visible from Earth because JJ's space is always so small. Every planet is right next to another. Yes. Apparently Delta Vega is right next to Vulcan, which is weird because it was really on the edge of the galaxy and the aptly named where no man has gone before, but never mind. God damn. He is absolutely butchered Star Trek. Thank you, Mika Eno. I love your sacred cow with a $9.99 super chat. Did not say anything. Just shared that with me. And God, that's a very generous non-verbal super chat. Thank you very much. I love your sacred cow. Christopher Freeze with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Christopher. Says, when does production of The People versus Kathleen Kennedy begin? The list of indictments is long and the trial is long overdue. Hashtag Doomcock was right. I think that would be a hell of a documentary if somebody wanted to tackle that. I think it would be absolutely fantastic, Christopher. Thank you very much, my friend. Good idea. I like that. The Shepherd with a 10 of the South African Rand. Thank you very, very much. The Shepherd, who says, why don't they hire Jay Lucino, D. Carfishian, and Paul S. Kemp, which have written excellent source material? Why doesn't Lucasfilm hire them to the story group? They brought Malgus, Revan, and Plagueis. Probably because they're not whammon. And they're not aboard Kathleen Kennedy's, woke train. And they know Star Wars, which is an instant disqualification for being on the Lucasfilm story group. They cannot have people who are fans of or like Star Wars.
Yeah, it's the same way with Star Trek. Yeah.
It just doesn't fly. Cobra Strike Down. What a great name. Cobra Strike Down with a $5 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says Rise of Skywalker has PO'd OTers, prequelers, and sequelers. Palpatine asked to be killed so he could take over Rey. She then kills him, and nothing. Star Wars is dead. Precisely my point, Cobra Strike Down. Precisely my point. He wants her to kill him. She kills him. He wins. Where's the payoff? I don't know. This is absolutely...
Damn it, she died. How am I supposed to get in it now?
Yeah, it's just sad. I don't know. Chastity belt of the Force or something. I don't know. Silent Poet 75 with a $2 super chat. An important question. What can we do for Mary Ashmead? Mary has a GoFundMe set up to help her with funeral expenses for her dad. And I'm sure that Chris Persia, the excellent master wrencher Chris Persia, my legionnaire, my friend, and an outstanding fellow all around, could definitely go ahead and share that link in the chat, or Bionic Belly Button as well. Breaker, aka Brakir, with 2 stickers for me, and an on-set director's chair. Thank you, Brakir. And there was another one just a little while ago that passed me by. I took a look at it. Yes, it is a cityscape, a city, downtown city block. Thank you for both of those stickers, Breaker, aka Brakir, and Silent Poet. Yes, any donations, I'm sure Mary would very much appreciate, my friend. Raw Sonnets with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Raw. Says Rey should have gone Sith for her arc in 8 and 9. I agree.
I said that. Yeah.
I think actually that may have been something that J.J. Abrams was intending. Ross
Could have
on this.
been.
that
I
may
think
have been.
if he really intended her to be Palpatine's granddaughter, even if Palpatine didn't come back, which I said was possible, it makes sense. And I said you could have had a perfect ending to The Last Jedi be that, you know, Rey flips to the other side, Kylo comes back to the other side after his mom gets killed, and you see him there at the end of the movie on the island. They're reaching out to Luke like Anakin did to Obi-Wan when he was burning, but only now he's saying, "Help me, Luke. I fucked up and I screwed everything up and my mom's dead and now Rey turned to the dark side. What do I do?" And then you know, Luke's stuck having to fix the thing that he created, kind of thing. I mean, that would at least given Luke some kind of arc too.
It would have. It absolutely would have. I've got a super chat here from okay, I'm gonna try this. Li Jishang with a $10.57 super chat. Thank you, Lee, who says, "Hail Doomcock, hack the planet 1057." Thank you very much, my friend. Hack the planet. I'm trying to reboot it into a sane configuration. But
did you try unplugging it and plugging it back in?
I think I might flip that switch and unplug and replug.
IT, have you tried turning it on and off again? Well, are you sure that it's plugged in?
Yeah, exactly. What's going on? Hold on. Okay.
I gotta find it. Sorry.
Kichi Morisato 98 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Kichi. Says, my mom was a lifelong fan of Star Wars until The Last Jedi. She has no interest in seeing The Rise of Skywalker. Well, Kichi Morisato 98, your mother is a woman of great taste and perception. Cling to her. Seek guidance from her. She is a wise elder. JC Shaggy with a $2 super chat. Thank you again, JC. Says, I still junction. Conjunction junction. What's your function? Apparently to give me a $2 super chat. JC Shaggy, thank you for all of your support this evening. And thank you for your support in Xanadu at the center of the earth, my friend. I hope you're going to make that Christmas party. The Patriarch with a $5 super chat. Hail to the Patriarch, who says, hail Doomcock. That new movie 1917 looks great. That's where my money will go. Good choice. It does. It looks very interesting. I recently watched They Shall Not Die, or I forget the name of it.
They shall not grow old.
Yes, They Shall Not Grow Old. And that impressed me a lot. It was a really, Peter Jackson did a miraculous job on that documentary. And then I went back and watched Black Adder Series 4. And so, yeah, I think 1917 would bookend with that stuff very, very nicely. Thank you, the Patriarch. Sky Trooper 501st with a $10 super chat. Thank you, my friend. Says, hail Doomcock. George Lucas confirmed that Anakin Skywalker is the chosen one who destroyed the Sith, Darth Vader, Darth Sidious with Luke Skywalker's help in Return of the Jedi. Hashtag for George Lucas. Hashtag without respect, we reject. Damn right, Sky Trooper 501st for George. For George. He has confirmed it. Therefore, it is law. It is canon. That is the end of the damn story. Michael Lupacino with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Michael. Says, hail Jedi Paxis. Thank you for your service. Yes. Good night, Jedi Paxis, whoever you are and wherever you are, like Mrs. Calabash. Thank you, Michael Lupacino. Keruku with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Keruku. Says, do you think that Disney should sue Johnson for irreparably damaging the Star Wars brand? Also, freaking love your voice, dude. Thank you, Keruku. I don't know if you love my regular voice or my singing voice or my voice with my helmet on, but regardless, I appreciate the compliment. And no, Disney could not sue Ruin Johnson for what Ruin Johnson did to Last Jedi because they approved it. I mean, you know, he didn't slip it past them and defraud them. They were aware every step of the way. There's no way in hell that they could complain. No way. Robert Meza with a $5 super chat again, and also another $5 super chat, 2 in a row. Thank you, Robert Meza, who says, Lord Doomcock, you helped me convince 2 woke SJWs to not see the movie, and their wokeness level even went down. My God, I have Jedi powers. That's astonishing. I've never heard of such a thing. Damn.
Well, the Force does work on the weak-minded, so.
Damn, though, that's incredible. Converting, that's amazing. I've never heard the like. Robert Meza, congratulations and thank you for allowing me to help you in this noble cause. And Robert also says, I looked at the Rotten Tomatoes audience scores. They're very basic, and many don't even reference the movie. Obviously fake. I had no doubt, sir. I had no doubt whatsoever. Thank you, Robert Meza, for both of those super chats. Very much appreciated, sir. Dixon Sider, my Legionnaire, my friend, with a pair of $5 super chats in a row. Thank you very much, Dixon, who says, I'd rather have a prostate exam with gravel lube than watch this dumpster fire. That's pretty tough, man. That's pretty tough. I don't know. I mean, I survived it. It made me angry, but I did survive it. A prostate exam with gravel lube. Ooh, I don't know. But Dixon Sider also says, here, man, you are a stalwart. Dixon says, hail my liege. Have you ever caught Harvey snuggling with his dragon? It was worth spending the wampum for him.
Can I answer that?
Yes, Harvey, go ahead.
Dixon Sider, I just want to say it was very sweet of you to send me my dragon. He is so cute, and I do like to snuggle him. I'm not ashamed to say it. It's one of, I only have 3 material possessions in the world. I have my hat, my fez. I've got my cell phone that I use for tweeting. And then I have,
and you use it for other things too, Harvey.
We don't talk about that. And finally, my dragon. And I just want to say, Dixon Sider, you are very sweet, and you're very kind. And when I get out and destroy your universe, I will probably destroy you next to last. I will destroy Doomcock last. You'll be second to last. Well, maybe Lori Robert, although she's actually going to ascend and become a eldritch abomination of her own. So yeah, second to last, dude. Thank you very, very much.
Dixon Sider, Harvey Cthulhu's seal of approval, brother. That's a rare thing to have, a very valuable thing. Carl Mail 05. Carl Mail 05 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Carl. Said, I had an idea at the end of Rise. Luke wakes up and is like, what a terrible dream. I didn't get to see my friends and some nobody destroyed my name. That's about it, dude. That's absolutely about it. I think, listen, I would take that ending any day of the week. If they had opened with that, I would have laughed, hooted, cheered, applauded, stood up, danced around. Let's keep that dream alive, man. Let's spread that all over the world and hope that, maybe, just maybe, it'll come true if we believe hard enough and enough of us focus on it. Psycho Sistar the Imperial. Psycho Sistar the Imperial with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Psycho Sistar, who says, The Force Awakens left distaste. The Last Jedi brought rage. Rise of Skywalker. Nope, nothing. Just apathy. Been a Legionnaire since 20,000 and ready to march on your orders. Hail. Stay angry. Psycho Sistar, the Imperial, I did not recognize your name. I've never seen you go by that. So I'm not sure which of my Legionnaires you actually are, but thank you very much for your support in Xanadu and for here as well. Hail, and I hope to see you at the Christmas party this next week on December 24th. Jason Reynolds with a 99-cent super chat. I thank you very much, Jason. You didn't say anything, but I appreciate it just the same. Pitala Sama with a 10 Mexican peso super chat. Again, did not say anything. Appreciated very much, senor. AJ1218 with a $5 super chat. AJ, thank you. Says Theory. Emperor Palpatine had 2 children, a boy and a girl. They are both Rey's parents. It explains why he killed them and her autistic powers. Autistic powers. That's interesting. I don't know. I just think, she's just kind of asshole autistic or something. I don't know. It doesn't seem autistic. She seems, I don't know, uncanny, unearned, stolen valor. You could put it all sorts of different ways. But AJ, it's possible. It's possible. That's weird. Incest. Supercharging her with evil. Well, makes a certain amount of sense, I'm afraid. I don't like it, but it's possible. Matt G, thank you for that $1. I appreciate it very much, Matt G. Adam Child, my Legionnaire, Adam Child, with a $9.99 super chat. Hail, Adam Child. Says, been a while since I've sent you money. I sent you a message on Twitter. You haven't seen it? Oh, I'm so sorry, Adam. I've been really busy, man, this last couple of days. It's about my trip to Texas next week. Would love to meet you. You're the best. Thanks, your Legionnaire. I will go ahead and answer your Twitter, your tweet, excuse me, very soon. I'm sorry. I just today it's just been crazy, man. It's been absolutely crazy. But I appreciate your support at the lair and here, and hail to Adam Child. We'll see what we can do. I'll look at it. The Treklosopher, another of my Legionnaires who sent me some wonderful Christmas ornaments this year. Thank you, Treklosopher, for the $5 super chat, the ornaments, and for being a Legionnaire of Doomcock. And Treklosopher says, hail and Merry Christmas to Doomcock, to Tom and Rob, the Kirk, Spock, and McCoy of the Phantom Menace.
Well, hell.
Wow, look at that. Rob.
Hail.
You're McCoy.
That's right, I'm McCoy. Damn it, Jim, I'm a doctor, not a doctor.
Bones. Spock. Help me, Spock. Wow, Kirk, Spock, and McCoy, the triumvirate. I'm thrilled. That's really awesome. Thank you, Treklosopher, who sees the world in terms of Star Trek. Grimy, aka Grimmy, with a $6 Australian super chat. Thank you, Grimmy. Or Grimy, says, congrats on 125,000 subs. Here's to Disney Star Wars demise, a noble toast. I'll drink to that. Cheers, folks. Drink them if you got them. Well, damn, where are we? We are at past 6 hours. Been on for over 6 hours, folks.
Wow.
Still streaming strong. And I absolutely cannot believe that we still have 1,232 viewers. This is amazing. Thank you all for being here. I hope that you are having a great time. And if you have not licked the like button, please consider doing so. Send a message to YouTube. It helps the algorithm and basically, kind of keeps them honest. Rin Wesley with a $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Rin. Says, hail Doomcock. The Last Jedi at least revealed how creatively bankrupt Jar Jar is. You mean Ryan Johnson? I think The Force Awakens definitely showed how creatively bankrupt JJ is by having basically a carbon copy of Star Wars, just gender swapped with a beach ball instead of a droid. It's just, Jesus, it was bad. Jay Vardy with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Jay Vardy. Says, are you looking forward to No Time to Die, Doomcock? I would almost rather chew my own foot off than see that worthless piece of shit garbage, woke crap that destroying James Bond. It's going to make me so fucking mad that I don't even know how I'm going to deal with it. Boys, what are you thinking about No Time to Die?
I don't have as much to say about it because I'm not a big Bond fan. I think it sounds like an Austin Powers title. I just never watched him. I wouldn't say I was not a fan. I just I've never really sat down and watched him.
I've
But
always loved James Bond.
Yeah, but Rob, on the other hand, he's a super Bond fan. So
I am.
Are you?
Yes. I am. I'm afraid we're looking at the fall of the next franchise. I really am. And it just everything I've read about it and everything I have, that all the information that's trickled down. Since they hired Phoebe Waller-Bridge to write it, the direction they're going, it just seems like they are deliberately trying to destroy it. It really does.
They want to leave us men no corner of pop culture in which to shelter.
Pretty much. I mean, I
think
don't.
Despicable.
What are you accomplishing? What are you accomplishing by doing this? Oh, well, we have, Kathleen Kennedy said in an interview, and I was talking about this on my channel with Jake and a couple other guys, and a few years ago, that we thought it was a masterstroke of marketing genius that Disney had bought Star Wars at the time, because Disney loses the male demographic at around age 9, maybe 10, 11, and they needed something to appeal to boys. And what did they do? They buy Marvel and they buy Star Wars. And the first thing someone like Kathleen Kennedy comes in and does, we need Star Wars to appeal to more girls. More girls don't like Star Wars. We have to change that. I'm like, well, nobody asked you. You're forgetting who your core audience is. And the same thing is happening to James Bond. And what I read, that Lashana Lynch wanted to throw a joke in about her character being on her period.
Yep.
And I was like, you just don't get James Bond, do you? You just don't get it. And it's those kind of, it's that kind
what's the next movie going to be called? No Time to Menstruate?
The Spy Who Loved Me Too. I can't take credit for that. Dr. No means no.
How about Goldfingered?
Yeah, pretty much.
Robo in the chat has a great question. What did you think was the biggest Mary Sue moment in the film? I'll tell you. I mean, I didn't mention this in the review, but the biggest Mary Sue moment was when Rey is going to the Death Star wreckage and the enormous waves are out there crashing. And her native guide that knows this area says, oh, it's too dangerous to go out right now. Rey takes a skimmer that she's never piloted before and goes out in the most dangerous seas possible and just breezes right through it because she's the bestest ever and she can do every fucking thing better than anyone else. That's it. That was absolutely, to me, the quintessential Mary Sue moment in Rise of Skywalker. I thought it was absurd. It was just insane. Vagrant Comics with a $10 super chat. Thank you, Vagrant. Says critics aren't trashing Star Wars because it failed to please fans. They're trashing it because Star Wars tried. Hail Doomcock. Keep fighting their hatred of us. Always. Always. I don't know what the hell their problem is, but yeah, they can go shove it. They want to give us hatred. They'll get hatred back every damn time. Thank you very much, Vagrant Comics. I think you're absolutely correct. I don't know what the fuck. When did it become that movies are not supposed to please their audience? And when did the writers in Hollywood become so impoverished in terms of their talent, their abilities, and their commitment that you can either please fans or have a good script and you can't do both? What about Lawrence of Arabia or Blade Runner or Casablanca or the original Star Wars or Superman or Spider-Man? There are a lot of scripts out there that are not only great, but also please fans. A good writer can do both. The problem is there are no good writers left out there. They're all employed by the Expanse and the Orville. They took them all. So I think that's
a big part of it. As far as like the Superman thing, I think the big thing is, well, like I was going back to what I said earlier about, they can't come up with anything original, or they can't seem to find a way to readapt anything without destroying it. Look at Richard Donner's Superman. Perfect example. You didn't change who Superman was. Clark Kent and Superman are the same as they've ever been. The world around them changed. Lois Lane's a bit more, independent, and, she's a bit of a feminist because it's the 70s and the world itself has changed, and you get the jokes and a few in jokes, but Superman himself is still the same. And that's why I think Christopher Reeve is so great at the part, is because he played it so sincerely, and that's like, a little bit more deeper into it than that. But yeah, I think that's a big part of it, is just that part of it. And then the other part's just the SJW crap kills any true storytelling ability anymore too. And trying to shove in this whole agenda when really, to go back to what you were originally saying, Doomcock, I mean, isn't movies and plays and stories supposed to be about getting into other people's shoes and living through other people's eyes and lives and relating to people you normally wouldn't get to meet?
Yeah.
I mean, isn't that kind of what it's all about?
That's really the strength of literature and film. Yeah.
So why would I want to see a bunch of movies with fat guys running around in it? I don't need to see myself on screen. Like Rob said, if we saw ourselves on screen, every movie would have Jack Black in them.
Yes. Or in my case, a helmeted maniac hell-bent on world domination, even in Snow White and the Seven Dwarf, or the Love Bug with Herbie. It just doesn't really work. Roberto Guimarães with a 10 South African Rand. Thank you very much, Roberto. Says the perfect end would be Luke waking up after the celebration on the end of Return of Jedi with a drink hangover, looks to Solo and says, "Man, what a nightmare. Never more. I'm taking that blue drink again." Thank you, Roberto. I like that. I like
Whatever
it. Just tie it right in.
Don't have kids.
He wakes up next to an Ewok in a pink bra. And it's like, oh my God, what happens on Endor stays on Endor. You know what I mean?
Wicket's Wicked Night.
What?
Oh, man.
It's Wicket's Wicked Night.
I know it, man. It would be great. I would love it. Jay Paula, 821 with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Jay Paula, 821, who says that this is consolidation. I have the same sadness knowing Blizzard supports communism and socialism as they cater to SJWs. I hate Bobby Kotick and Blizzard. Yeah, Blizzard sucks, man. I've heard a lot of bad things about them lately. I've seen a lot of videos, and I agree with you. They suck. I saw a request in the chat from our own Hecate's daughter, who asked me if I would do the Blade Runner speech straight as Roy Batty. So I'm going to go ahead and oblige her because she is one of my Doomcock darlings, and she's just a hell of a great lady. So here we go. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I've watched sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser gates. All those moments will be lost in time, like tears in rain. Time to die. So there you go. Request answered. There you go, Hecate's daughter. I'm glad you were still here to hear that. And I guess I owe you guys a song at this point. It's late enough here. I think I need to give you that. So I'm going to go ahead and do the recent acquisition, Ain't We Got Fun? So I hope that you guys will enjoy this in the chat. Usually we do songs. This time we have not done a whole lot of songs because there's been so much news to talk about, and I think it's important. But let's go ahead and give this a shot. Ain't We Got Fun? An old song in the public domain, and a song I think we need because Not a lot of fun in theaters anyway right now. Every morning, every evening, ain't we got fun? Not much money, oh, but honey, ain't we got fun? The rent's unpaid, dear, we haven't a bus, but smiles were made, dear, for people like us. In the winter, in the summer, don't we have fun? Times are bummin', getting bummer, still we have fun. There's nothing surer. The rich get rich and the poor get poorer. In the meantime, in between time, ain't we got fun? Like that song. Ain't we got fun? Sometimes on Friday nights here on Friday Night Frolics, some fun has been known from time to time to break out accidentally. Goodman 4 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Goodman 4. Says happy holidays, everyone. Happy holidays, Goodman 4. Tetsuron with a €2 super chat. Thank you, oh Tetsuron, who says at least we'll always have the old EU to read. Amen. That's the spirit. Absolutely. I think don't cut yourself off from Star Wars. Don't let them take away Star Wars from you. Just have a distance from the new shit that they're doing, and you'll be just fine. Joshua Gray with a $5 super chat. Thank you very much, Joshua. Says, thanks for everything, gents. I left LA for Seattle after The Last Jedi broke my heart. I'm writing my own scripts now. Time for something new. Wow. Last Jedi was so bad, it made Joshua Gray leave LA for Seattle. Just had to abandon Hollywood. Well, say goodbye to Hollywood. Say goodbye, my baby, as Billy Joel would say. Well done. Seattle's nicer anyway, a hell of a lot nicer. Hail Joshua Gray. Pitala Sama with 20 Mexican pesos. Hail Pitala Sama, who says saludos desde México. Mara y llena se salvaron. Hail Pitala Sama. I don't know if I pronounced that well. I hope I at least didn't embarrass myself too greatly, my friend. Hail Pitala Sama. Robert Meza with two $5 super chats in a row. Thank you very much, Robert Meza, who says, do you guys think the live action Avatar Last Airbender series will be good? I don't know anything about it, so I can't, I'm afraid I can't comment, Robert. I don't know. Do you guys think that? Anything about Last Airbender, the series? Avatar?
I never really got into it.
Yeah, I'm not that familiar with the Last Airbender, Avatar: The Last Airbender series. So I mean, I really can't say.
I'm sorry, man. We let you down on that one. But Robert Meza says, I think even normies might be paying attention. Seriously, Doomcock, you helped me convince some SJWs to question their faith. That's amazing. I am thrilled, honored, and God, maybe there's hope. It seems unlikely, but maybe there is some hope. That's fantastic. Thanks a lot, Robert Meza, not only for your efforts to convert SJWs, but hell, for letting me know. Appreciate it, brother. Nova with a €5 super chat. Thank you, Nova. Says the OT was so made that people understand, like a religion. The prequels were more sci-fi and sequels were just Disney fantasy like Aladdin. Hail DC. I think you're right. The original trilogy really was simple enough, like a religion. You know, you could follow it. Kids of all ages, people could. The prequels really were, a little more sci-fi in orientation, but the sequels they are just pure Disney holiday fluff fantasy bullshit. And it's sad, Nova. It really is. Thank you very much for that super chat, Nova, and thank you for being here on Friday night with us. Captain Spire, maker of fine shields, with a $5 super chat, and one of my Legionnaires, hail Captain Spire, says, thanks to CBS, we can save Star Wars. we have Mark and George remake a new series that is 25% different. Do an Orville on Star Wars and start all over again. Great idea. Great idea, Captain Spire. Love it. I endorse this entirely. Beautiful job. Thanks, Captain. Yeah, guys, I think that's a great idea. Have an Orville on Star Wars. I think that'd be great. Mark and George Lucas, are you listening? We need your help. Mumbling Burke with a $5 super chat didn't say anything, but Mumbling One, thank you very, very much for that. The animation commentator with a $5 super chat. Hail the animation commentator. Thank you for that. Says, how will the new video setup work on Patreon? I like your Harvey banters. Also, what do you think of the Fandom Menace meme I sent to your Twitter? Chances are I haven't seen it, animation commentator. I haven't been on today, but I will go and check it out and I'll let you know. The new video setup will work on Patreon. I'm going to have it hosted independently and stream it over there. So I won't be bound to, worrying about the algorithm or COPA because there won't be any ads on it. And I can just let Harvey be unleashed. I don't have to be censored. I don't have to, worry about what it's going to do to my viewership, blah, blah, blah. I'm perfectly happy about it. And I think it's going to make some of the best videos I've ever made. We'll see. Certainly since my original ones with Star Trek Discovery, I'll be able, and also like a lot of times now on the channel, you can't do the videos that you necessarily want to do because it'll screw up everything. And, it'll hurt what traction you've gotten. If you take a chance and then, a couple of hundred people watch it, then YouTube thinks, loser. And, suddenly they're not recommending your channel anymore. It's kind of tyrannical, but I don't know what else could be done about it. So that's what I'm going to do on patreon.com/Doomcock and subscribestar.com/Doomcock as well. Big Ben, one of my Legionnaires with a $10 super chat. Hail to the Big Ben, who says, hail boss, just got home and watched the review. Awesome job. Called it all perfectly. I'm sure the mouse is drinking hard tonight. Sorry, I can't hang tonight. Got to get up in the morning. Grats on 125,000 subscribers. Thank you, Big Ben. Thanks for taking the time out of your schedule to pop in and let me know you like the review. Appreciate it. Thanks for the congrats. Hope you get to listen to this in the morning. Doodle with a $5 super chat didn't say anything, but then came back with another $5 super chat. Thank you, Doodle, who says Jar Jar Abrams is too good a name for him. Should be old One Trick Johnson. Sums up his career nicely. Old One Trick Johnson. Yeah. The guy has one mystery box he opens up again and again and again, subjecting us to it. God, I'm sick of that damn mystery box. I wish it would, I don't know, get recycled or some shit. I'm just over it, man. I'm just so over it. Adam Child with a $19.99 super chat. Thank you, Adam, again. Oh, Legionnaire says, watch the Rise of Skywalker with Gary in San Francisco. It was awesome. Flew home on United. They have a deal with Disney. Their announcements are Star Wars themed. My pilot said, sorry, you have to watch these. Star Wars is dead and Rise of Skywalker sucks. Ha ha ha. I'm sure that's not true. I'm sure the pilot said nothing of the kind, but one can dream, right? One can dream, Adam Child. Thank you for giving me that beautiful fantasy. I will cling tight to it tonight as I drift off to dreamland. God, wouldn't that be lovely if the pilot was mocking Star Wars? Kind of thing only happens in romantic comedies, I'm afraid. Romantic comedies. Zabe with a $2 super chat says, loved Roy Batty Shatner. How about dueling Yodas? Thank you very much, Zabe. I am not good at Yoda. I used to be, and I don't know. I lost it. Do you guys do Yoda? I know one of you. Do both of you guys do Yoda?
A little. I do.
To Yoda, little I must. Do-do-do. Do-do-do-do-do-do-do-do.
What do they want us to say?
Dueling
No,
Yodas.
no. But yeah, just so both of you guys do Yoda. So this is Tom doing Yoda. Go ahead.
Begun. The streaming war has.
And Captain Rob, Robot Shlomo himself. What about it?
Oh, good food, fruit leaf. Oh, Father, powerful Jedi, was he? Powerful Jedi.
Excellent. I can't do Yoda. But I can do Inspector Columbo. Excuse me, sir, but I've seen things that you people wouldn't believe. Sir, I've seen attack ships on fire off the shoulder of Orion. I've seen sea beams glitter in the dark near the Tannhauser gates. Mrs. Columbo can't stand sea beams, sir, but I've always loved them. I think that they're a wonderful, wonderful thing. And, all these moments, sir, will be lost in time. But before I go into that, where were you the night of October 3rd, sir, about 11:14 in the morning? Yeah, there you go.
No, I do not. Can't help you, officer. I can.
Use the force, Luke. I've
it now.
seen things, you people. Thank you guys. All right. Deadly Raver with a $2 super chat says hashtag the Womp Rats died for nothing. Thank you, Deadly Raver. Poor Womp Rats. It's so cruel. Drake is 6 with a $2 super chat, and Drake is indeed 6. No doubt about it. Says watching the Mod Squad with young Rene Auberjonois. Wow. Rene Auberjonois on the Mod Squad. Where the hell are you seeing the Mod Squad? Drake is 6. What is it on some kind of like Nick at Night or Me TV or something? God, I've never seen
days of streaming. It's easy to figure it somewheres.
God, that's weird.
Unless he means the movie.
No, he means the TV. You've got to mean the TV show. Rene Auberjonois wouldn't be young in the movie.
I was joking. Yes.
No, okay. Drake is 6. Thank you. L Argo 30 with a $1.99 super chat. Thank you, L Argo. Says, did anyone catch what Finn was wanting to tell Rey? No, we don't know. We have no idea. It's probably
You still
something
owe me
from another
$20.
cut. Yeah, right. It probably something from another cut that they cut and then they just turned it into a joke.
They forgot about it. Yeah, I'm sure it was that he loved her.
I don't know. Hell.
Well, because JJ was kind of setting that up, that he was obsessed with her. And they kind of had that in the beginning of The Last Jedi, and then they forgot all about it.
Yeah. Racism on Disney's part, not letting her date a black man. I don't know. Interesting. Wonder Boy Wonderings. Wonder Boy. With a $10 super chat and a $5 super chat. 2 in a row from Wonder Boy Wonderings. Thank you, my friend. Who says Palpatine is the narrator of the sequel trilogy and an unreliable one at that. He possessed Rey, like he said, killed Kylo and stole the Skywalker's name, ships, house, lightsabers, friends, and legacy. Rey has been overpowering the entire trilogy because it's Sheev resume puffing. Also explains why Luke is portrayed as a loser. He won, Skywalker's lost. That, sir, is brilliant. Wonder Boy, you are definitely a Wonder Boy. Holy crap. So basically, we're seeing the sequel trilogy through the eyes of Palpatine. He's an unreliable narrator. And he, from his point of view, he is exaggerating the role of Rey. And that is why Luke is a loser and Han is a deadbeat dad. And basically the entire sequel trilogy is a Sith trying to poison us and sap our morale. I think
that Sith's name is Kathleen Kennedy.
Yeah. I
No,
think
I see what you're saying. I think that's
damn, that's brilliant. That is brilliant. Thank you for that. Damn, I love it. Now I think you're onto something. It's kind of like Star Trek V is Captain Kirk's dream in Yosemite. Jay Pat with a $5 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Jay Pat. Says they're going to pull an Into Darkness in No Time to Die. Rami Malek is going to be called Safin throughout the movie until the reveal that he is Dr. No. Yawn. Oh, God. J. Pat, No Time to Die is going to be absolutely horrific. Horrific. Bong Jovi Bong says, am I tripping or was Finn sensing things? It's as if they were going to reveal him to be force sensitive. I don't remember what scenes, but I remember thinking,
yeah, like
how the
3 or
fuck
4
did he
times.
know that?
Remember, he says, "I just know."
Yep, I think they were teasing that he might have had the force. Yeah,
He caught
J.
4
Pat.
cooties.
Thank you for that super chat, J. Pat. Mr. Demento with a $10 super chat again. Thank you, my friend. Says Harvey, it's the Yith again. We're going to Arby's and going to get some blow. Can you bring Sabu? We need some muscle to deal with these dimensional shamblers.
I'm kind of tied up right now in a containment field at the center of the earth. But if I could, I'll dispatch Sabu. Sabu, go and help the Yith. No, don't chew on the cable. Go and help the Yith. No, don't poop on Doomcock's control panel. Just for God's sakes, Sabu, you son of... Never mind.
I think
Sorry,
that was
Mr. Demento.
I think he chewed the cord for your button too, of all things.
I'm not going to fall for that. I'm not going to
I
fall
think
for
you're
that.
stuck there now.
Quit your jibber jabber. Quit your jibber jabber.
Damn you. Damn you, Tom.
I pity the fool.
You son of a bitch.
Don't give me no back, sucker.
Oh, man. He's got that thing lodged in his backside. What can you do? He doesn't know what to do with it. Doesn't know how to stop it. It's the saddest thing. He must have sat on it. He just can't reach back there. He's got stubby little arms. What can you say? Questor with a $2 Canadian super chat. Thank you, Questor. Says hashtag Doomcock was right. Thank you, Questor. Yes. Hashtag damn right. Doomcock was right. DJ Def K with a 20-pound super chat. Very generous of you, DJ Def K. Thank you very much. Who says, I too haven't sent you money for a while as I got fired recently. Oh man, I am really sorry to hear that, DJ. He says, but hey, you saved me money by not going to see that crap fest, The Rise of Skywalker. Cultural appropriation, what a thing. It destroys franchises in the hopes of destroying morals. I think you're right. I don't know what the hell. There's some kind of war on our culture going on. There's a definite hatred of Western culture, or Western civilization, call it what you will. And I think they're out to get us.
No. As long as you're a white woman, you can get away with it.
Well, I guess so, but I don't know. I think maybe they're just useful idiots for the deconstructionists of our civilization. But that, I don't know. I'm just guessing. Easy Talk Cafe with a $2 super chat and a mini review, a succinct review. Thank you, Easy Talk Cafe. Says, I just got out of Rise. That sucked ass. Can't get any more succinct than that. Thank you, Easy Talk Cafe. Appreciate the feedback on that. Thomas Jefferson with a $2 super chat. Hail, Thomas Jefferson says, where are the Force ghosts, especially Yoda? Chilling and not helping Rey. Although they try to do a bullshit thing where they're trying to imply with voiceovers that somehow they bolster Rey or some crap like that. But yeah, it's lame and I don't buy it. Dustin Bolos with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Dustin. Says, it's pretty heartbreaking seeing Disney destroy my second favorite franchise. My favorite is Godzilla. Hope Disney doesn't buy Godzilla from Toho. God, I hope not. Oh, God almighty. That would be absolutely horrible if it was Disney Godzilla. Oh, my God. Please. No. please, God, no.
Well, we'd
And-
finally get to see Bambi versus Godzilla, though.
In a legitimate copy, a legitimate non apocryphal kind of cut.
This summer, the deer versus the god.
Godzilla coming soon to a theater near you. And our last super chat of the night from Manny Pardo with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Manny. Says, happy 125,000 Doomcock. I love your channel, and I love how you stay true to the Star Wars we all remember from the old days. Kyle Katarn, Thrawn, Dash Rendar, Darth Bane, and the Yuzon Vong will never be forgotten. Onward to 150,000. Thank you very much, Manny Pardo. I appreciate that. I'm glad you like my channel, and yeah, I'm going to keep on fighting for as long as I possibly can. You guys have been absolutely wonderful. I want to thank you guys, Tom and Rob, for coming by. I appreciate that, my friends. Do you want to plug your channels before you head on out? Then I'm going to sing a few songs for these folks, but go ahead and plug away if you'd like.
We're both on Midnight's Edge and Midnight's Edge After Dark, and Rob has his own channel. Isn't that right?
Yes, my own channel, Robot Shlomo. And actually, don't forget to check out Mecha Random's channel too. She joins us on Midnight's Edge After Dark quite a bit.
Absolutely. She's really part of the family over there.
Yes, she is.
Hail Mecha Random, and yeah, absolutely. Great channel. All right, you guys. Well, thank you so much for swinging by.
Well, thank you for having us.
Tom and Rob, you made it a pleasure. Robot Shlomo, thank you so very, very much.
Well, thank you for having me here. I really do.
Dude, it was great. Hope to do it again soon. And thank you for being so supportive and patient while I was doing all this. But most of all, thank you for pulling me out of the crowd and recommending me to YouTube. Really appreciate that, Rob. It means a lot to me.
Well, it was my pleasure, really. It was my privilege and honor to do so.
I just wish I'd thought of it first.
Well, you certainly helped. You certainly. Oh yeah, I'm not going, guys. I'm gonna sing a few.
Yeah,
songs
he's gonna
here,
sing some songs.
I'm letting him head on out.
You're gonna head out so he can do his grand finale.
Yeah, the grand finale. Good night, you guys. Have a great weekend. Talk to y'all soon. Okay.
You too. All right. If we don't see you, have a good Christmas, good holiday.
Absolutely, both of you guys. God bless and have a Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
We'll
talk before then, though.
Oh yeah, thank you very much. Take care, everybody. Have a good night.
Good night, Robot Shlomo. Check out Robot Shlomo's channel. Subscribe to him and check out Midnight's Edge and Midnight's Edge After Dark. Good night, man. All right, we've got another super chat here. We have let's see. Hold on just a sec. It kind of here we go. We have a super chat from Mika Eno. Well, €5 super chat. Thank you, Mika Eno, who says Miko Eno's Law, a movie with the word rise in the title, is never good. I think that's probably an excellent guidance there. All right, you guys. What would you like to hear from me as a sign off or a square up? I know that Heiress of Chaos, Purple Lady, had asked me to sing something specially for Heiress of Chaos, a little song called Moonlight Bay. And I will try to do that. My voice at this point is quite a bit raw, to be honest, but I am going to give it a shot. And I will do that song. But I guess first, let me do let's do Danny Boy for the Irish Wake for Star Wars. I really do feel like Star Wars is lost to us. I don't see any way for it to bounce back. I mean, it'll still be on television and everything, but I have to say that it'll never be the same. It'll never be the same again. They have gutted the original trilogy, and I don't see a path. I don't see a path back. And so this goes out to Star Wars and all the fans of Star Wars at this Irish wake. And pour yourself a stiff one as we do this. It's so this is something I've loved forever, Star Wars, pretty much my entire life. And it is sad to see it fall into such a sorry state. So here we go on this. Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the flowers are dying. 'Tis you must go and I must bide. But come ye back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. 'Tis I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, I love you so. And if you come when all the flowers are dying, and I am dead, as dead I well may be, you'll come and find the place where I am lying, and kneel and say an Ave there for me. And I shall hear, though soft, you tread above me, and all my grave will warmer, sweeter be. For you will bend and tell me that you love me, and I shall sleep in peace until you come to me. Rest in peace, Star Wars. Drink 'em if you got 'em, my friends. Drink 'em if you got 'em. And I will sing this song out there, given that it's an Irish wake, for my UK fans out there and my UK darlings in particular, Starry-Eyed Girl and Purple Lady. This goes out to you, ladies. My wild Irish rose, the dearest flower that grows. You may search everywhere, but none can compare with my wild Irish rose. My wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower that grows.
And someday for my sake she may let me take a bloom from my wild Irish rose. My wild Irish rose, the sweetest flower that grows. And someday for my sake she may let me take a bloom from my wild Irish rose.
My wild Irish rose. I hope that some of you ladies who are still up and with us to hear that. And let's see, what else is there out there before we head on out to grab some sleep and kick this weekend off, or at least our Sunday morning off. Geez, it's already Sunday morning. I've been streaming, folks, here almost 7 hours now. Almost 7 hours. It has been a long stream. I want to thank you guys so much for sticking it out. I cannot believe that after nearly 7 hours, we still have 918 people in the chat. God bless you all for sticking around, sticking it out with us. I hope that you have enjoyed what you have heard this Friday night on Friday Night Frolics. Okie doke. What else? What else? Moonlight Bay. And then, I don't know, maybe Drunken Sailor. Well, hell, let's do a Drunken Sailor. We already did like kind of these ballads. Let's give Drunken Sailor a shot, because that's a fun little pirate ditty. Drunken Sailor sea shanty here. All right. Okay, let's try this. Well, what do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor? What do we do with a drunken sailor? Early in the morning, way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises early in the morning. Shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor, shave his belly with a rusty razor early in the morning. Way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises early in the morning. Put him in a longboat till he's sober, put him in a longboat till he's sober, put him in a longboat till he's sober early in the morning. Way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises early in the morning. Stick him in the scupper with a hose pipe on him, skip him in the scupper with the hose pipe on him, stick him in the scupper with the hose pipe on him early in the morning. Way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises early in the morning. Put him in the bed with the captain's daughter, put him in the bed with the captain's daughter, put him in the bed with the captain's daughter early in the morning. Way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises, way hey and up she rises early in the morning. That's what we do with a drunken sailor. That's what we do with a drunken sailor. That's what we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning. That's what we do with a drunken sailor early in the morning. And I think we will wrap this up tonight with a little bit of Moonlight Bay to raise Heiress of Chaos's spirits. She is having a hard time right now. I don't know what is going on, but listen, if this can help her to feel a little bit better, I would be absolutely grateful to do it. Kelly Fisher says, "Hey, Doomcock, thank you for your leadership. Trump is out. Why don't you take over?" Trump's not out, actually. He's not going to be removed. He just got impeached. Well, let's go ahead and give this a shot. This is kind of a quiet song, a little bit of a melancholy song, but listen, if Heiress of Chaos wants this, I'm happy to do it. Amazing Grace, yes. Amazing grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost
and now am found. Was blind, but now I see. But now, Moonlight Bay. Voices hum, crooning over Moonlight Bay. Banjo strum, tuning while the moonbeams play. All alone, unknown, they find me. Memories like these remind me of the girl I left behind me down on Moonlight Bay. We were sailing along on Moonlight Bay. We could hear the voices ringing. They seem to say, you have stolen her heart. Now don't go away. As we sang love's old sweet song on Moonlight Bay. Candle lights gleaming on the silent shore. Lonely nights dreaming till we meet once more. Far apart, her heart is yearning with a sigh for my returning, with the light of love still burning as in days of yore. We were sailing along on Moonlight Bay. We could hear the voices ringing. They seem to say, you have stolen her heart. Now don't go away. As we sang love's old sweet song on Moonlight Bay. As we sang love's old sweet song on Moonlight Bay. That was for you, Erish. Erish of Chaos. Of all the gin joints in all the towns in all the world, she walks into mine. Cheers to Eris of Chaos. I hope that song finds you in better spirits. We got a couple more super chats in, folks, as we go into our 7th hour. Let's see. Okay. Trying to pull it up here. We have a number of them actually. Adam Child with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Adam. Says wasn't lying. DVD and Gary, best dyad ever. Night, sir. Good night, Adam Child, and thank you for that. Drake is 6 with a $2 super chat. I am not a number. I am a free man. Says the Mod Squad TV series is on Decades TV channel. I've never heard of Decades. Wow, I've never heard of that. So I've learned something new tonight. I wonder what cable channel carries that or anything. I don't know. Interesting. Thank you, Drake is 6. And RR with a very generous $9.99 super chat again. Thank you, RR. Says, thank you for another fantastic Friday night frolics. Congratulations on 125,000. Take a bow so the shills who slandered your honor may kiss you where the sun don't shine. Hashtag Doomcock was right. Thank you very much, RR. I will take that bow. I'm very happy that my leaks panned out, but never doubt my integrity, regardless of the accuracy. If I say I received a leak from a source, I did. I do not lie. I tell the truth.
RR, thank you very, very much for that. My Legionnaire RR, and thank you all, my friends, for being here tonight. This is absolutely astonishing. Andy Appleton says, Doomcock, when you rise to the surface and conquer the planet, I would like the U.S. state of Florida, please. Well, I mean, you'll have to settle for a city. I mean, a whole state. I mean, how many states could I give away? You know. But yes, you can definitely have a city in Florida. Be happy to do it. Absolutely happy to do it. The Travel Zealot is here. Hello, Travel Zealot. Dude, I am so glad to see you because I've been owing you a phone call. I have been absolutely swamped. But damn it, I'm going to call you this weekend, Travel Zealot. We need to talk. So, dude, I apologize profoundly for not getting back to you. I will do so. I am so glad that you're here, and I'm glad you got your new computer back from Best Buy. That is absolutely fantastic. Happy holidays to you, brother. I will talk to you this weekend, I hope. I hope we can coordinate and get on there. Heather Hurd says only Doomcock can compete with the length of a EFAP stream. Proud to be a fan. Thank you, Heather Hurd. Very, very much appreciated. Questor says, I hate liars. Hail Overlord DVD. Yes, they lied about me. They lied about me. They would say things like, Doomcock doesn't have a source. He's lying. And I would say to them, well, you don't actually know that I don't have a source because you don't know me. So you just blanketly threw out this statement, which for all you know is inaccurate. Therefore, you are the liar because you're saying something that you have no idea if it's true or not. They're the liars. And now I've been vindicated. So I'm glad that that is the case. Life's been good to me, says at least this mess is over now. And now we can look forward to the Clone Wars and Mandalorian. So that's good. Absolutely. Lori Wilson, I post pics on Twitter. Wow. Okay. Well, I haven't seen them and I don't know what they're about, but hail to Lori Wilson. Project Cobra, I have not seen you in a while. Oh, great and powerful Project Cobra, who says, Overlord, you are an ongoing miracle of fortitude and perseverance. Thank you, Project Cobra. We are two members of the Sean Young fan club. And man, Project Cobra was one of my friends from long time, way back when I first got on YouTube. And it's a great pleasure to see you here, Project Cobra, tonight. Hecate's daughter, I'll take Seattle and lower the rents. Outstanding. Gordo Scarface says, I quit my job to listen to Doomcock. Oh my God. I hope that's not actually literally true. Man, that is dedication, brother. I hope, or sister. I hope that's not true. Dragon Bro 91 says, if you're okay with it, can download these last two songs. If not, I could just send them to BB over Discord. Yeah, feel free, man. I mean, yeah, have at it. I don't mind. I don't mind at all. Generial 1 says, my Lord, will you read us a story this Christmas? I'd be delighted to. Absolutely. I'm going to have a live stream this Christmas for folks, and I will definitely read some kind of Christmas story over that time as well. No doubt about it. And you know, sing Christmas carols and stuff, you know, Oh Holy Night, or you know, God Rest Ye Merry Gentlemen. Purple Lady says, thank you for singing the song. I hope she liked it. Absolutely, Purple Lady. I hope you also heard My Wild Irish Rose earlier, and I hope you enjoyed that as well. Claudia Acosta says, before saying goodbye, I want to wish you a good night. Claudia, so I went and looked for your email that you sent me, and I can't find it. I don't know what happened, or maybe, do you have a different name or something? Claudia, would you please resend me the email you sent? I would really appreciate it, and that way I can respond to you. I've looked and I just don't see it. So please resend it, Claudia Acosta. I would very much appreciate that. I would definitely like to answer you. Dragon Bro 91 says, "Oh, to clarify, I'd be uploading them to my YouTube channel." Oh, I see. I'd rather probably not. Dragon Bro 91. I'd rather not be on other people's channels. You know. Well, write to me or something. I don't know what you're thinking about, but I'd like to. I mean, maybe, I don't know. Hecate's daughter says, "I record all his songs from Discord. Have over 50 now." Well, just keep those to yourself now. Keep those to yourself, okay? Don't be spreading those around. Let's see. Project Cobra ate a whole block of blue cheese during this. My God, that is a lot. What is the Matrix? Appreciate you, Lord Doomcock. Thank you. What is the Matrix? Very, very much. Project Cobra says, "When does blue cheese go bad? It was bad to start." Oh my God. The Travel Zealot says, "Doomcock never lies." Thank you. Thank you, Travel Zealot. You, sir, are a dear friend. You are a hell of a supporter, and you are just a YouTuber, a future YouTuber, and a star in your own right. And I love you, man. Thank you for being here tonight. We've got to talk this weekend. Claudia Acosta says, "Love you all, and I'm not drunk, only soda juice." That is awesome. That is absolutely awesome. Andy Appleton says, "Thank you for your channel, Doomcock. It's been a pleasure watching your videos. And of course, hashtag Doomcock was right. No subversion in that." I thank you, Andy Appleton, and I'm glad that you enjoy my videos. Mr. Makatoshi says, "Hail, Lord Doomcock. Hail, Mr. Makatoshi. Hail, Dilbertson. I'm glad you are here, Dilbertson." Ifrit 0990. Ifrit 0990 says, "Welcome to Arch Villain. You have joined the channel membership, Ifrit, and I thank you very much for joining at the very highest level. I will definitely be doing a live stream for Arch Villains only this next week, and it'll be sparsely crowded, and so we'll have a lot of quality time together. It won't run any 8 hours, I tell you that, but it's definitely going to be awesome, and I'm looking forward to it. Thank you for joining, Ifrit. We've got Adam Child with $1.99 super chat. Thank you, Adam, very much. Adam says, "Luke Force Ghost equals Big Lebowski." I thought that it did look like he did look like the Big Lebowski, kind of slouchy, and he's gained weight since he passed over this mortal veil, hasn't he, Adam? It's the damnedest thing. Thank you very much, Adam Child. Cliff Byram with a $10 super chat. Thank you very much, Cliff. Good to see you, sir. And Cliff says, "I've been so grateful for the Fandom Menace community during these dark times for Star Wars. Here is a small gift to say thank you. If it weren't for The Mandalorian, I would have no hope at all for Star Wars." Well said, Cliff. I thank you very much for that super chat. And I'm really glad that, I and the Fandom Menace could be here for you and for everyone here in the chat during these times when our pop culture, our modern myths are under constant attack from really inexplicable sources. The people that own the damn things are destroying their own property. And for the life of me, I cannot understand it. Again, Ifrit 0990, an arch villain. Thank you, Ifrit. Jay Carr with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Jay, who says, "Hail Doomcock in chat. I hope Lucas comes to the defense of this travesty. Release the Lucas cut. Hashtag release the Lucas cut." Absolutely. I'd love to see it. I would absolutely love to see it. Ifrit 0990 with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Ifrit. He says, Hail DVD. Thank you for getting me through my job. RN. Oh, are you a RN? Well, either way, I'm delighted, man. 8 hours, damn near. I mean, it's coming up here on 7 hours and 15 minutes. Holy crap! I want to thank my mods, Bionic Belly Button and Chris Persia. Chris Persia, the master wrencher, one of my legionnaires, and a just a hell of an indispensable moderator on this channel. Chris does a hell of a good job. And Chris, I want to thank you for all your hard work tonight. And Bionic Belly Button, with her amazing wrenchery, has just been a hero tonight. She has been here, folks, an hour longer than I have. She came when I put up the stream, and she's been modding the entire time. She is epic. Chris is absolutely epic. Both of you guys. And thank you to Mary Ashmead, who in a time of great personal stress and travail, came in here tonight and joined us for a while. She has had a terrible loss this Christmas season. Her father, she has lost her father. And please consider donating to her. GoFundMe. It was posted in here, and I'm sure the mods will post it again. She could use any support that you can offer. Michael Smith, I might miss the Christmas Eve stream, as it will be Christmas Day for me in Australia, and I will be with family. I understand, Michael. We had to cancel the earlier party because it was Mary Ashmead's dad had passed, and it just seemed wrong, and that was the time when the alternate time when most people could come. But Michael, I'm sorry, and I hope maybe you can pop in even so just a little bit. Dilbertson says, I'll take the compliment because I'm both drunk and male, but I'm unconvinced I do anything other than enjoy the show. You are too kind. You are too kind, Dilbertson. You are a good friend of mine, a good friend of the channel, and I appreciate you very, very much. Epic wrenches. Yes, absolutely epic wrenches. All right, guys. I am pretty beat. I am fried. I am fried. But I am going to sing one more song for you guys. I'm going to sing my tribute to Leon Redbone, who we lost this past year. I love Leon Redbone. I've always loved him my entire life. And I'm going to sing Shine on Harvest Moon, doing Leon Redbone singing it. I heard him do it live, and it was absolutely a magical moment. That man was Americana embodied. Just some of the old stuff, and I love to sing that. And I'm going to sing it for you guys here now. Stellar Heather says, awesome stream. Can't wait for the Christmas party. Me either. I absolutely can't wait. Michael Smith says, I'll try. I lost my dad 5 years ago. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, I'm sorry. I lost my mom like 2 years ago now. Gordo Fabulous with a $10 super chat. Hail Gordo. Says, just got out of the Rise of Skywalker. Not as soul-crushingly illogical as Last Jedi, but every bit as insulting. I'm convinced they wrote this as a comedy, then later decided they had to act serious. At least it's over. Yes, it's put out of our misery. How awful. Oh my God. The Travel Zealot with a $24.99 super chat. Hail to the Travel Zealot. My legionnaire, my friend, you are awesome. And the Travel Zealot says, here's some Scotch money to indulge your vindication. I will use that Scotch money, Travel Zealot, I think I will take it out and get some of the a small bottle of the good stuff, you know, or maybe a shot in a bar, you know, of something really quite good that I otherwise, you know, would never taste. God bless you, Travel Zealot. You, sir, are a wonder. And I don't know if you guys know of this, but it's I believe it is either Travel Zealot or the Travel Zealot. I'm going to look right now. Okay. I believe that the site is, let me see this. Sorry. Hold on just a sec. I'm trying to, yes, the travelzealot.com. If you want to check out a really, really awesome travel blog with a hell of a lot of photographs and a really funny accounts and informative accounts, check out the travelzealot.com. TheTravelZealot.com. Super Blubber Puss says good night to our hero, you. Well, I'm going to sing that song before I go. And Gordo Scarface says, did you see Ray's camel toe? No, I did not. Would you send me a pic? I'd really like to see that. I'm a toxic male. What can I say? And speaking of toxic males, Leon Redbone. All right. Night was mighty dark, so you could hardly see, for the moon refused to shine. Couple sitting underneath a willow tree, for love they pined. Little May was so afraid of darkness, so she said, I guess I'll go. Boy began to sigh, looked up at the sky, and told the moon his little tale of woe. Oh, shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no lovin' since January, February, June, or July. There's no time, ain't no time to stay outdoors and spoon. So shine on, harvest moon, for me and my gal. Night was mighty dark, so you could hardly see, for the moon refused to shine. Couple sitting underneath the willow tree, for love they pined. Little May was so afraid of darkness, so she said, I guess I'll go. Boy began to sigh, looked up at the sky, and told the moon his little tale of woe. Oh, shine on, harvest moon, up in the sky. I ain't had no love since January, February, June, or July. There's no time, ain't no time to stay outdoors and spoon. So shine on, harvest moon, for me and my gal. Shine on harvest moon for me and my gal. Well, folks, I have had a delightful evening. I hope that you all have as well. Check out the travelzealot.com. I'm going to go ahead and just pop that into the chat. I'm just going to pop that right on in so that you guys can click on it, because let me tell you something. It is a lot of fun. Absolutely. Spike and Madness says, damn blank blocking moon. I know. goes behind a cloud, right? Just so sad. Shine on, you crazy overlord, says Gordo Fabulous. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. And send me that pic of Ray, would you? Or tell me where in the movie it appears. I'd like to see that. Thank you, Bionic Belly Button. I'm glad you had fun. Chris Persia says, I forgot to congratulate you, my liege. You managed to get 2,000 likes before the stream ended. It hasn't ended yet, but holy crap, 2,000 likes. That is absolutely astonishing. With 764 people still listening. 764 people are still listening. Isn't that amazing? I am absolutely blown away. Mad Joe says, good night, man. Good night. Good night to Mad Joe. Tom Brennan says, if you need to see Rise of Skywalker, pay for something else and sneak in. Absolutely. Jaybird Third says, hail Doomcock. Thank you for an epic stream. You are welcome, Jaybird Third. Very, very welcome. Good night, Generial One. Mobile Tiger Holm says, I wasn't comparing him to them. By the way, I was just answering someone's question in the chat. I don't know what that means, but I'll let it pass. Darken Sangdrak says, have a great weekend, everyone. Absolutely. I love the sound of rain. I love the sound of rain. I love Days on that too. Andy Appleton says, Daisy Ridley is beautiful. Nothing against her. I have nothing against her either. I think she's rather attractive as well. And not a bad actress. Sparkus Aurelius says, congrats. Thank you. Oh, Sparkus Aurelius. Sparkus Aurelius, man. Great guy. Cliff Byram says, great way to end an otherwise sad night. Absolutely, Cliff. In fact, Mumblin Burke says, no one else will sing to me. Rus is in Russia. It's the Russians again, says, wait a minute, doggy. I'll sing to you one more time here. Let's go ahead and do a happy song to end this. Let's do Look for the Silver Lining. And then I will go ahead and bid you all good night, my friends. Hopefully I can sing this. It's my voice is kind of ragged at this juncture, but I'll give it a try. Please don't be offended if I preach to you a while. Tears are out of place in eyes that were meant to smile. There's a way to make your very biggest troubles small. Here's the happy secret of it all. Look for the silver lining whene'er a cloud appears in the blue. Remember, somewhere the sun is shining, and so the right thing to do is make it shine for you, a heart full of joy and gladness will always banish sadness and strife. So always look for the silver lining and try to find the sunny side of life. Look for the silver lining, folks. It's there. It's definitely there. And I see that Adam Child with another $1.99 super chat, Legionnaire Adam Child, you, sir, are too kind, says, DVD, how about Cats bombing? Might need a review. God, me going to go see Cats? Really? Oh man, haven't I suffered enough? Haven't I suffered enough? I have nothing against cats. I don't want it to fail. Poor cats. I love kitties. Well, and I think for Bionic Belly Button, I will do just the one or two verses of Man of Constant Sorrow. I can't do the whole thing because it's late. I'm kind of tired. Harvey, will you help me out here?
And be delighted.
All right. Here we go. Just a little bit of Man of Constant Sorrow. I am a man of constant sorrow. I seen trouble all my days. I bid farewell to old Kentucky, the place where I was born and raised. The place where he was born and raised. Maybe your friends think I'm just a stranger, a face you'll never see no more. But there is one promise that is given. I'll meet you on God's golden shore. He'll meet you on God's golden shore. All righty then, folks. From the center of the earth, this is Dictor Van Doomcock, thanking you all for being here on this epic 7.5 hour live stream. And I appreciate you all. God bless you. I hope you have a wonderful, long, safe, and happy weekend. And from all of us at the center of the earth, from me and Harvey, stay angry, but be happy. Good night, you guys. And thank you for everything. See you next time. Oh, and Sunday, we have the Inquisition on my channel. Check it out. Gary and I will both be discussing Rise of Skywalker. Good night, guys.
Good night.